Hello guys, and welcome to the HTML and CSS course for 2021. In this course you are going to learn everything you need to know about HTML and CSS. So let me just introduce myself first. If you don't know me, I'm Muhammad Hassan from Web Coding, and this is the course you are going to learn the basics of CSS and HTML to just start with web designing or front-end development in general. Alright, so this course was actually intended to be just an HTML course, but while creating the HTML course, I just discovered how CSS goes really amazing and compatible with HTML, and they cannot be separated. So I created the CSS course, I put my heart into it, and I hope that you like it. Alright, so when we talk about like web design or web development in general, if you're going for the web design, you're going to need to learn HTML and CSS first. Okay, those are the basics of the basic of web pages. All right, and after that you can actually move to the back end or the front end, and they're different in ways and similar in other ways. But these are just the basics, and you have to take them whether you're going for front-end development or back-end development. And basically the front-end development, if you're not familiar with those terms, the front-end development is just what you see on your screen, and the back-end is what's going on behind the scenes, all right, in a website. Okay, so yeah, let's just move to our slide right here. And if you don't know HTML just stands for Hypertext Markup Language. It's not a programming language, it's just right there for the content of your web page. Alright, so it's basically used for creating web pages. And actually, if you are going to go for JavaScript, something like that, you might learn something like template engines, which is just another advanced way of writing HTML. Okay, it's a lot smarter than HTML, but it looks a lot like HTML. Alright, so basically when you're writing your HTML, like everything on your web page is just an element. Alright, so the whole page, the whole document of the page is just a series of web elements. That's all. Alright, and those elements tell the browser how to display your content. Okay, whether it's a paragraph, whether it's a header, an image, and all of that. Alright, so down to this is like a symbol code that we have right here, and this is like the simplest HTML document that you can write. So after we write this in our text editor, which I will show you how to set it up from scratch, and how to save your pages, and how to install it, and all of that. We are going to write code just like this one in our text editor, and this is how our code will be executed on our own browser. Alright, so this is just a basic title right over here, and this is a basic paragraph for our document right over here. Right, this is like the simplest syntax you can ever write in HTML. Alright, so now if we go to the second part of the course, which is the CSS, and CSS basically is like colors, how your elements should be designed and fit in the page. Okay, and how are they displayed, and how they are displayed and positioned, and all of that. So basically it stands for cascading style sheets, which is just another file on your project that will just do every style, or do every little bit of style. So it's actually, when it comes to CSS, there are a lot of things that you can do. You can draw, you can actually do a lot of stuff with CSS, with just the magic of the web. Alright, so basically, as I said, it just shows you how content is displayed on your screen. Alright, so if you want to include, if you want to do, let's say, a paragraph, and you want to do a certain design, or you want to do an image, okay, that moves in a certain way, CSS will take care of all of that. Alright, and it saves you a lot of work. You can control the layout of multiple web pages all at once. So you can only write one CSS file, and this will handle like a lot of HTML files, stuff like that. So it's just amazing. And there's actually a lot of smarter ways on a lot of extensions for CSS, like frameworks, stuff like that, like SAS and LESS and all of that. There's just a smarter way to also write CSS, right? But they're based on the CSS in itself. All right. So if we go for the third slide that we have here, we have JavaScript, and JavaScript is like the most popular hot language, hot programming language right now. It's basically used for creating actually everything. You can use just JavaScript, right? You can do web interactions, you can do animations, effects, like stuff like that. You can actually do mobile apps, desktop apps, and actually full backends are written right now in just JavaScript or Node.js. Alright, so JavaScript is the big boss right now on the web. Actually, PayPal system is written in Node.js. That's because it's like an extremely fast technology. Alright, so we basically maybe we're gonna write like simple lines, you know, here and there in the course with just JavaScript. This is not actually a JavaScript course. I'm not gonna explain anything about JavaScript. I'm just gonna write simple stuff, and it's good to know what JavaScript is if you're actually starting with web development or front-end development specifically. Alright, so this is the JavaScript. So I guess this is it for the intro, and yeah, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me, and see you inside the course. Developers and what's going on. So about this section, I created the 3-second videos for a reason, just to let you guys know how the web works, what are text editors, and how to install your text editor, okay, and how the browser works and all of that. But if you don't understand everything of every single video, that's totally fine, okay? These things I've learned by reading, okay, throughout my whole journey. Okay, I did not like go right away and like Google every little bit of these things when I just started out. No, I did not do that. So if you don't understand some things, that's totally fine. You can look it up, and as you go as a developer, you will learn a lot of stuff, not just by watching videos. You will learn by reading, you know, observing people, talking to people online, and all of that. So if you don't understand everything in this section, that's totally fine. Just relax, learn, and have fun. So yeah, that's basically it. Keep going. Hello developers, and what's going on? So in this one, we're gonna talk about how the web works, just in simple terms. Okay, so we have here our 3 items right over here. We're gonna talk about how the clients and the servers first. So just think of the whole internet as a road. Okay, we have like 2 main parts on these roads: the clients on one part of the road and the servers on the other part. So the client is like every normal user on the internet, like me, like you. Any user on the internet is considered a client, okay? And the servers are basically this massive structure, you know, these massive structure computers. They have like the hardware in these computers are intensive. It's not like us, the clients. We only use like simple computers, stuff like that. So these actually work like 24/7. They don't stop, and they handle all the web resources, or you can find all the resources on the web available on these servers. Okay, so this is how we basically connect, and we actually connect through the browser. Okay, so let's talk about what exactly happens behind the scenes when you try to type, let's say, when you try to type a normal, a normal address on the web, like I'm trying to access Facebook right now. So what exactly happens behind the scenes? So I have this website right here, or this page right here, which explains in a bit what happens. So what basically happens when you try to type something on the internet, which is actually called a web address, or or a URL or anything like that. So what happens, the browser goes to a DNS server, and a DNS server is basically these servers that they're like address book or something like that. Okay, they contain all the IPs, because every website has an IP, and you as a user or as a client on the internet has an IP. So this is how we basically connect. When you try to type a website on the browser right here, it goes to a DNS server, and the DNS server basically takes your website and try to find the IP for it, tries to find the IP on the DNS itself. So after it finds the IP, it will just display the page just like this one right over here. And if it's not there, if it's not there, it will just return not found, something like that. So this is basically how the DNS actually works. So we're gonna talk about that in a little bit. So what basically happens, all this process going to the DNS and finding the IP and all of that, we have like an HTTP request message, and the HTTP request is just a way of sending and transforming and transmitting data through the internet. It's just an internet protocol, like an IP. So it actually sends a request to the server, and the server comes back with a web resources right here, as you're seeing right here. So we have here, like in the third part, if the server approves the client's request, the server sends the client a 200 OK message. Yeah, and these just basic codes on the internet. 200 means OK, 404 means not found, stuff like that. So just basic stuff. So that's basically it. And just what after a request is sent and it's approved, okay, right here it will just send these small chunks of data, which we call the packets, through the network. It will just come back. Okay, so this is basically it. Those are the four main parts of how the web works, or what's going on behind the scenes when you type what would you call it, a web address on your browser. Okay, so we have right here the DNS explained, and of course we have it right here. What basically happens is like DNS is like a web address. Okay, so it only understands IPs like this. So when you type, and I'm sorry, I'm repeating this again. I know it's kind of hard, but I'm just repeating it again so you can get a glimpse of what's going on. So basically, it will just a DNS understands IPs like this, and when you type your URL right here, it will just take it and get the IP for it and just send it back. So that's basically it, and I will link to this page if you want to read more about how the web works. Like, this page is really good, and it's really simple, but this is just a small comment on the process, on what's going on and stuff. Okay, so that's basically it for this video, and I'll see you on the next one. Hello developers, and what's going on? So in this one we're gonna talk about text editors. So a text editor is basically just a program which you use to write code. Okay, and it can get pretty complicated and intensive, and it can be really simple. So you can write code from starting with your, with your just text, with just, like a text document or something like that. You can write code, right here. But this is like really simple. I guess if you're starting out, you didn't need to use this. You can start with like a more what do we call it, a more advanced text editor. You don't need to use this one right here. So we can use like something like Sublime, Notepad++ brackets. So you can download any of these ones right here. Or so these basically are simple ones, but it can get pretty intensive, like PHP Storm right here, which is an IDE, which stands for an integrated development environment, which is actually a pretty powerful tool or program to write PHP code. So some of them are simple, some of them are complicated, but we are just gonna go for a simple one right here. But of course it's not a text document right here. So we can go ahead and download Sublime Text. You can use Visual Studio Code if you already have it installed. You can use any of these. It's really simple to install, but I'm just gonna go with Sublime Text. But if you're not sure what to use, just go along with me and choose Sublime right here. So if you actually go ahead and try to install it, Sublime Text, try to look it up on Google, will just show up right here. If you click on download for Windows, it will show up like this one right here after you download it. So I already downloaded it, and if I just click on it, yes, okay, so next, install, and we'll basically install the program right away. Click on finish. I go ahead right now and just try to look it up. Sublime will just appear right here. If I click on enter, you can see right here it's all like empty. If I go ahead and let's try to just write anything, let's say hello. Okay, if I want to save this page, which we are gonna do a lot of in this course, click just tab on Control Shift and S all together, and you can save it right now. Let's say I'm gonna save it on desktop. Let's say I'm gonna call it hello, and I'm gonna set the format of this, of this page as an HTML. So we just type in .html, which of course what we are gonna be doing in this whole course. So if I click on save, now it's basically saved right here. Yeah, it's right here. If I try and click it, it will just open up right away in here. Okay, so this is basically it for dealing with dealing with the text editor. This is how you install it, and this is how you save and write into files. And of course you can write this write in this one right here. So I can actually try this and type in hello, just to show you that actually works. Hello to just anything basic. Click on, yeah, I actually need to save this one. Save as. Okay, let me hello to .html. Okay, let's leave it on desktop. I go back right here, and there it is right here. If I click on it, you can see right here Here it is. So it's basically about the extension, okay, which is .html. It dictates what's gonna happen with this file, you know, right here. So this is basically it for this one, and see you in the next video. Hello guys, and what's going on? So in this one we are gonna talk about the browser, and as you may know by now, I'm using Google Chrome right here. Okay, and I would recommend using this browser because it, like almost every developer use it. It's really easy to deal with. The interface is really friendly. You know, it provides you with a lot of good tools, stuff like that. So it's actually the best, and that's only my opinion. Okay, you can use whatever you want, it will work. Okay, but I would recommend Chrome if you ask me. So basically I'm not gonna download Chrome on this video. I am guessing that you have it, or you have any other, you know, browser set up by now, so I'm not gonna download it. And if you still don't have it, if you're watching this, let's say on your mobile phone, and you don't have Chrome installed on your PC, then you should go and just download it. Use any other browser and download it, or you can just use your symbol like Internet Explorer, stuff like that. Just use any other browser and it will work just fine. But in this one, we're gonna talk about, like, in some details about what you should be knowing, or what you should know as a developer who is getting started about the browser. You should know about the browser more than the average user. Okay, so here we have like a simple page in the browser. Any simple page, we have like the user interface, and the user interface basically you can just see the visual elements like these arrows right here, a refresh icon, and here is like the URL, which when you type the URL it should get you whatever you want, and this like the bookmarks, the extensions, all of these visuals right here. So it's basically just the interface. Okay, there is also something we want to talk about, which is the rendering engine. And the rendering engine basically takes up the resources after the network processes it and display it on the page, as we're seeing right here. So it basically processes HTML, which is, of course, we are going to be dealing with here in this course, and XML, which is another format on the web, and web resources like images, videos, audios, and stuff like that. So the rendering engine is just an engine embedded in the browser. Okay, and it's basically written in C++, which of course a huge prominent language, and some browsers use different rendering engines. So Chrome and Opera both use Blink, Firefox use Jco, Internet Explorer use Trident. You know, actually Internet Explorer is now deprecated. Okay, don't use it. If you want to use something like the default Windows, just use Edge, which uses Edge HTML, and you can see right here, like almost everyone uses a different rendering engine, which is basically the same, and they all written in the same programming language, which is C++. So it basically happens when rendering the engines. A web resource are parsed. For example, an HTML parser converts an HTML template into an object called the DOM model, or the DOM model, which is the document object model, which is basically the representation of all the object right here. It's just, you know, a tree of everything on this page right here, or any other page for this matter. And of course it processes CSS, which is just a cascade styling sheet, which is just a design and style language. We are going to take a look at it in this course. Okay, so this is how it basically works. After the network, the rendering engine just takes up all the HTML and all web resources, the XML, the CSS, and just convert all of this into the DOM object. And basically the browser does a painting and a styling after that, and just displays all of this as you're seeing right here. The third thing we want to talk about is the JavaScript engine. And JavaScript is basically a programming language which is rendered right here on the browser. Okay, it's a language that deals with web interactions, graphic stuff like that. It's a highly used language right now. It's really hot in the industry, okay, as you might know. So basically the JavaScript engine is a subsystem for parsing JavaScript code to machine code, okay, and then executing it. The machine code is basically the code that's parsed by the machine that we're using, which is actually our computer. And they use these JavaScript engines use like JIT, which is only a compiler. It's like an interpreter which gets the code and turn it to the machine code. Okay, so, and also every browser uses a different JavaScript engine right here. Like Chrome uses the V8 engine, which is I would say the most popular one. As of course it's written in CSS. And here we have like some other examples, like Safari uses JavaScript Core, Firefox uses SpiderMonkey, and it goes on and on. So basically we talked about the user interface, the rendering right here. Where is it? They are the rendering engine and the JavaScript engine. Okay, let me see. We have, yeah, and the fourth thing we want to talk about is the inspect element. If you just go ahead and press on Control Shift and I at the same time, this should pop up right here. It can pop up like right here on the left or on the right, or in another tab. It depends on how you display it right here. Okay, you can just go like this on the left right here. Now you can display it on the right, but I like to keep it just down right here. Okay, you can display it whatever you want. And basically the inspect element is just a tool, or whatever you want to call it. There, a lot of people call it a web developer, the Chrome developer tools. Inspect element, you can call it whatever you want. It basically allows you to interact or to change or alter the content of the page, okay, in real time. But of course after we refresh, everything will just come back to normal. Like if we click on this right here, we can try and let me just, yeah, we can go to the engine right here. You can see right here that gets you anything that you select on. If we try again, you can see right here, let me try the process. You can see right here, it gets to the process right here. It highlights everything right away. So if I try and change this, let's say the process is down, and if I just keep it, you can see right here it changes in real time. So we have like a lot of tabs right here. This is the elements, the console, the sources, the network, and of course you can discover this, you can read about it. I don't need to or I don't want to like talk about everything right here. I don't want just to drain you or pressure you, or you can just go ahead and look up every one of these, and you don't actually need to know every one of them in details. especially if you're just getting started. I'm just telling you what you should be, what you should know before you get on with this course. And you have here the style, is the CSS code right here. Okay, and I know you might be like might be all over the place and confused right now, but you will hear you will know everything and understand everything as we go. Okay, so this is basically what you need to know. And this one right here, it's like it gets the content of the browser as like what would you call it, as a mobile phone. Okay, if you're talking about responsive design and stuff. So as you can see here, this is the Chrome developer tools or the inspect element right here. And of course, if you need to close it, you can just click on here. Okay, and you can actually open it again. If you want to open it, just like right click and click on inspect, and it will open it up right away. So these are basically the 4 things that I want to talk about. So go ahead and install your browser, or you might have it already installed, and let's get on with this course. So with that said, see you on the next time. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and what's going on? So we're just gonna start out with this course right here. So I have my Sublime open, and I have my browser right here. So basically we're just gonna talk about 3 or 4 main things in this video right here. First of all, we're gonna talk about the doc type and the HTML tag and head and the body. Okay, but before I talk about these 4 main tags, and everything in HTML is just a tag or an element. Okay, I want you just to look at almost every HTML tag in this syntax like this. So we just open up this one right here, which is the greater than or smaller than, and just like this one, and the content right here. Okay, and you open this one again, you have this backslash right here, and you close it back. So we can put anything right here, which is gonna be our elements, and in the middle it's gonna be the content. If that doesn't make any sense to you, it will make sense right now. Okay, but first of all, let me just save this file right here so I can show you the HTML syntax highlighting. Let me, no, not this one, Control Shift and S at the same time. Okay, alright, so we are in the desktop. I'm just gonna create a new folder right here. Okay, let's call this HTML course. Alright, so just and save this one. Yeah, I need a name. Let's call it index.html, which is of course the format or the extension of this file, which is HTML. You can actually call it just HTML and it will work, but I'd rather call it HTML. If I save it like this, you can see right now that we get some syntax highlighting. It basically tells us that this is actually wrong. Okay, these red markers right here, but I'm just gonna remove them right away. So if you want zoom in, you can use your scroll and a control at the same time. Okay, so basically we are going to talk about these guys right here. So if I just go ahead and delete all of this, here we need to start our document, and to start the document we need a doc type tag right here, which actually defines this this page right here as an HTML5 document. Okay, just just a certain thing, just a good thing to define your document as an HTML5, not and it needs to be at the top right here. So we need to do our greater than right here and an exclamation mark, and we're typing doc type all in capital right here HTML, and close it like this. So you can see right here that we have this syntax highlighting. This is in red, and this is this is in green, and this is in red, and stuff like that. So we can actually highlight the syntax and see what we're doing right here. And this is basically the difference between these text editors and the document text editor. This one just really good. It's just better than the document text itself. So this is how you like to define your HTML5 document, which is better than HTML4, and this one needs to be at the top of the page right here. And it's not case sensitive. You can type this one in all capital, you can type it in all small, it will just work. Okay, so after this we need to define our HTML tag, which of course type this sign right here. Okay, and HTML. Okay, and you just close it, and then you can type you can do another sign, and you can, no, I don't need to do this. Okay, it actually completes automatically. It completes automatically this tag right here, but I don't want to complete it automatically right here. So I'll just go back and do, oh my god, just do it automatically. So after this one right here, you're gonna do a backslash, and then you're just gonna type HTML, and this is basically the starting of our page, the main the actual starting our page. So as I told you before, you need to do these signs right here, which is the greater than and the smaller than, and then your element. Everything in this page is gonna be just an element, and then you're gonna do the greater sign again, the backslash, and then the name of your element again, and you just close everything. And right here between these guys we need to call our head tag. Okay, and as I told you before, you need to get the signs, you need to do this, and it actually completes right away, which I wouldn't advise you to use actually. Okay, just as a starters, because you need I guess you need to type everything yourself so you can memorize and understand everything. And after that, after you become professional and after you get bored, okay, you actually have to let Sublime or any other text editor just complete them to you. So we have here inside the HTML the head and the body. Okay, can type it again, and can see that we have our document right here. So this is like the most basic document. So the head tag contains stuff like the title, which is the title of the page right here. Right here it's new tab. Okay, and contains the meta tag, which is actually concerned with the encoding of this page, like which languages will this page handle, stuff like that. And also concerned with some links. If you want to link to a CSS style sheet, you're just some basic style sheets, some links, stuff like that. So it's just concerned with the head or the header of this page right here. and the body which is concerned with everything right here on this it's basically concerned with the body of this page, or the UI elements of this page. Okay, so if I try, I will just write write just a title tag right here, and of course, as you may have guessed, this only will give us a title. Let's say the title is hello, it's my first page, and we are gonna close this. Of course, you're gonna do prayer sign, and you wanna close it. If you wanna type it from the start out, you can do whatever you want. Okay, maybe I need to disable this completing thing and write everything from scratch. I'll just do that after we do this video right here. I mean, if I can do this, this is like this one is really text editor is really simple. So if I just save this, just press on Control and S at the same time, you can see now it's saved. If I go, let me just go to my folder right here, and if I need to press on index, it will just open up, and you can see the title of the page right here. And of course, you can tweak this however, whatever you want. Now let's say hello world. If I save this and refresh, you can see right here it's changed. And if I want to view the page source, the code of this page, you can just type Control and U right here, and this will get us the code of this page right here, which of course we have it in our Sublime. Okay, or you can just go and press on View Source Page right away. Okay, so basically in the head tag we have the title, we have some meta, we have some links, our CSS or JavaScript, and in the body we are gonna now display something right here on this page. So we can just display a heading tag, and of course if we go like this, let's keep it h1, and this will display like a text of an h1 or heading 1 or header 1. Let's say this is my first heading, and if we close this, it will just close it automatically after you write the slash right here. Okay, if we save this, go back and refresh this, you can see right here we have, this is my first heading, which is just a heading or a header from you know, a header like number 1. Like this is the biggest one you can get. You can type in 2, you know, and of course you need to change it right here, so this will get 2, and if we change this, it will be a little smaller, as you can see right here. And of course if we do like 4, okay, and the more you make the number bigger, the more it will get smaller. We refresh right here. Okay, you can refresh by Control R, or you can refresh just like this, but I would rather get Control R. Okay, and this is gonna be the first it tells you this is my first heading, and of course it's a little smaller. So this is basically it for our first index page, and it might get confusing sometimes, you know, but just think of every HTML element as I told before, like these signs right here, the name and the content and the closing of this one with the slash right here. And you don't need to memorize anything actually. It will just come natural as you go. Okay, the more you write, the more you'll subconsciously memorize it, so without any effort. Okay, so we actually, just to make this a little more, clean or simple, if you highlight on everything right here and just press tab, okay, and this one right here, and just press another tab right here, it just makes it a little more cleaner. Yeah, you can leave them without any spaces, but it'll just it seems right to me. Okay, so this is basically it for the basic syntax, and see you in the next video. Hello guys, and welcome to another video. So in the last one we've talked about the basic syntax of HTML and some HTML elements, okay, and we talked about like how to do elements, what are they, and I give you some examples. But in this one we're gonna talk a bit about them, and I'm gonna tell you that you can actually let me tell you first about how to disable auto completing when writing HTML. Okay, so if you go right here and you press on settings, syntax specific, it will open up something like this. If you go Control F, okay, and if you write in, actually I did it right here, so if you write in auto close, let me focus here so we can search here, auto close tags right here on the line 137 right here. Go ahead and copy this whole thing right here and just paste it in, okay, right here. Okay, and turn this to false so we can override these value right here, okay, and just keep the focus on here and Control S. So this is basically how you disable the auto close tags. Okay, so we can just write everything from scratch, okay, and close it in, and now it will disable the whole thing. Okay, disable closing the tags. So let's now talk about nested tags. You can actually type more than one tag inside another. Okay, so if we can go ahead, and now I'm going to introduce you to another element, which is the paragraph. Write in P and close it right back. Okay, let's say this is my first paragraph. Okay, and if you now write the closing tag, which is P, now you can type everything as you've seen. Okay, so you can actually write whatever number you want, like it's just endless. We now close this one. Let's just press on cancel, and if we go right here and refresh, you can see that we have a paragraph right here, and we can actually write just one a little more. And go ahead right here and Control S to copy it and Control V to paste it, and let's say this is my second heading. Okay, we can keep this for 2, and here is 2 also. So if we save this and go back here and refresh, you can see that we have a heading right here, and H2 format heading right here. So this is basically for the nested tags. And another thing that you wanna know about tags, that you can actually not close these guys, and it will just display them, okay, as it is. Let me try, and if I now save and go back and refresh, you can see that we're having these guys right here. Nothing changed, but it's not advisable to do this. Okay, don't just do these things. Just close everything to avoid errors. Okay, so if you want to go back actually to the code that we wrote, just press on Control Z, okay, till it gets back like this. So this is basically it for I'm sorry, not closing the tags. So also the third thing that I want to point out is that you actually HTML code is not case sensitive. And what I mean by that, if something is case sensitive, it's different when you type it in capital or small, but HTML is not case sensitive. Okay, so if I write this one like this, okay, nothing will actually happen. It's basically the same thing. So if I just save, Control S, and if I go right there, and you can see that actually nothing happened on this one right here. So if let me go back and actually do this one again. Okay, now if I save, go back and refresh, you can see nothing actually happens right here. There is still the same elements it will display. Here we have like our elements right here. So this is basically it for this video. I just wanted to show you guys a couple of things about HTML elements. You know, they are the basis of an HTML page. Okay, so this is basically it for this one, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello guys, and what's going on? So in this one we're gonna talk about attributes. Okay, so we're still in our file right here. Let me just first tell you what attributes are. An attribute is basically it adds some information or another information or quality to a certain element. Okay, an attribute is supposed to be written in the first tag or the beginning tag right here. It can be written in a last tag. Okay, and attributes are basically goes this way. Let me just show you a syntax. Like, so I told you in the couple, and I guess in the first videos, like this is our syntax: tag name, and close this, and some content right here, and some HTML elements have no content, and close this tag right here, tag name, this way. So this is basically the syntax or the framework or the style of an HTML element. If we want to add the attributes, now if you go right here, the attributes needs a name and equal and double quotes, and you can do single quotes, but you know, it's like a convention to do double quotes, and it needs a value right here. So this is basically it. If you are gonna write an attribute, you are gonna need the name of this attribute and the value of it, and it will only go for this only tag right here. Okay, so if we just actually let me comment this one, and comments actually are ways of not displaying the code. If you don't want to display something on your page, you're just gonna comment it like this, and I'm gonna talk about this in the next couple of videos. Just know now, or just be concerned now, that this code will not be displayed. Okay, I'm gonna just leave it as that. So if we go ahead and actually do an anchor tag, and an anchor tag which is just basically a link. Okay, if we go like this, and I'm like these are terrible designs and stuff, but we're just trying out right here. Okay, we're not trying to build something, I'm just explaining to you what's going on. Basically, the anchor tag to do it is you need the A, and then you need the name of the attribute, and I'm gonna link to something right here. Well, and the name of this attribute is gonna be href, which of course hypertext reference, something like that, and the equal, and we need that link right here, and this link can be a link to another file right here in this folder, or it can be a link online. Okay, and I'm gonna just paste the W3 schools link right here, and we're just gonna close this and write the content of this anchor. I'm gonna call it W3 schools link, just like that. Okay, and we're gonna close this one right here. Okay, just extremely easy and simple one. So we need the href attribute right here, which will link to this one. So if we click on this link right here, it will just direct us to this link. So if I save this, Control S, and go back right here and refresh, you can see that we have our link right here. If we click on this link, now we go to the W3 Schools website, and of course you can put your own tag right here. You can put any tag you want, Facebook, LinkedIn, you know, any link you want right here. So this is basically it. And now I want to do another example. I'm gonna do this example with an image, and I know that these tags are pretty new to you, but I'm gonna talk about them in greater details in the next couple of videos. And now I'm gonna link an image to this page, and all I'm gonna do is that open my tag and do an image. And I need if I need to link an image, I need the source attribute, okay, which is src, and the equal and the name of this image. Let me just close this out. It doesn't actually need an ending tag like this one right here. So I'm gonna grab my image from my folder. Let's say, let me go to here. What do you call it? Pigs. And let me grab just a little one right here. Let me grab this one. I'm gonna copy it, and of course you can just grab any image you like. Let me go back to what do you call it, our folder right here, and just paste then this right here. Okay, this is just my little old logo, and I want to just copy all of this right here, and just okay, and just write the name here so we can actually get the name of this image right here. So if I just save this one and go right here, refresh, and you can see that we got our image right here, okay, with the attribute of source. So basically that's it for the image source. You just write the source name, the source, and equal the source name, any name you have on your pic. Okay, and of course if I just go like this, which of course is not there, this name is not found, it will just display this not found image, like, you know, icon or something like that. So let me just go back, and of course we can do a little attribute right here, which is the width. We can do some styling to it, and we can do like 200, and we can do the height, of course just some CSS style. I know we didn't talk about CSS yet, but I'm just trying a little something right here, so bear with me on this one. So if we now save and refresh, and you can see right here that we can change the width and the height. Let's give this for like 500. If I refresh this, you can see right here that the width now is bigger. So this is basically how you use attributes. You just name the name and the value. Of course there's a lot of attributes when it comes to HTML elements, so but when in this video we're going to talk about them in a in a, you know, in a little details, okay, as we go in this as we go on this course. So that's basically it for this one, and see you in the next video. Hello developers, and what's going on? So in this one we are gonna discuss headings in a little bit. Headings are basically text or captions, titles or subtitles that you use on your web page, or that you write display on your web page, and basically you can go from 1 to 6. So this is basically it for titles. So let me just copy this whole thing, and I actually created a file right here. You can go ahead and do that. Just go ahead and create no file, and then just Control Shift S, and this will just save the file right here, and you can type the name. So this is basically it, and I'm just gonna let me delete all of this. Okay, if we go ahead and change this, the headings, all right, and now we are in the body. I forgot the body tag, closing body tag right here. Yeah, if I go ahead now and type h1, hello from my first heading, so that will basically do the trick. And I know this is getting a little repetitive. Now we are in the index.html file, and as you've seen right here, if you haven't noticed yet, actually the browser looks for our folder on this system. It uses the file extension or protocol to open this file right here. If I go ahead and type in heading, this will get our page right here. You can simply go ahead and click on the file right here. Let me go back to the browser, and as you may notice right here, it just leaves a little empty space. You know, it doesn't display it right away from here. No, it just leaves a space right here. So as I was saying, it can go from 1 to 6. So now if I try, go ahead and give this 2, and this is second, give this 3, and this one is also 3, third, okay, third heading. If I save this, as you can see that it's getting smaller and smaller. And basically the headings are really important when it comes to search engine optimization. They're really crucial, and you have to write them, especially if you're building something like a blog or something. You know, you might want to consider the title of the blog to be a heading. Okay, so this one should be actually really short, and this is all about headings, and that's it for this one. Hello guys, and what's going on? So in this one we're going to talk about a bit about paragraphs. Okay, there is a couple of things to note about paragraphs. You know, yeah, we actually talked about them in the last couple of videos, but there's a lot of things also notice about paragraphs, and we're going to talk about those. Let me just first create a simple paragraph. This is a simple paragraph, just like that. And if I save this and go right here, I'm gonna type the name. Oh no. I'm gonna type the name of my file. You can see right here that we have this paragraph. You notice that we also have this space right here. Every time you create a paragraph or a heading, it adds a margin at the front, and a margin actually from everywhere. Okay, front, bottom, like left and right. Okay, so this is basically the first thing to note about paragraphs. The second thing is, if I try to to type another paragraph, let's say this is paragraph, and if I try to make spaces just like this, we're just trying out, we don't need to make any sense of the content, and I've tried to close it, and let's see what that will give us. Do we have to see these spaces, or it will just go ahead and remove these spaces? If I try and refresh this one, you can see right here that we don't actually have the spaces, and this is basically how paragraphs act. Okay, you cannot just leave spaces like this and it will just parse it out as it is. No, it will remove the spaces right away. Even if I go like this, like a new line, if I go and refresh, you can see nothing actually happening. So what if we need to go to a new line with this one right here? What do we need to type to get a new line? We need to type another tag, which is the BR tag, which gets you a new line. So this is paragraph 1, this is paragraph 2, and this is paragraph 3. Okay, just if we go ahead and refresh and just save this, go ahead and refresh, you can see right here that we have, this is paragraph 1, this is paragraph 2 in the second line, and the same line, this is paragraph 3. Okay, let me try just one more. This is paragraph let's say 4, 5. Let me add another BR right here, and this is paragraph 6. If I go ahead and refresh this one right here, you can see that all of these guys are in the second line. Okay, let me just show you what we'll have if we have more than one BR right here. It will just give us a space right here. Okay, so this is basically how the BRs works, or the BR tags work. Okay, it just gives you a new line. Okay, and this is of course really useful when trying to write something and get it to a new line. See this on the web every day. So yeah, and there's also another tag I want to show you, which is also a tag that doesn't have any closing tags, which is the HR tag. And the HR tag basically just adds a new horizontal line. Okay, but you can see this line, it just to separate some text from the other, or some content from the other. If we go ahead and refresh this one, you can see right here we have this line right here, this black thin line, and let me just copy these guys right here and go ahead and type another HR. I know it just looks a little messy. These guys, this will be 7, will be 8, and the last one is 9. Go ahead and refresh. You can see that we have this HR line right here. So this is basically it about the paragraphs. I hope that you guys enjoyed this one, and see you in the next video. Hello guys, and what's going on? So in this one we're gonna talk about something that's really interesting, which is the style property. Okay, and the style property basically performs some some style or some design on your HTML, and it's primarily concerned with CSS, which is a style or a design language. And of course, it's not a programming language, it's just a cascade style sheet programming language. Okay, so we actually have three ways to write CSS in our HTML. We can use the style property as I am gonna show you in this video, or we are gonna use or we are gonna do like an what do you call it, a style right here. Maybe it's, yeah, it's actually in the head, not in the body. A style tag like this, and we can write our CSS right here, or we can actually do like we can write our CSS externally. Okay, we gonna just type in link, and we are gonna just link this to our, you know, to our external CSS file. Okay, but I'm gonna show you both of those guys in the next couple of videos. Today we're just gonna take a look how to use the style property. Okay, so just to recap, we have the style property, internal style tag, and the external fine link for using our CSS in our HTML. Okay, got it? Okay, so now we only gonna just write style. Just we need to perform some design on this paragraph right here, and of course, as any attribute in HTML, we only have to write the attribute and the equal sign and the two of these guys right here, which is a double quotes. Okay, and let's say we have like a lot of, you know, like a large amount of style and properties and stuff that we can actually do on this single paragraph right here. And CSS is a huge language, and design on the web is actually a big deal. Okay, it's not just, of course, limited to CSS, it's limited to JavaScript and so on. Okay, there is so much you can do, but here is the formula, or here is the framework of doing it. So here you have the property, column, and this, and the value of this property. Okay, so this is basically how to write styles right here. Okay, we need the property, and we need the column and the value of this property. Let's say our property, it's gonna be the color. We need to set a color for this. Sorry about that. Then we need to select color for the paragraph right here, and the value, let's say we want to set this color to blue. All right, so this is basically it, and we can add a semicolon right here. We don't actually have to do a semicolon just because we only have one style, but if we have more, we can go ahead and add a semicolon, or it will just not show up, and I'll just show you this in a minute. Okay, so if we actually save this and go back right here to our previous page and refresh, you can see that right here we have the design. If I go and inspect on this one, okay, whatever you inspect, it will just gonna get you right away. If I inspect it on this one, see, it's gonna give me the second paragraph, but I need this one. You can see right here that the style is color blue, and we actually have the blue color right here in the style tab. Okay, we can write our CSS actually here. Okay, so this is basically how you perform the style attribute right here on this paragraph. Okay, we can actually do a couple more. Let's say we need to go now. Let's do it. There's no there's no headings right here. Let's just do a heading. Let's do an h2. Hello guys, and we need to close this tag, and we need to add our style attribute. and we now can add a font size, font dash size. Okay, and we can add this. Actually, yeah, it's okay, we can do a font size, it's fine, and we can set it for 25 pixels. Okay, we're gonna do this one with pixels. I know, like, a lot of things seem weird and you don't understand everything, but this is actually not a CSS course, it's just an HTML course. But if you have to learn HTML, you have to touch just even a little bit on CSS. Okay, we are gonna do this one with pixels, and it's only 25 pixels. Actually, let's just delete it right now, and let's see our heading without a priority. You can see right here, it's hello guys. Okay, so if we need to go back and save this and refresh, you can see that it's actually got bigger. And if you don't see it, we can just copy this right here and add a semicolon right here and just paste it right away. Okay, so if you need to add more than one, you're gonna have to do a semicolon, and it just goes on and on and on. Okay, we can add a semicolon right here, and we can write another property and value. If now we refresh, now it's on this one. You can see right here that it's actually got bigger, and we can click, can double click on this 25 pixels right here, and you can use your arrows to make them smaller, make them bigger, you know, whatever you want. So this is basically it. I believe I can even add some style to the body, and we can of course do that by using the style right here. And this one is gonna be background, and of course this is gonna snap all the background and add a color to it. And you can see right here that we actually have some recommendations, clip, color, image. Yeah, it's actually there is a lot of them, but we are gonna go for the color and the value. Let's say it's gonna be a little hideous, but I will just, you know, I'll just have to do it. We can set it to green. Okay, so this is basically the property, this is the value. So if I refresh this, you can see that all the body now is green. Yeah, I know it looks really bad, so let me actually delete it. Okay, so you don't hurt your eyes. All right, so this is how basically you do the style. So it's really easy and simple, and as I said, don't be afraid if you don't know what, if you don't understand everything. You don't actually have to understand everything. I'm just touching on CSS, showing you how to do style, how to do these things, and I'm gonna explain a bit about CSS in the next couple of videos. So this is just for you to get a glimpse of what the style attribute is, and see you guys in the next video. Hello guys, and what's going on? So in this one we are gonna discuss something that's really simple, which are text formatting. And text formatting elements are basically some tags or elements that are used to display text in a certain way, or to format text in a certain way. Actually, you're not gonna use them this much, because if you want to format a text, or you want to make a text appear a certain way, you're just gonna have to use CSS, which is the popular way, I would say. But you know, it's not a bad topic to learn or to discover, but this is just my observation. I've been coding for years now, and I actually use them very little. Okay, so we have these four guys right here, which is B for bold and strong, okay, and the I for italic and small. And we are gonna see how these guys are gonna format our text right here. So the first one is the B, and let's say this is bold, and the closing tag. That's basically it. If we refresh this one, you can see now this is bold right here. And of course, if we can actually add a paragraph here, you can just do your nested elements whatever you like, but at the end it's gonna be like the last one right here. The closest tag is the one who's gonna be performed. Okay, refresh this, you can see right now this is bold. Okay, if we go for a second one, which was strong, this is strong text. We're gonna close this one and refresh. You can see that right here, this is a strong text. Okay, they're actually really similar as you're seeing right now. And the last one is I for the italic. It's gonna display the text in an italic form, which is just a certain way of designing your text. This is italic, and if you probably like have some office knowledge, if you do stuff with your Microsoft Word or stuff like that, should be really coherent or logical for you. If now I refresh this, you can see that our text is displayed in this way. This is italic. Okay, and of course we have the last one, which is small. Okay, I know the page looks a little messy, but we don't need to create another file just for those 4 elements. This is really small. And save and refresh. You can see that right here, this one is actually smaller than this one, and we're not actually using any CSS. It's all just certain elements right here. And if we, all right, so see you in the next video. So this one should be really simple, which is about comments. And comments is basically a way of just sending information to other developers when you're working on a project, or you're doing something big and somebody else is going to be looking at your code and you want to send them some information, some notions, some anything you want, some observations about your code, how to use this, how to do that, what this code is doing, or anything like that. You're gonna use comments. Or comments are basically a way of of hiding code, not making code works just because you want to test something, you want to do something with your code, anything like that. So this is basically how you write comments in HTML, and actually you're gonna encounter them in any programming language you're working with, and everyone has its own way of writing comments. Okay, and HTML and even CSS has its own way of writing comments, as you've seen right here. So I did these lines like a while ago, and I did them in the last video, and this is basically how you write comments. If you may have noticed that when I showed and I wrote this, actually nothing appears on my screen right here. These guys don't appear, and if let me just try and take them out, let's see what's gonna happen. And now save and refresh. Actually nothing happens because we don't have any text right here. Let me just try to type a little text right here. You can see the text right here, but if I go ahead and comment this one, and basically you're gonna do this sign, which is greater than, and exclamation mark, dash dash, and go to the other side and do dash dash and smaller than, and save. And if I go back and refresh, you can see that we don't have this one right here. Let me just go to the source of the page or the console. You can see right here that we don't actually have this code right here. The last one, actually it's right here, but it's commented. Okay, so this is basically how you do comments in HTML. Okay, so if I need to go now and comment this whole thing, you can actually and of course comment more than just a line, as I did. I can take this one right here and just display it over like I did before, and take this one and display it right and put it just right here, and none of these guys will also have any values. Okay, but what if I want to do like comment this whole thing? I'm gonna just show you how to do this in Sublime. I don't know if it's gonna be different for any other editors. You can basically just do this and go, but this is gonna like, see how it's taking us so much time, you know, to do it. How about we have like 1,000 line right here, and we want to comment all of them. You're just gonna go down the 1,000 lines, and so it's gonna be like really slow. If I refresh these guys right here, and they're basically gone. So what if I want to go back, Control Z, and I want to like comment these whole guys without with just using extensions. Okay, I can go like this, and the control and the backslash, and this is basically how you comment these guys. Decomment, comment, control and slash again. Okay, you just do it and it's gonna work right away. So it's gonna be different. I guess it's different for some editors, but it's Sublime this way. You can see right here that we have nothing at the body right here, everything just commented. Okay, so this is basically it for comments. It's really simple, and you're gonna use them. Of course, you're gonna use them surely, and see you in the next video. Hello guys, and what's going on? So this tutorial is gonna be really useful for you if you're gonna be a web designer, or if you want to learn CSS, you know. So this one should be really interesting, and we're going to talk about CSS. CSS is basically a design language. It's not a programming language. Okay, we use CSS to design our page, to do the coloring, spaces between the elements, stuff like that. And it's basically stands for cascading style sheet, or cascade style sheet. All right, so let me paste just this my text right here, and yeah, I created this file right here, css first.html. You can set it to whatever name you want, and I just had my own paragraph right here. So actually nothing new. So with CSS you can control the color, font, the size of text, the spacing between elements, how elements are positioned and laid out, what background images or background colors are to be used, different displays for different devices and screen sizes. So this is what you can do with CSS. CSS is actually a magic, a superpower when it comes to designing. Right now there's some modern stuff that can make your design cool and beautiful, interactive animations. So it's really cool. All right, hope that makes sense. So in this one, I'm going to show you how to write CSS in the 3 different main known ways. The first one we've talked about with the style attribute, before in the last or the previous couple videos. We talked about the style attribute and how to use it to design stuff. And in this one, we're going to talk about the internal, which is actually the internal CSS, which can be written inside the style tag, and the style tag only can be written in the head right here, and the external way that which is going to be in an external CSS file, and I'm going to show you how to create this file and how to link it to your HTML right here. All right, so just to start off, we're gonna use the style attribute. And yeah, I know this is gonna sound a little repetitive, but I just want to show you how to use it, and actually if we did the three ways in the same time, which one is gonna take effect. So for the style right here, I'm just gonna set the property of color, and I'm just showing you a dummy example. Okay, we don't need to go fancy and create a whole style page, or we don't need to design anything fancy right here. So this is, I'm setting my color right now to red. Okay, so if I just go and save this and just go to my file right here and refresh this, yeah, we actually have this one. I guess we don't need this right here, so I'm gonna comment it, and this is where you can like use your comment. So it's now gonna show up. Not gonna show up, sorry. So we have right here, this one is in red. So this is basically how you use a styling attribute, style attribute, and we've talked about this before. And we are gonna go to the next one, which is the internal way, which comes with the style tag. And the style tags, you can write it in the head. It's one of those elements that you can write in the head. And now if I go style, and of course needs an ending or closing tag. Okay, if now the framework to write the style for the paragraph right here, it's really simple. You need to specify the element right here, or the tag that you want to do your style on, or you can actually choose an ID or a class, and these are basic attributes and we haven't talked about them yet, so I'm not gonna use them here. Okay, I'm gonna talk about them in the next couple of videos. So we're just gonna have to use the element right here, and after the element we're gonna do our brackets, open them, and we need a property and the value, as you may guess. So it's basically just like the style attribute, but it's different. We need the element itself right here, and we need these guys right here. Okay, so for this one, my element is B. I just go and to copy this, and my property, let's set this one to let's set it to color, and let's see what's gonna happen. And the value, let's set it to yellow. Yeah, just like that. So if I go ahead and let's save this, you can see if I refresh this one, you can see that actually nothing happens. So why this is happening? Because the last one, or the one that will override them all, is the inline way right here. Okay, in the style right here. This is gonna override the other two methods. So if I go ahead and just remove this one, or actually remove the whole thing, just like this, and save, fresh, you can see right here our text right here is getting the yellow color, because it just read this. What actually happens when we try to execute our HTML file, like the interpreter or the engine just goes off from top to bottom and applies applies every line. So it gets right here and sees the style and overrides all the styling that's going on right here. Okay, so if I go ahead and I want to do another property and value, let's say this one for background color. It's right here, and if I set this, I know it's gonna look really ugly, but if I set this to black, I know my page will look really ugly. If I refresh right here, you can see that we have actually the background whole as a whole in just black. So as you've seen right here, it's so simple. You just have to add these semicolons right here, and you can't leave it for the last one. But if you have to write another property and value, you'll have to write it. Okay, just like here. So this is basically for the internal with the style tag. Now, what if we want to perform our own external file? Sometimes you'll have to write a lot of CSS, and you can just use the style right here. This will get like take a lot of space. So you can actually write your own style in another file right here and link this style in this page right here. So how to basically do this? So I just commented this one, and if I go ahead and create a file right here for our design, you can call this style.css. You can call it whatever you want, okay, but I just like to call it style. It's a convention between programmers, I guess. So I'm gonna also define this as a CSS style file because of course this CSS, it all makes sense. So if I were to save this, you can see that we have our CSS, that's style.css right here, and you can't write any HTML here or anything here. You just have to write your own CSS. So if I were to go ahead, and this is like my file right here, let's say I only have the paragraph right here. Let's create another element, which is going to be h1 hello from heading 1. Okay, if I were to close this, okay, and we want to perform our CSS on this one. So what's basically gonna happen is the same thing that happened here. We only just gonna have to go to our CSS style. Okay, we are gonna write our element. Let's say it's h1, and we are gonna perform whatever we want, like inside our brackets right here. So we need a property and we need a value. Now for the property, let's say let's use color, okay, and for the color I'm just gonna use blue. If now I were to save this one and go ahead and refresh, you can see that actually nothing happens right here. So why is that? Because we didn't actually link our style.css file to our css first.html file. So how to do this? And as I said, like in the first couple of videos, if we like the CSS files we need to link, will go right here in the head tag. Okay, so how to basically do this? We're just gonna open our tag right here, write in link, and this is the tag. Okay, and we need our property, which is going to be real, is a relation, and the relation is style sheet, and we need like the path for this file, which is href, which is hypertext reference. Okay, and we need to close these guys right here, and we need the name of our file, which is style.css. So and just close this one, and it doesn't have a closing tag. It's one of these elements. So this is basically how you do it. The relation, the real here stands for relation, and this is the style sheet. This is like, you know, the main point of this link. We're telling the link that what we need to get is a style sheet from this one, and the href is like the path for the folder, okay, the reference of the folder. Okay, so if we were to save this and refresh now, we can see that our color right here has applied. If we go ahead to our CSS file and set this to green, refresh this one right here, we can see that it's now actually turning to green. So this is basically for the external file right here. And if we need to do like one for the paragraph, if we go ahead and just can do this, and for, let's do a font size right here, we can see 30 pixels, and save this, go back right here. Okay, refresh this, you can see now it's a little bigger than before. So this is basically it. So now if I go back to my HTML file right here, and if I were to go and add a style for this one, okay, and add a color, and let's say this color is what is the last color? Yeah, I didn't actually add any colors for the paragraph. So what if I were to choose blue for this one right here? It's actually gonna affect this color right here. But if I were to go right here and just implement a font size for this one, so I just need to add a semicolon right here and just copy and paste this. Let's keep this one for about 40, or let's keep it just 50. Okay, and save this and just refresh it again. You can see right here it's actually the one that's taking effect is this one right here, and I can actually confirm that in multiple ways. I can add a color right here for this one, and I can set this one to green right away. It's okay, it's fine. Yeah, if I were to refresh this, it's not actually going, or it's not actually like taking effect. The one that's taking effect, the method like the attribute style right here, because this is the last one which will override all of these guys right here. So I know this one was a little long, but it was a good way to explain how CSS is written, how it works, and all of that. So this is basically it, and sorry if the video is long, guys. I'm sorry about that, and see you on the next video. Hello developers, and what's going on? So in this one we are going to talk about links, and links are basically just anchors, or just a way for the user to move around in your website, or to go on other websites, or to go to certain pages on your website. Okay, and it's basically really important. Okay, no page or no website that doesn't have any links. Every website gotta have links. Okay, so we're just gonna take a look at those today. So if I comment these guys out, I'm still in my CSS first.html file, and if I were to go and create a link, we're just gonna type the E, which stands for an anchor, and I'm gonna do the href, which we've been using right now, equals and double quotes, and the link of the website. Let's say I want to go to, let's say I want to go to something like LinkedIn. Okay, we're just gonna copy the link, and of course this can be any link you want. And if I were to go close this one, and now I need a content because it's a needs a closing tag. Let's say my link, and close this one like this. And if I were to save, now go back and refresh this one, I only have my link right here. And if you can see right down there, there is some link that appears. Go back right here, yeah, and it's LinkedIn link. So if I were to go and click it, it will just, you know, take me back to LinkedIn. So this is basically it for links. But what if I want this link to to be redirected or to be open in a new tab like this? Okay, I don't need to go every time and just click right click on it and just click like this. I want to just click it just like this and go to another tab right here, and this one is going to be achieved by the target link. Okay, so target is basically which allows you to boot your link back to another tab. And we can do self, and self is basically the default value. It will just keep it like in the same link as we're doing it. But what if we need to move to another tab? We need to use blank, okay, like this. And if I save this one, refresh right now, if I click it, you can see right here, just opens right away in another new tab. So yeah, this is target. It's really useful. Okay, I have also another attribute I want to talk about, which is the title. If I were to go to the title and let's say, right, this is my normal link. If I were to refresh this and go back right there, and if I hover over it, you can see that we have our little we have our little tooltip or a little message that appears right here on when I hover over my link. So yeah, you can of course tweak this as you know, as you want or as you like. And what if we go back to our href and we want to go to another file right here, to one of these files right here? We can actually do this by only writing the name of the file. So it's pretty simple. Let's say we want to go to the index.html, and you can see right here we have the index right here in the same folder. And if we were to just save this and refresh it, we now click, it will just open the index right away in another page. Okay, we can actually try paragraphs. It's just right here, and we can set this to self, so it will open in just the same page. Okay, no new tabs. We refresh, click right now, and you can see right here that we are getting our paragraphs .html file. Of course, you can link to any file you want, but if you link to CSS, it will not make any sense. Okay, so this is basically it for the links. They're really useful. You're gonna use them a lot, and thanks for watching this video. Hey, what's up guys, and welcome to another video. And this one we're gonna talk about images. I guess we've talked about it before, but I will go in a little bit of detail about it. Okay, so basically the tag image allows you to embed or reserve some space for images on your page. Okay, and you actually know that you already know that images are really important. Okay, they are really important when talking about media, so you're gonna use this one a lot. So basically, to do this, you're gonna type in image, or EMG is just short for image. And we have a lot of attributes to talk about here. First of all, the required one is a source attribute. Okay, press on equal and our double quotes right here. So here we need to define our image in this one. So if we go right here, I have another image which is called pro.gbg right here. So if I go ahead and type it in, pro.gbg, and if I close this one just like this, it's really simple and easy. And let me comment this one out. So just highlight it, control and backslash, sorry. So if I just save again, refresh, you can see but you know, the image is kind of huge right here. So if I go back and I can set to it a width and a height. Okay, it's just normal attributes. The width is gonna be like 200, you know, the height, let's give it also 200. And you can increase this or decrease this at whatever you want. If I refresh this back, we can see that our image is basically right here. Okay, so but what if it's what if our image is like in another folder right here? How can we do this? So if I go and create a file right here, let's call this create a folder, let's call this images, and I'm gonna just move this right here. If I were to go and refresh this one, you can see right here this the icon appears that actually shows that we are having a problem showing our image is not found. So yeah, it's not found. So how to basically do this one? Actually showing here that our image pro.gbg is not found in the console. Okay, it's just an error. So how do we get this? We can actually just go right here and move into the folder or navigate through the folder by doing a backslash and the name of the folder, which was images, and just backslash again to just separate the image from the folder name. And if we were to save this and push this back, and we can see that we're actually getting, if let's just remove this, yeah, it's actually happening right here. So this is basically it. We didn't actually need the slash right here in the beginning. So you can see how easy this is. So if we were to go back and do another folder right here, I'm just gonna try a little something. Let's call this parent. Okay, and if we remove, if we get this folder inside of this one and we refresh, you can see that's not showing because we need to get our little folder here again. If we now save this and refresh, and you can see that it's actually getting our image back. So this is basically how to map through folders and get your image, or if it's basically in the same path or in the same directory, you'll just have to write the image name right away. So I hope that makes sense. So we have another, attribute to talk about, which is the alt or the alternative attribute, which actually you can write a text inside it or a message that will pop up when the image is not there. Okay, sometimes it's just the internet is slow and you want to point something out to the user that this image is that image is actually talking about this or describing this, or whatever you want to write here in the alternative text. So if we go, this is my programming image, and if we save this one, can just refresh this. If we now the image is showing right now, so we won't get our alternative text. But if we were to go and just delete these guys right here, which is actually wrong, which will not show the image, and if we were to go refresh this, you can see that the text right here is showing up, telling us what this image is about. And sometimes you'll just use it in slow internet connections, stuff like that. Is actually really SEO friendly. So yeah, this is basically it. And for the width and height, I just want to point out that it's not a good use actually to use them. A better use, if you want to design stuff, you have to use a style attribute. Okay, but I just did those guys here just to save us some time. Okay, so this is basically it for the images. Of course, if you want to add another one, you can just copy this one right here, and we can do a WC. I guess it was, let me just check. Yeah, it was JPG also. If we save this, refresh back, you can see that our second image is right over here. And yeah, if it's inside a folder, you'll have to type it and then slash, as we've seen in this video. So this is basically it. Bye. Hello guys, and what's going on? So on this one we're gonna talk about tables, but before we do that, I just wanna give you some little info about images. You can actually link an image from online, or from an online, from the internet, not just a link on your PC. So to basically do this, you can go to this website right here, placeholder.com, and just scroll to that down here, and you can copy this one. This is basically a placeholder, a link for an image, or you can just open it up like this, and you can copy it. And if we go to our last file, and if I go and replace it with this one right here, if I save this, you can see right here, if I refresh, that I have my image right here. We can actually try another one. Let's just scroll down. Yeah, we have like 300 right here. If I copy this and replace, I can just set this to 300. It's basically the same link. You just save. I go back and refresh. Now we have 300 image. Okay, if we inspect it, you can see right here, it's actually, here is the source of the image. All right, sounds great. So now I created another file right here, tables, and we are gonna just go with tables now. So what are basically tables? Tables are basically data containers. That's it. They are just any like any other tables that you will see. Okay, they contain data, or they outline your data. And I wouldn't say I use them a lot, but you might be, who knows. I don't usually or often use them, but let's go and just do an example right here. So to create a table, yeah, you've guessed it, we need the table tag, and of course we need to close it. All right, and now we need the tr, and we're gonna close the tr. TR basically stands for table row, because every table is just a couple of rows. And right here we need a table head, th, and let's name this one id, and let's close it. And we need another one, another th, basically just a simple table head. Give this name, and we're gonna close this one. This is actually th, and if we just copy this one real quick so I don't use that much time. Alright, so basically this is the first table row, and these guys are the table headers. So if I go right now, table tr, another table row, we're gonna close this tr, and I'm gonna just do a little table data ed, and now we need an id. Let's see an id of 1, and let's close this. And if I copy this, Control C, Control V again. Now gonna keep this name. Yeah, it's actually not a name, we need this as an age. Okay, if we keep this one as my name, you can write whatever name you want, and let's see the age is just 20. And if I copy this whole thing and just paste it right here, let's say this too, and this is, let's say, Raj. Yeah, I know you guys. Now let's get this once more. Let's keep this. That's fine, 23 is fine. Let's keep the ID for 3 and the name as, let's say, Sam, and we can keep this one as 24. So this is basically how you create a table. You need this table tag, you need a couple of rows. The first row is the table for the table headers, and the second row is the data, like the third row is also data, and the fourth row is also data right here. Okay, and you can of course create as many table rows as you can. Just keep in mind to keep the number of the table data as the number of the table headers. Okay, but you can create any number you want, but we'll just go with this. Now if I save this and go right here to tables, my file, and see right here that we have our own table, but it looks pretty ugly, so I'm just gonna design this a little bit. If I go to the table and give it style attribute, I'm gonna keep the width, and this is the width of the element for 100%. And I know that you guys don't know a lot of CSS, but basically this will just keep keep everything will make everything gets its whole width of container. Okay, this is basically it for the width. Just refresh this, you can see that everything now got its own whole container. Okay, if I put this to reset back, but let's just keep it as that. Okay, and now I need to design to give it some borders so it's gonna look a little nicer, and I'm gonna just do this by using the style tag, as this is where we utilize what we've learned. And then next in the last videos, and I'm just gonna give the table and TD and TH. Yeah, and you can actually give more than one element the same style. Okay, you'll just have to do your little comma right here, and this is the style we're gonna write right here. It's gonna be affect all these guys. Okay, so it'll affect the TD and the TR. So if I go ahead and give it a border, and a border is basically an outliner, it's a wrapper border. I'm gonna give it style of solid, and I'm gonna give it border size, and this only is gonna be 1 pixel, and also border color green. And if I save this, let's see what we have right here. You can see right here it looks a little nicer. So basically what we did in this video is just creating a table. Alright, and we give the table a whole width, so everything can get its own its whole width. Okay, because everything that's created, every element that's ever created gets a certain width once it's created. Okay, but we're setting it to get the whole length of it, and we're giving it, like here we're giving a table, and the table data right here, and the table header, we're giving him a border, okay, which is basically an outliner, and we can actually remove all of these three, and we can write the whole thing in one line. I'll just show you this real quick. I hope that you don't get confused, okay, because this is a CS video. 1bx solid green, but we can just, you know, can just leave CSS out. Everything will just look so ugly. So if we actually remove all these guys right here and save this and refresh, you can see right here nothing actually happens. So we can write all of these just in one line, which actually looks a little bit nicer and smarter. Alright, so I hope that makes sense. If you want to like grab another record real quick, give this 4, and let's keep this you know, just Arab name. We give it like 25. If we save this one, we'll just add another more record right here. So basically this is it for tables. I hope that everything makes sense, and see you guys in the next video. So now we are gonna look at another data wrapper, which are lists. Okay, so basically let's just group or wrap data up in a certain way, which is actually different from tables. Okay, and we're gonna see that, but in a minute I'm gonna show you what happened. I just created a list file right here, and I'm gonna just do some examples. And I think we need to know about lists also, that we have different kind of lists. In this video I'm gonna just explain ordered and unordered lists. Alright, so let me just start with creating my own comment right here. Let's start with ordered list. Alright, and basically do this. All you have to do is just to go, you know, OL, which is basically a short for order list, and close this and start one again, and OL. As any other tag or element your route. So now inside we need some other items, which is, or other tags, which are li, and close this. And now we need the content right here, and we need to close, we need to write our closing tag. Okay, so basically the li, the L is just for list and the I for item. It's basically for just a list item right here. And of course we can add as many as we want. Alright, so if I just go and list some programming languages, just a dummy example. Now we need to write another one. Let's say this one's gonna be PHP li. Now if I just copy this, Control S, Control V, and V again. If I'm sorry about that, that was my phone. So basically, as I was saying, I was just copying this and adding some dummy data right here. Let's say this one C++, and this one right here is Python. Right, sounds great. Now if I save this one and go right here to my list file, refresh this one, you can see that we have our list right here. Let me just zoom this in, and you see that we have our list right here. Now I can actually add more as we want. Let me save this one to Ruby. Right, now we have our fifth item right here. You can actually set this if you want to display this in another way, as like non-numbered ways, you can just go right here and type in this attribute type, and we can set this A, and if we save this, will now become A, B, C, D, E, and we can set it also to Roman numbers, I right here, and you can see right here we have our own Roman numbers. And of course you can copy this and add a little more, and add as many lists as you want. Now if I were to go and comment this one, so we can go to the next list, is unordered list, and as you may have guessed, we need now the UL, which stands for the unordered list. Now UL, and just the same way, okay, li, which stands for list item. Now let's give this one for frameworks, I say Laravel li, and this one Bootstrap, which is just a CSS framework. No, I'm sorry about that. This is li, this is actually the content. Okay, li, and just me just copy a little more, and this one, let's see, cake PHP, and the last one is Node.js. And if we go back and refresh this one, you can see that we have our unordered list right here. So if I go now if I go now and I want to change like the style of these bullets right here, I can basically do this with my attribute style, and the property is going to be list dash style type, and I can set this one to let's say square. Well, let's just see what it gives us. Fresh, now we can see them as squares, and you can set this to circles. refresh this. No, it's not. That's not true. Square circles. Yeah, we can set it as desk. Okay. This back. Now it's giving us the desk. Let's set this the circle. All right. Yeah, this is basically it for, it's basically it for the unordered list. All right, so this is basically it for this video. It should be really short, and lists are prominent, so you're gonna use them a lot all over your page. All right, so this is it for this video, and I hope to see you guys in the next video. So now we've talked a bit about lists. I'm gonna just create with you guys the simple navigation menu so we can train what we've learned, and you can expect this and as an exercise and just follow along with me. Okay, so basically we're gonna create an ordered list, and we're gonna design it a little using CSS. And don't be afraid, it's gonna be really simple. CSS is very predictable, and you just use it a lot, and it's not that hard. Okay, and we're not gonna write a lot of CSS. Actually, it's really basic exercise, so you just follow along. So first of all, we're gonna create our unordered list. If you haven't created, of course, this file, just go ahead and create it, and we are gonna type in our list items. Let's call this one yeah, actually we are gonna use our anchors right here, and of course you can use any tags inside this list items. We're gonna set this one href nothing, which is basically a hash. It's just a convention. If you don't want to write anything in the href, you write your hash. Okay, so let's give this for home. Let's close this one, and let's close the list item. Okay, and just copy this, Control C, F just twice. Let's call this about. This one is contact. All right, so if we save this one, you can actually just right click on this and open in the browser. You can see right here that we have our list right here. Our unordered list right here. So we're just gonna need to design this a little bit. So of course, to design this one, we're gonna need a style tag right here. Let's close it. And now we need to snap the unordered list so we can perform a design. And our first thing that we need to do is just clip off or make the margin and padding for 0. And basically the margin is the space around the element itself. Okay, so basically we wanna when we come over here, we want to eliminate all of these spaces right here. This is basically the margin, and the padding is for clipping also the spaces, but in borders. Okay, so we want to clip every space, or we want to remove every space right here. So if we go to the margin 0, and the padding also is 0. Okay, and we want to eliminate these like bullets right here. And for this one, we're gonna go ahead and start a list style type, and this is gonna be none. Okay, so if we save this one and go ahead and refresh, you can see that we got our these guys right here this way. So actually we can perform some other certain and we also need to do an overflow, which will also clip our content right here. We'll clip some of the spaces around our content, and the last one we are gonna do a background color is gonna be red. Alright, so if we save this one, go back right here and refresh, and see right here that we got this background color right here. So now we need to snap the list item. Okay, so we can actually deal with every item right here. So let me just explain how this will goes. So yeah, if I snap on this one, you can see the list item is the whole thing, like from the home to like to the far width. If I go for the anchor, it's just basically the text. Okay, and the UL is the whole thing, as you've seen right here. Okay, so like it's highlighted in here. So if I go ahead and just try to get my list item, and we're only gonna do one thing, which is the float, and the float will basically remove all of these list items to the left. Okay, for the float you can set it to left, right, you know, top, bottom, but now we need to just set it to the left. Okay, so we can get everything on the left, and you can see right here we're getting all of these guys on the left. Okay, so now what we need is to just change the color of these guys, and we want to make like some padding so we can have some spaces between them. Okay, and we want to just remove the line under them. So basically what we're gonna do, we're gonna snap the eye, and if you want to go for what do you call it, if you want to go for an element inside another element, you'll have to write, you know, the parent first and the child. Okay, the parent is the, what is that? Yeah, actually this, well, this is supposed to be like this. So if you want to go for the child, you're gonna, which is the anchor right here, you're gonna have to write the parent right here. So if we go like this, and let's set the color for let's set it for white, and let's do the text decoration, let's set it to none, and this basically will make the text decoration, it will just delete it or remove it. And now we need some padding, and padding will, let's set it for 16 pixels. And basically the padding, as I said earlier, it's basically some spaces between the elements. Okay, so if I save this, refresh it. So actually the overflow was supposed to be hidden, not none. Okay, and if I save this, go back and refresh, you can see that right here we have our menu. Okay, so now we need to center it a little bit, and we are gonna just go for text align, and that will center our content. Okay, so basically we're actually done right here. So for our last thing, we want to just we want to add a hover effect for our content right here. So the hover effect will basically, we'll basically just do an action when we hover over these anchors right here. So we want the background color to be white, and we want the color to be black. Okay, so now if we save this, refresh, and see right here that we get like some nice effect right here. So this is basically the menu. It was just a simple example of how an order, of how to do some CSS with your order list. Of course, like so yeah, this is basically it, and thanks for watching. Hello guys, and what's going on? So in this one we are going to be working with forms, which are all over the place, starting from your Facebook login page, Instagram login or register page. Like, forms are really crucial and important on the web. Okay, and forms, as you might know, they just ways or just a mean to collect data from the user and process it using some back-end language. Okay, so basically the main idea of forms is to collect data. Okay, just like the forms, on paper, they're basically the same thing. So this is our page right here, our HTML document with like the file forms right over here, and we are going to do just a form. Okay, and basically to create a form on the web, it's really easy. You just have to go form tag, and let me close this. And this is actually going to take a couple of videos. Okay, forms are a big deal on the web. So to go over here, we can do some labels, which is basically what the text that the user will see. Okay, just to indicate what this input for, and we need to do our for right here. And you can write this, you can write it like whatever you want. Let's say this is for first name, and we are gonna call this first name. We're gonna close this one. All right, so now we are gonna start with our input or text field. Input. There's a lot of things that you can put on your form. Okay, so this is why it's gonna take a couple of videos to do this. So basically we can do input type of text fields, we can do check boxes, we can do select boxes, we can do text areas, just a whole lot of them. And for this one we are gonna do an attribute right here, which is the type, which actually defines the type of this input, and we can do this one as text. Okay, and we need another attribute right here. Let's call it's actually name. Okay, and name is basically just a reference. When you're working with your backend, you're gonna use this to insert or update or delete data. So the name is actually really important, and we can call this f name just for the first name. Okay, and it's basically you don't need a closing tag for this one. So if I just copy these guys right here and just paste them again, just to save you some time, we can call this let's say we can keep this whole one as a name, we can say this also as a name. All right, just to make it more real life, and we can keep this one as email, and we can also copy this and keep this for email. You can actually write this for whatever you want, but let's just keep it as that, just to be more clear. And the input type, we can keep it as text, or we can actually set it as an email. They're basically the same thing. And this one, we're gonna keep it as an email. Now let me just do one more. All right, so we can set this as password, the password, and we can copy it right here, and we can give the name as password, and we're gonna set the type as a password. All right, so I need to do some BRs right here so we can get a new line for every one of these lines right over here. All right, so if I save this whole thing and I will just go for my forms page and just refresh, you can see right here that we got the name, which is the label. Let me open up my inspect element. Okay, the label is the name right here, and if we click on this icon right here, you can see the input, which is right here with the name and the type is text, and you can see in the next one the email input right here. All right, and the name is also here, and it just goes on and on. But if we try actually and write something right here, we can say, can put whatever name you like, and we can go whatever you like. And if we try go ahead and write the password, okay, maybe there is something wrong with the type. Password, yeah, there was something wrong. We actually have more than 2 S's right here, so we actually password was wrong. So if I save this, if I go right here and refresh, I can just type it in real quick, email. Just I want to show you how the password displays when we write it, just as you see every day on the web. If I try to write the password, you can see right here actually appears as dots. Okay, so this is basically the difference between the types. If we set it to text, it's gonna like show up as a text, but if we set it as a password, okay, the input type, it's gonna show up as a password, and that's only logical, right? So we can actually add another input right here. Let me just add a BR right for this one, and we can add an input of type of text, sorry, not text, just a button. All right, and we can name this one as submit, and let's see what we have. Okay, and basically, yeah, this input type button named submit, yeah, the name is basically submit. If we now save and refresh, you can see that right here we have like an input, but we don't actually have a value for it. So if we set a value, which is another attribute, it will give us, you know, a name for this button. Now we can set the value for submit, refresh, and we can see here the submit value in the input right here. So basically this is what the value does when you write an input type of button. But when you write it for an input type of any let's say of a type of text, let's just try it out. And I know like this is a lot to take on one video, but you know, this is gonna be a really useful example when you write forms. Okay, I don't actually need to memorize anything here, just understand and don't try to memorize. Okay, and for this value right here, I can put the email as at gmail.com. Okay, so I'm setting a value for the input. If we save this, refresh back, you can see that we have our email right here. So to recap, the value when you write it for a type of button, it's basically the writing on this button. Okay, but when you set it for a type of text, it's basically going to be the value, the real value for this text, as you've seen right here. Okay, so yeah, this is basically it, and these are not everything in this form. So I basically let's recap what we're doing right here. So forms are basically a way of collecting data on the internet, and they're processed by some back-end language. Okay, and we have two types for now, or two things for now to use with forms. First of all, a label and the input. Okay, the label just basically tells the user on the screen what to do with this input. Like this one is for name, this one for email, and this one for password. All right, and the input is the actual text field, or the actual input. Okay, and we have two main attributes for now. We have the type, which dictates the type of this input. It can be text and it can be button. Okay, there's actually too many of them, but we're just getting started with forms right now. And we have the second attribute, which is the name, and you can set this to anything you want. It's just basically a reference that you set for dealing with the back end later on, or dealing with some other programming language to collect this data later on. Okay, and we have right here a last thing, the value attribute. Okay, which differs from like the input with a type of button, basically like the writing on the button, and for like the input of type text, it's basically the main value that you write on the text right here. So yeah, this is basically our forms, just in a simple, very simple terms. And in the next couple of videos, we're gonna take a deeper look at forms. All right, so this is basically it for this one, and see you in the next video. So now to the next form video, which is also really interesting and important, and we're going to talk about in this one about select, button, and text area. And actually you have a lot of form elements. If you guys look at this one, let me just paste it right here. These are like the form elements that we can use. Okay, and there is a lot more, but we will not discuss every one of those, because it just take a little too much. I already did input, label. I'm gonna do select, text area, and button, and you can look up these guys. They're basically like really simple. So yeah, let me just comment those, and let's go back to our form element stuff. So now to create a select, so we can start by just describing and explaining what select box is, which is basically a data collector like the input, but it gives you like too many options to choose from, or like pre-written options to choose from. And if we just go ahead and write in select, as you may have noticed, it's very predictable, and we can specify a name. And as I said, the name is just a reference for the back-end processing. Let's name this one gender. All right, and now we need to write our options, and just close this option. And yeah, we actually need the value right here. Let's say this one male, and the content male, and just copy this a little more, female, and here female, and this one is other. All right, so type it in real quick. And now if I save this one, let's say we want to type something right here, we can do a table, or we can do, sorry, a label. Yeah, can say this one as for gender. and we can also go choose, what would you call it, gender. So yeah, let me just copy this one, or got it and get it right here. All right, and just move this, and now if I save this one, let's say our select, we refresh, now you can see that we have our select just right here. If I now do one other more PR, we can get a new line. Yeah, let's just do one more. Save this, and yeah, so we can get this page so the form can look a little more nicer. So we have our, yeah, actually let me do another one right here. So yeah, this is basically it. Now it says choose gender, which is the label. If I inspect on this one, you can see right here the label here, and here you go, our select box right here with the value and everything, and with its options. All right, so what if I want to, like, when the page loads again, I want to give the user a pre-selected option from this. You can basically write, you know, your attribute which is selected, and when you write it, this one's going to be selected once the user opens the page. So if now I refresh, you can see that one that's pre-selected is female. Now if I try it, let me just cut it here and go for male, and just save and refresh. You can see right here that male is already selected right there for us, and it's actually by default the first one is going to be selected. All right, so this is basically it for the selection box. It basically gives the user some options to choose from. All right, so up to the next one, which was on the text area. All right, so let me just go down here, text area, and we are gonna do some calls, which are basically the columns, and this basically dictates the number of columns that you will have. Let's say 10 columns, and rows, and this also will dictate the number of rows that you are gonna get. And let's also do a name. I'm actually writing the name just to let you know it's really important. And let's say this data, and just set a dummy name for now, and can close this one, text area, just like this. And if we save this one, let me do both of these guys right here. And now let's refresh. You can see right here that we got our own select box. If we are gonna increase the number of rows, let me increase it to 20, so it can look a little bigger. It's actually a lot bigger. We need to increase this guy, and this one, let's set it for 15. All right, so let's keep this as 10. We now save, and now if we refresh, you can see right here we got our text area. All right, so if we need some content inside the text area that's already shown, we can go just some, here is, let's say, here is my bio, just a little something. If we refresh, you can see right here we got our content in here. So this is basically it, the text area, which is just another big input that you set on your page if you want to collect some data which is bigger than an input. All right, so you can dictate everything, the columns, rows, and of course the name. So yeah, it's pretty simple, easy, and you're gonna do it a lot. So last one is the button, and we already have a button on this input right here, okay, which is a type of button, but there is also, you can set your own button without using the input. We can just do button right here, and basically the button it's just a clickable button to collect data, or to submit data to this form, or to just do any other processing on the page. And the button, let's set it to a name. Let's set it to submit. All right, and we'll just delete this one later, and let's close this one. And as you've seen right here, we can see the name as submit. All right, and we don't need a type for the button right here because it's already a button. Okay, and if we save this one and go right here, we can see that we have two types of buttons right now. If we go ahead and just comment this one right over here and refresh this, and see that we have our button right here. There it is. Okay, if we click on it, okay, nothing will actually happen. It's just sending this data that we have on our forms right here, but nothing usually happens. Okay, we're just working on some content. So yeah, this is basically it for the button. And if I want to just do this, is gonna be a little JavaScript, so don't freak out. It's just a programming language, and this one should be really easy. So if I want to just do something, when I click on this button right here, it can just like display a symbol tab right here, just to show you that the button just is clickable. And on click, we're gonna do, let's see, alert. It's just, we're gonna show some little alert, hello from alert. All right, so this should work. If I now save this one and go ahead and refresh, if I click on here, you can see that right here, hello from input. So yeah, this is basically it for the form. These three form elements. Hope you guys liked it. Okay, just don't freak out, everything is fine. Okay, yeah, I know it's getting a little bigger and bigger over time, but you'll just get there and do it. So yeah, see you in the next video. So now to another form video, and we're getting to the end of the form. We have these guys right here. We have radio, button, checkboxes, and files. Basically, we've talked in the previous videos about some input types, and we're gonna take a look at those guys right here. We talked about the input type text, talked about password, and we talked about the input type button. But today we're gonna take a look at radio button, which allows you to choose from different choices. And the checkbox is pretty similar to the radio button, and the file allows you to download a file. Okay, we're not gonna actually download it. Let's you just choose a file from your PC. To download a file, you need to work with some backend language like PHP, Ruby, C#, something like that. So let me just paste this right here. This is how you actually write your radio input. Okay, so just take a look, pause the video. I didn't want to do all of this in the video, so we'll make it too big. So just take a look, and we look right here, we have the input right here, we have the type, which is radio, and the value is the teacher. Now let me just add a label right here. for job. Let's may call it choose your job. All right, so now if I add just a br right here, we get a new line. All right, so now we have the input type of radio, and the value is a teacher, and the name is a job, and we have the label right here, and we have also another input, and you have to keep the name the same thing in the whole three inputs right here, or it will choose all of them. Okay, but obviously when you try to use a radio button, you only have to let the user, to make the user just choose one thing, okay, one option only. So this one we have also a type radio, and we have the value as a doctor, and we have also some label right here, and the last one we have the radio type as radio also, and the value as a lawyer. And as you can see in here right here, you can just save this after type it, of course. And if I'm going to go right here and just refresh, you can see that right here I can only choose one of these guys. If I now go ahead and inspect on them just to see how our code looks in the console, you can see right here that we have radio buttons right here. Alright, so this is basically it for radio buttons. They allow a user to choose something. Alright, only one thing. Now if we go ahead and also do some checkbox example, let's say this one, if you're like, of course you're on Facebook or you're on any other like social media website, they will allow you to log in, and sometimes you have this checkbox that allows you to, if you click on it, you'll just it says like remember me, okay, remember me. It will just, you know, the next time you are gonna go and use your website or gonna log into your account, it will be already logged in. And this is basically what our checkbox is, you know, it's just a test case. This is what basically a checkbox is used for. If I go right over here and input and type, it's gonna be a check box right here, and the name, let's say remember me, and we can do just a symbol label right here, for remember me, and remember me, which is going to be the content of the label. Okay, now if we save this, refresh that, you can see that right here we have, you can see right here, hopefully you're seeing this one. Okay, it's right here, it says remember, let me just get back, yeah, remember me, and we need a PR right here. Oh, no, it's not right here, it's right here. Alright, so this is basically how it works. Alright, so this is basically for those two. Now if I go to the last one, which is the file, as of course it's pretty similar. All we have to do is just type an input, type file, and we will of course can set a value, we can set a name, let's set a name, my file, and this is basically it. So we now, let's just like do some other label right here, so because why not, my file, you can write this as that for the for, you can write any name you want, and of course right here you can also write any name you want, my file. All right, But of course for the types are choosing board, so you can type anything, so you can't type anything you want. And the names, of course, you can type anything you want. So if I save this one, go right here, also refresh, you can see that right here we have a choose file like button. If we click on it, now we can just go ahead and download or upload, actually not download, upload any file we want. If we actually go to pics, and if we pick this picture right here, you can see the name of the picture is right here. You can do it again. You can see the name of the picture right here. Alright, so let me do some BR. And as you're seeing right here, it's just a pretty simple input, and not only just pics, you can also choose like a file of txt right here. Alright, so basically when you're gonna choose your file, it's just gonna appear right here. And so yeah, this is basically it for the input, the checkbox, and the radio buttons, and see you guys in the next video. So we're just getting up there, and this one is all about some form attributes. Okay, there is basically multiple attributes for the form, and the most important ones are action and method. So basically we're just gonna go right up here and do an action attribute. An action basically just allows the form to go to a certain page so it can perform its own back-end operations. Okay, every form to be processed has to go somewhere, or has to be processed on the back end using some file. Let's see, we're gonna just do like a file.php, and this form is gonna process this one right over here. If we actually go ahead and save this and try to click on the button right here, it will just give us nothing. Actually, it will just tell that the file.php does not exist, which is actually fair because we don't actually have it here. So this is basically, I'm actually not gonna do some PHP work because I don't want to confuse you. Just like know right now, or keep in mind right now that the action is concerned with the back end. Okay, the back end file that's gonna do the form processing is file.php, or whatever actually any file name that you write here. So this is basically it for the action. Now the second thing is the method, and the method basically allows you to choose an HTTP request, or to do an HTTP request to process this file right here. And we have like two main PHP requests. We actually have 4, but I'm gonna talk about only get and post right here. Okay, so basically every time like a form is processed through some file, this file is gonna do some operation with the whole form. Okay, and the get, if we choose get right here, we just go like this. This method right here only collects the data in the URL, just like right here right now. Okay, these data are sent through the whole URL, and it's actually limited. It's a limited small amount of data. So yeah, this is basically for the get method. Okay, and we also have the post method. If we try it right over here, of course I'm not gonna save or anything because we don't actually have a file to process true. I'm just this is like some theoretical knowledge, but when you're gonna work with the back end, you're gonna use those two a lot. All right. And if you don't work with the back end and you want to be a front end developer, it's just good to know. It's just good to know. If you're a front end developer, you're actually gonna work on the back end. So because you're gonna be work someday with a back end developer, okay, and just process stuff. Okay, it's inevitable. So you have to know them. If either you're a front end developer, either you're gonna be a front end developer or a back end developer. All right, there's just web protocols. All right. So the second one is post, and the post processes like the form and basically sends large amount of data compared to get. Okay, the data is unlimited when using the post method. The post method doesn't send the data to the URL. Okay, it actually just after like using the method, it just sends you to some other page but it doesn't send the data right here in the URL. That's why it's actually it's more used. It's mostly used than the get method right here, because sometimes you'll need to send some sensitive data, and get will just show every bit of information you type into your form to the URL, which is actually unbelievably insecure. Okay, so basically these are the two methods that we are going to be looking into right here, and these are the main two attributes for every form out there that's working on the back end. So this is basically it for you guys for forms. I think you have like pretty good knowledge right now that can get you going with forms, and see you on the next video. So now to another big important tutorial, which is the inline and block tags. So this is really important. You might want to pay attention to this one because it's really big. And we have right here only two kinds of elements on the web: the inline elements and the block elements. All right, so what basically are they? The inline element is an element that does not start on a new line, and it only takes up as much width as necessary. All right, so we have a lot of tags right here, or a lot of elements that are considered as inline elements. But before I just do an example, I just want to show you what are basically the width and height are. They might belong to CSS, but they're actually really embedded in HTML also. So I just want to create an anchor, and an anchor right here. Where is it? It's right up here in this. Yeah, it's actually right here, which is an inline, tag. And let me just do a link right here. There is my link. So if I save this one, go back right over here and refresh, you can see that we have our old link right here. If I inspect on this, you can see how important the console is. It's basically everything. And if I like hover or click on this icon right here and hover over it, you can see that we have some information about this element, like the color, the font, accessibility, contrast, name, and whatever you call it. And if you look, we have like some numbers on the right, 24.89 multiply 17.75, and the first one is the width, the second one is basically the height. Okay, so the width basically is the horizontal line, all the horizontal line up here, and the height is basically the vertical line, and this basically applies to every other or every element that's created on your web page. Okay, again, the width is the whole vertical, the width is the whole horizontal line, and the height is the whole vertical line. Okay, and this is basically an inline element, so it will take up as width as necessary, and you know, it will not start on a new line. If I go up right over here and try to create another, you know, link, which is basically an inline element, and let's see what's gonna happen. My second, let's just keep it for one line, link, just finish this one like this, and we go ahead. That you can see that we have our own other link in the same line. Okay, and this, you know, this is how basically, of course, you can edit this or alter this as much as you want by using CSS, but I'm just showing you what's going on here on the inline and block elements. Okay, and we have a new tag right here that I'm gonna discuss today, which is the span element. And the span element is basically an inline element, and you can use it, you know, can use the span element mark or just apply some style on some text on your paragraphs or on your anchors or whatever you want to do right here on your page. So if I go ahead and just span this one like this and finish this one, and if I pick this up and just do a little styling, actually you can just use the style attribute right here. If I go the color equals, no, not equals, column blue. Now if I save this one and refresh, yeah, it's actually it's actually blue by default. Let me choose red. You can see that right here we have this span, this link right here as, you know, as a red. All right, so basically the span is an inline element which applies some text, which just marks some text on a document or on your HTML elements. Okay, and it's an inline element, so as you can see right here that the link is still in the same line. All right, so I can do another link right here just to show you it's actually working, or we can actually use and make use of some other, you know, yeah, we can choose the bold. We can do another element, so it's just I can confirm it. Let's do a B element, which stands for bold. Of course, we don't need href because it's not a link anymore. You can see right here my bold text. I save this one, go back right over here and refresh. You can see that we still have this one in the same line. If I hover over it, you can see now the width and the height and all the information that's accessible for this element right over here. So this is basically for the inline elements. Okay, we have a bunch of them right here. Now if we go like under this one for the block element and the block elements, and the block elements are basically the opposite. A block level element always starts on a new line. So basically if we write a bunch of these guys right after each other, everyone will take up a new line. A block level element always takes up the full width available, so it basically will take up the whole, it will take up the whole width right here. Not like these guys, they only take as much as they can or as much as necessary. All right, so it will take up the full width, stretch out to the left and right as far as it can be. And the width is not just the left, you know, the width is the whole thing, the left, the right, and the top and bottom. Okay, it's basically just the space. The width is of course like the left and the right. All right, So the width and height, they only make up the space around web elements or HTML elements. Okay, so a block level element also has a top and a bottom margin, and we've discussed the margin before, and it's basically just a CSS property, okay, which represents the spaces around an element, whereas an inline element does not. Okay, so block level element has a top and bottom margin, so you can actually perform some border around them, whereas an inline element does not have like a top and bottom margin. All right, so we have these block level elements right here, which is the address, the article, the outside, and the list just goes on and on. Okay, maybe we'll just do an example with the H1 and another example with the paragraph. So let's just get going. So if we just comment these ones right here, just highlight on all of them, control and backslash. Now if I go right over here and start my H1, hello from heading 1 and a line block tag. If I close it back right now, if I save this, you can see it's basically just a normal heading right over here. And now if I go ahead and just do a paragraph right now, which is basically a block element, hello from paragraph only a block tag. I just close this one right over here and just save it, go back right over here and refresh. You can see that now it has its own line, and you can see right here, if I click on the icon, and you can see the width and height, and it now basically takes the whole thing right over here. And if I go also for the H1, all right, it takes the whole width, the whole full width right here. All right, and we can also perform a border. Let's go ahead and perform a border on the paragraph. If we look up this one, all right, so we can now do a border. And I know this is a little bit of CSS, 1 pixel, solid, and we can choose the color. Okay, so we need to specify the size and like how it's gonna be applied, and the color of the border. So if we save this one, go back right over here and refresh, you can see that we have now the whole border, and you can see the whole border is all around the width, not only the element itself. No, it takes up the whole thing. I hope that makes sense. I know it sounds a little weird, but this is how basically the web flow works. All right, so I also have another new tag to discuss concerning the block elements, which is the div. Okay, and it's right over here. And div basically is just a wrapper. Okay, sometimes you want to wrap your elements with each other, and you will use something like the div. All right, so if I just tab these guys, you select on them and you just click your tab. All right, and if I close the div, all right, so if I just save this one, you can see right here, of course nothing changed because it's only a wrapper. If we look up here, it's now down right here at the bottom. All right, we can do another div right here. Let's see what's gonna happen. Let's give this to hello from heading 2. I'm only a block tag, and let's give this one let's do an, yeah, let's keep it as it is. It's fine. Okay. Now something weird. Yeah, actually this is not an E, this is a B. Now if I save this one and go right over here and just refresh, you can see that right here we have these two guys right under each other, and we have the two divs right over here, and basically we can perform anything we want. Let me just try to style this one. I know it's gonna be a horrible design, but let's see just what's gonna happen. Will everyone take its own color, or they are gonna, something wrong will happen, or we will just look at something really basic. This one's gonna be red, and I'm gonna copy these guys, and basically this is a simple background color. Let's give this one as blue. All right, so if we save this one, refresh, you can see that right here. Oh my god, looks really ugly. All right, but it's just a symbol, just a simple thing to demonstrate, and we can see that there is a margin right over there between them. So basically everyone takes its own width. All right, so I'm just gonna remove these guys so you don't hurt your eyes. So yeah, as we're seeing right here, these are inline and block elements. And something else to notice about inline and block elements, you don't want to put a block element from these guys inside an inline element. Okay, just it's weird, but don't just do it. All right, but you can actually do the other thing around, which you can actually add an inline element inside a block element. And if we look up right over here, maybe I need to highlight this paragraph, and I can add the span element, which is an inline element. Maybe you want to like highlight this thing, and you can of course do it. And let's just say I want to do a style right here, and I'm gonna add a color of red. All right, it's just an example. And if we save this, of course paragraph will not take up a new line, because it's now wrapped around an inline element. So it will just say the same. If we refresh up over here, and you can see the paragraph is in the same line because it's wrapped around an inline element. Okay, and it's now highlighted as red. So I hope that everything makes sense. They're really simple if you just understand the width thing and how they interact on the web. All right, and I will keep this page in case you guys want to like read this text again, read this information again, and I will see you on the next video. Hello guys, and what's going on? So this one is gonna be really important, which is all about classes. We have two main attributes in HTML, just if you want to mark your element so you can do some design with CSS, or you want to just manipulate it with JavaScript. All right, so we have the classes and IDs. IDs I'm gonna explain them in the next video, but right now let's focus on classes. So as I said earlier, classes are attributes that are used to give a class or to mark an HTML element. All right, so if we go right over here, I'm gonna just show you an example how to write them. Let's say I'm gonna give this one a paragraph right here. Let's say hello, this is a classed paragraph. I'm gonna close this one. So now it's only just a normal paragraph. If I go right up over here, I'm gonna write class, and I'm gonna give this just can give it any name you want. Okay, so alright, so I'm gonna give it just my class. That's all. So if I open up my classes.html file right over here, if I just zoom this in, you can see it right here in the spec element. You can see that the class right here is my class. So if I just go ahead and do the first example that I have over here, I'm just gonna do manipulate this one with a style. I'm gonna just manipulate only a symbol element, and I'm just gonna go style, just open this up like this. And to basically manipulate a class, all you have to do is just write your point right here and the name of this class, let's say my class, and open this up. It's just like using your element, but you only write your own class. Okay, and you can actually write the element and it will work right away. Okay, you can write both of them, but it's just cleaner to keep it this way. All right, that's why we're using our class right here, so we can just perform a certain CSS property right here and a value. And I'm gonna go for color, let's say red. That's fine. Okay, you save this one. You go up right over here and refresh. You can see that we now have the color right here. All right, so if we go up over here, and we can actually perform like a lot of things on this one. We can go font size. All right, so I'm just gonna give it 20 pixels. And if I refresh this one, you can see right here, if I go back and reset this one, you can see it's now only 20 pixels. Let's say if I uncheck this one, it's just gonna go to the normal size of it. But if I check it back again, you can see right here it's now 20 pixels. And yeah, you can increase this as many as you want. And of course, when we refresh, it just go back right away to 20 pixels. Alright, so this is it for the first example. The second example I want to show you is actually like a lot of different elements can have the same class, and when you write your style right here, all of them are going to be affected the same way. So if we just look up over here, and I'm gonna do a div. Alright, gonna close this one, and I'm gonna write over here h2, let's say Egypt. Let's just do like this. And if I close this one, h2, if I go back to the paragraph right here, and I say Cairo is the capital of Egypt. Alright, so this is just a simple normal div. If I copy this one and just paste it, and let's say this is England. Alright, so the capital of England is London. Alright, so basically it's just normal divs. Now I want to apply my own class. Let's say this class, let's say city, and I'm also going to just copy this one right over here and just paste it right away. And if I copy this city and go right up over here, just my dot and the class and just my brackets, and now I can perform anything I want. Let's say I'm gonna just do a background color, let's say green. All right, and and the color is basically white. Alright, so if I save this, let me just comment this one real quick. If I save this, now refresh, you can see that right here I have my two divs right here. Okay, if I just go back and give them some margins so they can look a little nicer. Let's say I'm gonna give them 20 pixels, and you don't have to know everything I type here. It's just basic CSS, but I guess it makes sense. Padding like 20 pixels. So if I save this one and just go up right over here, you can see that now they look a little nicer, I guess. So yeah, this is basically if I copy this one and perform another one. I think you get the idea by now. If I say right over here, and let me just call it Germany. I guess this is Germany. Now the capital is Berlin. Now if I save this one, if I refresh again, I can get my last div. So I guess the idea is obvious right here. And now I can go to my last example, which is the one element with two classes. So if I add another class right here, it's just simple. If I want to add another class to the same attribute, now I can go just space and I can write my own second class. So let's say this one, I'm gonna call it second, and of course you can call it whatever you want. Okay, and if I just copy it and go up right over here and add my point and just paste it and go with my brackets, and now I want to perform something on this one. Let's say what am I gonna perform? Let's say I'm gonna try a border, because why not? Border, so like 1 pixel. All right, solid. This is basically the way that the border is gonna be styled. And black, that's fine, I guess. Now if I save this one, if I refresh, you can see that right here, the last one, you can't see the border really well, so I'm gonna keep it as 2 pixels. We're gonna get a bigger size so you can see it. If I now refresh, you can see it right now. I don't know if you can see it or not, but you know, you can give it more pixels, but it's gonna look kind of bad. I guess now you can see it. All right, so if we look at this one right over here, now you can see that's getting a border from this class, and now it's getting these guys from the second class, which is city. But if we go to this one, okay, there is no border because of course we didn't give it like our class right here. If we copy this and go to this one, it's gonna now go to England. All right, so if we refresh, you can see that now it has its own border right over here as Germany. All right, so I guess this is it for the classes, and you guys are gonna use this a lot. Okay, see you now in the next video. So now to the IDs, and which are basically really similar to classes. Now one thing I should mention in the last video about the classes right here, that classes are actually case sensitive, and I discussed this case sensitive concept in the last videos. And basically what I mean by that is that they are different if you write them in small or big characters. All right, so class is different than class. All right, so any change in the capital like big or small, all right, this will change the whole thing. They're not the same thing. You're different. All right, so let me just remove this one, and if I actually go ahead and change this city to a city like this with a big character and save this one, and if I go to my classes, okay, I'm now in my IDs file. If I go to my classes now and like change it, like go ahead and open it, you can see that we lost our, we lost our style right here. But if I change it back, Control Z twice, if I now refresh it, we can see that we have our own style back. Okay, let's try a T like from the middle just to confirm it, and refresh back. Now we lost our design. Okay, and we can just go back, Control Z twice. If I now change this, now save, and now push again, you can see that we lost our borders right here. All right, so I guess this is what I mean. This is what I mean by case sensitive. Different when it comes to the character size, big or small. All right, so if we go back to now to our IDs, just to get on with this tutorial. Now, IDs, as I said, they're pretty similar to classes. All right, so if I write now my own paragraph, just to show you an example, hello, this is a new paragraph. All right, and just close this one and save it. Going back now to our IDs page, you can see that nothing, it's just a simple paragraph with no styling right here. But if I give this an ID, and basically if you want to go for an attribute, for an ID attribute, you just go ID and write your own ID. So just some things to point when writing IDs: you cannot start your own ID with a number. Okay, it won't work. All right, if you want to write numbers in your IDs, you're gonna have to write them like next character, second character, third character, whatever you want, but not the first character. Also, they are case sensitive. All right, just like classes. All right, and you cannot give the same ID to more than one element. You can do it, but it's not a good practice. So it's better that you give every element its own unique ID. All right, so if I type right here my ID, and yeah, you cannot add spaces like this. All right, but and you might say like, if I want to name my ID like two names, what should I do? You can go like this one. Okay, you can add this hash right here, and let me just like copy this one and go for a style right here. They're basically really similar, just like classes. And now if I want to perform something with my ID, and of course you can manipulate the IDs or the elements with the IDs with JavaScript, not just CSS, and you only need to type your own hashtag and the name of the ID, which is my ID, and now the brackets. All right, so now we need to perform our own design. Let's say the color is green. Okay, now if I save this one, go back right up here and just refresh, now we can see that our own paragraph now is green. All right, so yeah, this is basically it for the ID. Right, so to recap, IDs, you can write your own ID right here to mark the element, just like classes. All right, and some rules for writing IDs: you cannot start with a number. All right, if you want to add a space, you can add your own you can add your own like dash or whatever you want, or you can just go like this, ID like this. All right, you make the second number big, and of course you'll have to just copy this right over here. All right, and it's case sensitive also, so you cannot go like this. All right, so you have to type like the same thing as here. All right, and it's basically when you're gonna write your own CSS or JavaScript, you'll have to use the hashtag. Remember, for the class we used the point, but here we used our hashtag right over here. All right, and will just work just fine. Now if we save this one, all right, and we can do another example, the H1 ID, my heading. Now let's see if we can add a number right over here. That's all right, we can add one. Hello, this is another heading with an ID. Right, so if we close this one, and now we need to just snap our heading right here, and we can go for another heading, of course the hashtag, don't forget it, and our heading and the brackets, and let's set our color as yellow. All right, so if we save this one, go back up here, refresh, you can see that we have our own heading right over here. So yeah, this is basically it. You can see how easy that is, and see you guys in the next video. So now we're up there with the course, and excuse me, now I'm gonna show you some stuff about the head tag. So as I mentioned earlier about the head tag is really important, and it defines the stuff that won't work, like they won't show up on the page, but they affect the page, like how it's styled, how it's laid out, okay, and all of these stuff. So it won't like elements on the head won't show up the page, but it will affect it and dictates how it's laid out. All right, so basically like we've used the title, we've used the style. Now I want to show you like some important things, which is the meta tag. Right, and basically the meta tag describes some stuff like the encoding of this page, and the encoding basically dictates like the languages that will be supported on those pages. So Arabic might have its own encoding, English has its own encoding, Chinese, Indian, you know, all of these has have its own encoding. But basically the most important and popular one is the UTF-8 encoding. All right, it contains all the supported and main languages that you probably know. So if I just write my car set right here, which is the attribute, I can go for UTF-8. All right, so all in capital. And now if I just save and refresh the ID's HTML page, of course nothing happens, because as I said, it's actually doesn't show up anything in the page. It will just dictate the rules. And actually like a lot of browsers are set to UTF-8 by default, because as I said, it's the most popular. All right, so basically let me show you another meta element, which is the description. All right, so if we just go on Google right here and just write Google on our browser, will show up all of these things will show up, all of these results. And now we have the title right over here, and we have some description for this title. This is basically what the meta description does. Okay, it just specifies the description when your website will be uploaded on the web. All right, so This actually helps with search engine optimization, stuff like that. If we go right up over here and we write meta, and we need the name, and we define our description. All right, I guess that's it. And now the content of this description, and it will be, let's say this is my website, just anything basic. All right, so we can close this one, just save, and if we refresh, of course nothing will happen because this will only be displayed if your website is on the web. All right, so this is it for the meta. Okay, it's a huge deal, but this is like the most basic stuff that you should know about the meta. All right, yeah, I can add another one. I can show you another one, why not? We can actually add our keywords, which are basically also just search engine optimization stuff. When you look up something online, these things will just pop up. All right, so I can show you the keywords. Now I can show you the name, keywords. All right, and now I can write my content, and let's say dogs, cats, you know, let's just save it as that. And of course, yeah. All right, so this is basically what the meta is, and we can actually set this to D, so a big, you know, a big capital D. Yeah, this is basically it for the meta, and now we can move to something else, which is the script. And the script tag basically just defines a JavaScript element, or a JavaScript, you know, code, and it's written basically on the it's written as the last thing in the body. We can have like 1,000 line here, and we have to include our script or JavaScript tag right here, the last thing, and it can be also embedded in the head, and it's also need to be the last thing, of course, after the style and after everything. And actually the style needs to go right down here. We're talking about the proper order for these tags. All right, so we can write the script right here, or we can write right over here. Okay, I prefer to write it down here. And now we can go for a script. All right, and we can type our script and finish it like this. And now we can type, or we can write our own JavaScript. Let me just do a little bit of coding. I know you don't know any of JavaScript, but I'm just showing you, like I'm gonna run some code. It's basically basic JavaScript function, my function. I know this sounds weird to you, but we're just running some code right here, nothing big. And I'm gonna trigger an alert allow from JavaScript. All right, and I'm gonna end this with a semicolon. And now I'm gonna do a button right here. Button. And I'm gonna do on click, which is basically just an attribute will be triggered. It will trigger this function once the button is clicked. And I'm gonna do my function right over here. Okay, and now I'm gonna just write the name of this button. Let's say trigger. All right, I'm gonna close this one. All right, and save it like this. It's basically just a simple JavaScript code, and there is a button to trigger this function right over here. If we save this, I hope that makes sense. Refresh right now, we can get our button right here. If I click it, yeah, maybe I need to add these guys right over here. By now, refresh and click, you can see that we have our alert right over here. All right, so if I just take this one and just go to the head and paste it right over there so we can see it's working or not. Refresh and click. You can see that's also triggered from the head. Basically what happens, like the browser comes and reads all of these code, it will check for this one. Now it has the and will come right over here and check for the button, and it will find the function, so it will just render everything, and everything will work just fine. So this is it for the head tag. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and thanks for watching. So this one should be really easy and simple, and it's about HTML entities, right? So we have in HTML some characters are reserved, okay? Some signs are reserved, and if you might even use them, they might get mixed with HTML reserved characters, like less than sign, okay, or the greater than sign. So they're basically used for writing, tags like this, and if you use them in text, they might like the browser might get them mixed with your tags right here. So what if we want to write them? Actually, we can use some special codes to write them, and they're basically the HTML entities, and we can define a syntax like this for an HTML entity. We have right here and the ampersand sign, and like the entity, and a semicolon, or another form for it, the ampersand sign and the hashtag sign and the entity and a semicolon. So this is basically it. So to recap, an entity is basically a way of writing reserved characters in HTML, and so you can avoid them confused with the reserved characters. Alright, so we have a couple of examples right here, and the first one is the greater than example, and if we just go ahead and type it, the LT, sorry, is the less than example, not the greater than. Right, so if we save this one and go back right over here and refresh, you can see that we have it right over here. Okay, and we have like the other short or the other big form of it, which is basically will just generate the same thing. And there is, you can write it in the way you like, hashtag and 60. So it basically will generate the same thing. You can write every one of them like has a text, a way of writing, and the number way of writing. And if we save this one, refresh, you can see that we got another one right here. Alright, so we have the greater than also. If we just copy it, you can write it right over here and save this. This is gonna generate the greater than. You can see it right here. And we have also like the sign itself, this sign itself, the ampersand. If we now go ahead and comment all of these, and we go right over here and EMB semicolon and save and refresh right here, you can see that we have it. And we also have some bound and euro like signs. You can go right over here and type it. Let me just do LPR. Alright, and we can type the next one, which is the euro. Save this one, refresh, you can see that we have the pound sign and the euro. Okay, and this one, which is the last one, what we're gonna be doing, right, copy one, copy. Save this one, refresh. You can see that we have this one. This one might be really familiar. When you go to like a website folder or something like that, it just like it pops up like in the folder. Okay, you can see it. So now you know how actually write it. So yeah, these are basically the entities, and see you in the next video. Hello guys, and what's going on? So in this one we are going to get into our CSS course. So actually after I uploaded the HTML course to the platform, I actually felt bad about not doing a CSS course with this HTML course, because as I just said, you know, in the HTML course, they're basically they go along with each other. Okay, they complement each other. HTML is nothing without CSS. All right, so in this one we are gonna take, you know, we're gonna just review a couple of things about CSS. So I actually have this video in you know, in the HTML course, which is titled as Simple Intro to CSS. This video is actually the introductory point to CSS. Okay, it's gonna show you a lot of things about CSS, how it works and all of that, but this one is gonna be just a simple intro or a simple revision of this video. So if you haven't watched this video, just go ahead and watch it, because I'm not going to discuss like every little thing. This is just a simple video to it. All right, so what's basically is CSS? So CSS basically a design language. Okay, it dictates how the HTML works, and how the HTML is displayed, colors, positions, displays, you know, images, and how all these things are mapped and laid out. All right, so this basically CSS, and it stands for cascading style sheet, as in it's just a page like this which will dictate how the HTML is designed. All right, so this is basically CSS, and why we basically use it, of course, as I said earlier, to design stuff, or to give our page some life. All right, so basically why not use something else? Like I've talked about the formatting tags, which was, you know, like I, you know, and B, and all of that, and these tags right here, they like format the text and do some design to the text, to the text and stuff like that. So why not use those? Just imagine we have like a website of like tens of thousands of lines of code. So if we actually use these guys right here, yeah, just like creating our website is gonna be a nightmare. So we need to actually like automate things, you know, and do things, you know, with a little effort, because if we're going to set our text to like bold or italic every time we have to write the text, we're just gonna use these tags right here around the text. But CSS let us, you know, or give us the freedom to do all of these just by using a class, or as we've learned in the HTML course. So we actually just have to write a class or an ID, primarily or preferably or conventionally a class, and set this class to the element, and it will just give it the design right away. So CSS basically gives you like freedom and saves a lot of effort for you. Okay, and also it can be like written in a lot of ways, like yeah, when we talked about this one, it can be written in the inline and the external and the internal. Okay, so it's basically CSS is just magic on the web. All right, so yeah, this is basically it for the intro, and yeah, see you in the next video. Hello developers, and what's going on? So in this one we are gonna talk about the syntax, and we also talked about that of course in the symbol intro to CSS video, but we're gonna talk in more details about it. Okay, we're just gonna take a little review, and we're gonna talk about like a piece of info that I did not talk about in this video. All right, so basically I have my file right over here, the index.html file. Let me show you the whole thing. I have my folder right here, CSS course, and inside this folder right here I have my index.html file. All right, so just you can open this in your Sublime just by going open folder right here, and we're just gonna open the whole thing up, just in case you did not notice in the last video. So basically, what is the syntax? The syntax is basically just how anything actually is written. Okay, what are the rules to write this thing? So what are the rules to write CSS? So basically, talked about 3 ways to write CSS, which is the inline, external, and internal. In this one we are gonna go with the internal one, which is basically we're gonna type our tag right here, style, and we're gonna close that out, style, just like that. And basically to write CSS, all you need is a selector. This is the syntax to write it. Okay, and you and the declaration, and then the declaration basically starts with brackets, and inside that you need a property and the value. Okay, I actually suck at writing and spelling, so, and the value right here. So this is basically what you need. I actually refer to this one in the course as the tag or the element, and it's basically fine. The selector is, it's just what refers to the element or the tag. And we actually have a lot of ways to write the selector. We can go with the symbol selector, we can go with the pseudo classes, the pseudo elements, the attributes, and all of that. But we're just getting started. We are gonna use the symbol selector, which is basically the same, the name of this selector right here. And of course we have no tags right here, so let's just create one. Let's keep this one, let's see, as a paragraph. This one will go like this: hello from CSS syntax. Right, and we're gonna close this one out. This will be just like that. And what we need here, right here, we need to grab the paragraph as a selector. We're gonna write the P as in here. All right, and we need a property. Let's say this one we are gonna use a text align, and don't worry about it, we haven't worked with this property yet, but we are gonna work with it in the course, okay, in the following videos. So text align, and for this one we are gonna set the text to center. All right, so also we can do another one. Another property is gonna be color, let's say color, and it's basically red. All right, so this is basically it. We have our HTML element right here, and we are gonna go for the selector, which is the paragraph right here, and we have the declaration. Declaration contains brackets right here, and we have the property and our column and the value. Okay, and every one of these has to be separated with a semicolon. If I did not write this one, you can see right here that the color, this one turned to this color. Okay, the color word or the color property just turned to this color right here, rather than the white one. So if I go back and write this again, now it turns to this color white right here. And of course this will depend on your text editor, so it can be different for Visual Studio Code. So to wrap this up, you need the semicolon after every line of here. Yeah, okay. Actually, you can remove the last one. Okay, for the last line you can remove the semicolon and you can write it. It's okay. But if you have one after it, right here, you have to write your semicolon. So this is basically the syntax. So if I save this one and go back right here, and you can open up your page right here. If you just go ahead and click on open browser, right click and click on open in browser, and can see right here that we have our text right here. If I hover over this, if I go over this and click inspect, you can see that right here we have the P right here, and we have the text aligned center, the color is red, and we have the P right here. All right, so this is basically it for the syntax. So what if we were to write another paragraph? Let's see what's going to happen. Okay, just I want to show you one more thing about the syntax. Let's say hello from CSS syntax 2, and let's close this one out. All right, so if we save this one, you can refresh right here. You can see hello from CSS syntax. You can notice that the styling right here for the paragraph is now applied to the second paragraph, which is of course now we are going for the whole thing. But if let's say if I created an h2 hello from heading, and if I close this one, sorry, h2, and if I save it again, and if we refresh, you can see that we have our heading right here, and of course a styling is not applied. It's only applied just for this paragraph right here. All right, so this is how basically the syntax works. Okay, but what if we have a paragraph right here? Let's say what's going to happen in the paragraph. Okay, it's just a simple nested element. If we save this one, we're gonna go right here and refresh. You can see that's now applied to the whole thing, despite the fact that we have an h2 right here, but we also have the paragraph. So for the nested elements, it's going to be applied. All right, so yeah, this is basically it for the syntax, and see you on the next video. So now we are gonna get into something that's really interesting, which are comments. Okay, so what are basically comments? Yeah, as we talked about in HTML has its own way of writing comments, and CSS, and so other languages. And of course HTML and CSS are not programming languages, but they have their own way of writing comments, and comments are crucial. You can use comments to document your source code. Like if you're working on a project with another developer and you want to leave them a note, something like that, you can use comments. Okay, and of course if you're the only one or working on a project, you also can write a note yourself. Like if you leave this project for a while now and you want to tell yourself later what this line does and what that line does, you can leave yourself a comment, and it will just stay right there like any other code right here that you write. But of course, comments are not executed within the code. Okay, browsers don't execute comments. All right, so we're still in our file right here, and the way to write comments on CSS is basically just really simple. So all you have to do is just to go backslash and the asterisk like sign right here, or the star sign, and the star sign again, and backslash again, and between these guys you can write your own comment right here. So of course we are in our style right here, because this is what we're going to write our CSS, but also it's also okay for external the external way of writing CSS. All right, so if I go right here and go, this is my first CSS comment, and save this one and go back to our page and refresh this, you can see that actually nothing happens. This, of course, comments are not executed. There's just ways of writing notes and stuff on your code. And of course you can take this one. Oh, let's not take it. We can write another one right here inside the declaration. Hello, we need our asterisk right here. Hello from declaration. I mean, if I am writing this the right way. So if I close this just like that and go ahead and over here and just refresh, you can see that our style is not affected. Okay, it just works just fine. And of course you can go like this and write more stuff right here. Okay, just multiple lines, everything you want you can do with comments. They're just it's just really helpful and cool, as you're seeing right here. And of course if I go on HTML, this will not make any sense. It will primarily just execute it like it's a normal code right here. You can see, of course, it doesn't make any sense to write CSS comments in HTML. You have to write your own HTML comments, just like we've learned before. Right, so close this one, and there you go. You can see that right here nothing basically happens, and of course it will appear right here on the inspect. All right, so this is basically it for CSS comments, and see you in the next video. So now we are gonna talk about something that's really interesting and prominent in CSS, which are colors. And colors are basically a huge deal on the web. It's actually a huge deal on anything that's digital, from graphic design, the web, all of that. The colors are basically huge, and they are huge in CSS, like big time. Okay, so we have a couple of ways to set colors in our CSS. We actually have the names. We have RGBA or the RGB and the RGBA, and they're basically really similar. And we have the hex, and we have actually a lot of stuff right down there, but we are gonna I'm gonna show you just in in this video and the next video the three of those. They're basically like the basics, and even beyond the basics. That's what you need to get started. That's what you need to learn to get started with CSS colors. All right, so how we basically use names, I guess we use this a lot of times actually in HTML, and we did that in the last in the previous videos. It's just like we wrote these color names right here, but we're going to take a look at some other names, and we're going to talk about RGB in this video. Alright, so actually in my file, I created a new file right here, colors.html. You can create this one right here, and in this one I'm gonna show you how to link an external style sheet. So all you have to do is just write link, which is basically a tag, rail, which is basically just a short for relation, and this one's gonna be set to style sheet, just like that. And now we need to link our file. We're gonna go href, which is a short for hypertext reference, and we are gonna set the directory right here with let's say style.css, and this is the extension of CSS if you want to write it in another or an external file. And this one doesn't need an ending tag right here. So this is how you link your CSS style. And yeah, of course I showed you this one in the intro of CSS, which was the video inside the HTML course. All right, so if we go right here to just create this file, and we're gonna go style.css, and this is basically how we create our CSS style. So it's basically right there. And of course, if we need to go if we put this file inside a folder, we're gonna go right here, we're gonna create the name of this folder and then the slash. Is that just like what you do with your image? All right, so yeah, this is basically it. So now we're gonna go for colors, and let's say we are gonna just create something that's really simple, just for exercise or just for example purposes, which is the paragraph. And this one, hello, it's CSS colors. All right, and we're gonna close this one right here, and if we save it, we go back right over here, and if we go for this one and we change this to colors, the name of the file, and you can see right here that we have our paragraph. It's just really simple and easy. All right, so now we need to implement our style. We're gonna go right here, and of course we need the selector, which is the paragraph, and now the declaration, the brackets, and the property, and we are gonna go for the background color. And we did not talk a lot on this one, but it's gonna come up multiple times, or actually a lot of times inside this course. And it's basically the background color basically just lets you add a color to the background of your selector or your tag. All right, so background dash color, and just your colon right here and the semicolon right here, and now we can add our color right here. Oh, let's say this one's gonna be what do you call it, red, because why not. Now if we save this one and go right over here and refresh, you can see that the color it's implemented now to our element right here, and we can set specific color for the text itself. Now let's say this one is going to be white. All right, so if we refresh now after we save, now we can see that right here we have the color white. So we can set them as names, as you can see right here, and we have actually a couple names. So I'm just gonna go another tab right here. I'm gonna search for some names, yeah, CSS colors. And if we go to W3 schools right here, now we can have like a couple of colors right here. We can try this one, which is tomato. Let's go for a color right away. Save this one. We go ahead right here and refresh. You can see that we have it now as a tomato color. Of course, it's not displayed really well, so I'm gonna pick another color right here. Let's pick this one, Dodger blue, and set it to the background just to change the whole thing. Dodger blue, just add it, set right here, and we save this one. I go back and refresh. You can see that right here we have these two colors right here. So basically, if you want to write the names, they're really simple and easy. Just look for some names right here and try a couple more. I guess we can try this one, slate blue. You're gonna go for the color itself of the text, and now we save and refresh right here. You can see that right here we have our own color right here. So it's basically how to use the names. They're really simple and easy. So now for the big one in this video, which is basically the RGB right here. So what are the RGB? The RGB is just another way of writing your color. Okay, and basically the RGB, let me just create a comment right here. The RGB just stands for red, green, and blue, and they're basically these three parameters that we are going to use to write our RGB colors right here. So every one of them, every one of these parameters right here has its own value, and it goes from 0 to 255. All right, so if we set like one of them to 0, it's gonna just it basically has no value. Like 0 is just a starting point, and the 250 is basically the highest intensity of this color. So if we go ahead and just try to write the color of this one as an RGB, all we have to do is just to go RGB. Sorry, we're gonna just go with the RGB first, and then I'm gonna show you the other one, which is the RGBA. All right, and we open our parentheses right here, and now we have to write our own three values: the red, green, and blue. And for the red, let's say I'm gonna choose 255, and for the second one, which is the green, I'm gonna choose 0. For the for the last one, for the blue, I'm gonna choose also 0. So if I save this one, let's see what this one is gonna show us. If I now refresh, you can see that right here we have the color red. So basically, why choose red? Because we are choosing 255 for the whole red, and for the green we're choosing 0, and for the blue we're also choosing just 0. So it's basically a combination of those two colors. The RGB will get the combination of those and just display it on the web as a normal name for the color. All right, so what if we want to display the green? Okay, I guess you got it. You're gonna set this one to 0, and we are gonna go for this 255. If we save this one, we're gonna get this one as green. If I refresh now, I guess this is green. Yeah. Oh, now we got our color as green. And of course you got it for the blue. We are gonna set this to 0, and we are going to set this as a 255. All right, so the next thing I want to show you is you can actually do white and black colors. And the black color, basically we're just gonna set all of them to 0. If I go ahead and set this one to 0, you can say that now we have this one as the black color right here. And for the white color, we are gonna set all of those to 255. All right, and save this one. I refresh right here. Now we have this one as white, so you can mix all of them and create something new, of course. And this is why we're using them. You won't just use these 5 colors on your web page. No, you have to use a lot. but you have to go for you know, a combination of for all of them. Let's say we are gonna set this one to 200, and we're gonna set this one to like just something really random like this one, and this one is gonna be, let's say, 215. all right, so if we save this one right here, now we're choosing something that really random, which is a bunch of all. You can see that right here we have this one. If we go right here on this one, we can increase now our color value. So if I like using the arrows, if I up this one and increase this one, you can see that it's increasing right here. Okay, the intensity is just increased, and I'm gonna increase the green right here. All right, I don't know if you can see it or not, but you know, just follow along and it will increase right away. Yeah, it's actually increasing. So everything just for 255 you can get unlimited numbers. Actually, HTML supports around 140 colors. All right, so you can get a lot of chances and a lot of colors just using the three of those colors: the red, green, and blue. And actually, if you like using the RGB, you can use it. It's just my personal reference. I like to use the names because they're just a lot easier to write, okay, and to memorize. And sometimes I use the hex, which you are going to be discussing in the next video. So basically, after the RGB, we're done. We are done from the RGB, and now we're gonna go for the RGBA. All right. So the RGBA is basically it's just the RGB, but with the opacity is the last parameter or value. So it's basically red, green, and blue, and now for the opacity. And the opacity basically is the opacity of the color, okay, the intensity of the whole color. So if I go for the background color, and of course you can apply this to the background color, and you can also apply it for the color as I showed you right here. And for the RGB, I'm gonna go for the background color. All right, so all I'm gonna do is RGBA, and now our parentheses right here, and we're gonna go for the next one. Let's say I'm gonna just do a green one, so I'm gonna set this to 0, and the next value for 255, and the last one for 0, just because I want to do a green color right here. So for the last value now, the last value needs to be like from 0. Sorry, from can write this right here. The opacity can go from 0.0 to 1, full 1 right here. So this basically the opacity. All right, so 0.1, 0.2, and up to a full 1 right here. So if we keep the whole thing as 1, now we save this one right over here, and if I go to the color and refresh this one, you can see that we got the green color right here, the full green color. But let's say we want this one, we want the opacity, we want to get the opacity down or to decrease the opacity. Let's say 0.2. Can now save this one. If we go right over here and refresh, you can see that we have now a different layer of green. If we go ahead and just increase this, you can see it right here, it's actually increasing. Oh, sorry, we did not select. Sorry, yeah, you can see it right here. After we increase, it's actually increasing right here. You can see it right down there. All right, it's actually increasing. You can increase it above to 1. Yeah, if we look at that right here, yeah, it's just going beyond 1. So yeah, you can look at it right here. Now, you can increase the transparency of the whole thing as we select this one, and we are gonna go for, let's say, 9. And now it's really the transparency, is now less. All right, and you can increase this as much as you want. Of course, it's not, if we refresh this one, it's not gonna do anything. Now if I save this to only 1, which is the highest number, save this, and you can refresh right here. Now there is no transparency to the element, it just fall as it is. So basically this parameter right here, which is called the alpha, it's actually the A. The A right here is just an it's just the first now there is no transparency, so you can see that what we can do is the A right here, and it's actually just the first character of the word alpha, okay, which is basically represents the whole opacity or transparency of the color right here. So yeah, this is basically how the color works. Then the color names and the RGB and the RGBA. So yeah, I hope this makes sense, and see you guys in the next video. Now to another color video, and in this one we are gonna be discussing the hex decimal values. So they're basically really similar to the RGB. All right, they're really similar to the RGB right here, and basically the syntax for writing them, you're gonna have to start with your hashtag, and then like 6 characters or 6 numbers right here. So basically it goes like this: the RR, GG, and BB are basically the first 2 values for the red component, and the second value for the green component, and the blue, and the last 2 values for the blue component right here. So they're basically range from 0 to, or 00 actually, to F right here. So 00 is the lowest value, and FF is the highest value. Yeah, I know it's kind of weird, it doesn't make any sense, for some level, but let me just show you an example. Okay, so we have our P right here. How about we comment this whole thing? Just using your mouse, just highlight on the whole thing and control / right here. So this basically will comment the whole thing, and this now this will be ignored. All right. So how about we do the whole thing on our body right here? So if we go on our style, and write body, and just our brackets, and if we go background color, and now we are gonna do our hexadecimal values now for a hashtag, and now we need to specify the first 2 values, which are basically, let's keep them FF, and the second 2 00, and the third 2 00. Right, so if we save this one and we go right over here, refresh, you can see that right here we got this red color. So why basically the red color? Because as I said, 00 will set these guys right here, the green and blue, for the lowest point, so basically they do not exist. And the FF will set the first one, which is red, to the highest point, so the whole thing will become red. And of course, if we get this one, the 0 0, and the second one, the FF, the green right here, the one is gonna be set. If we save this one, we're gonna refresh. Now you can see that right here we have our green color. But what if we want the whole thing to be black? We are gonna set the whole thing the 0 0, right, to the lowest point. All right, so right now you can see that the whole thing is set the black. Now if we want to set it white, of course we need like a whole thing to be right here. If we save this one, and now if we refresh, the whole thing just becomes white. Alright, so we can see how similar that is, that we have right here. Now it's white right here. You can like specify your color right here, whatever you wanted. Alright, so you can see like how similar like the hexadecimal points to your RGB. And you can actually do a combination of all of them and generate like new colors. If we go to the link that we opened before, we'll click on the same link right here. If I go to colors, if I go now to the hex right here, and now it can go right here. You can see different colors right now. You can see right now the C and P right here. If I just copy this whole thing and just put it right there, it will generate this color. So we can do a bunch of characters, okay, and numbers. So if I go ahead and refresh, you can see that right here we have this color right here for the whole background. Okay, let's do another one. Let's say this one right here. Now if I can actually memorize, you don't have to memorize those, right? So if I save this one and refresh, you can see that we have our own color right here. I actually have this extension on my browser, okay, that can it's called color picker. All right, so Google it and install it on your browser. It's just a simple extension that will get any color you want right here. If I click this one, now it's copied the color right here in the RGB. It's copied to the clipboard and the hexadecimal right here. All right, so as you can see, it's really easy and simple to do the hexadecimal colors. And if we just look down here, you can see that sometimes you will find the hex values as just 3-digit values, and the idea behind that if we have like two, like the first two, they're similar. If we click on try it yourself right here, can see that right here, if we have this one, if we have an F and a C and a 9 right here, like if we change this color, and if we run, you can see that actually nothing happens right here, because this is basically it's basically the same thing. So if you have two that's similar, you can only write one. So it's basically a short version or a shorthand of this value. All right, so you can just find it sometime on your source code or other people's source code online that it only has 3. We do that because it's just the same as this one. All right, and if you look at this one, it's basically the same. All right, so if I try to copy this and just paste it on my background color right here, it will work just fine. You can see that right here it works just fine and display it right over here. All right, so yeah, this is basically it for the hexadecimal colors, and see you on the next video. Hello developers, and what's going on? So in this one, the next couple of videos, actually we're going to be working with CSS backgrounds. All right, and in this video we're just gonna work with the background color and the background image, and in the next videos or in the next video we're gonna work with the attachment and the repeat. All right, so what is the background, the CSS background color? Actually we did a couple examples actually in the last videos. We did a couple of examples with the background color, but I'm gonna go ahead and show you a couple of more examples. And of course the CSS background color is concerned with giving a background color for a certain element. All right, so if I go right over here, I actually have my brand new file right over here, backgrounds.html. If I go ahead and just do a div just like that, I'm gonna close this one. Let's say right here, hello, this is my div. And if I go right over here in my CSS style, of course I have this one right over here included. So if I go over here and if I go ahead and just get the selector, which is the div, and my brackets, open those, and we added background color. See like how many backgrounds we have here in the recommendations panel. We have like a lot, but we're not gonna go for every one of those. All right, we're just gonna take like the most basic or the most important ones. So if I go for the color and add, let's say, blue. Of course you can add your own color the way you want it. We talked about colors in the last videos, the hex, you know, the name, the RGBA and all of that. So if I save this and go ahead and have my file right open in my browser, if I just save this, you can see that right here we have this one, we have that div right here. So if I actually go ahead and try to add let's see, a paragraph right here inside the div, let's say hello from paragraph, and if I close this one right here, if I save, just go back and refresh, you can still that we have the paragraph inside our div, and like the background covers all of them, because of course now the paragraph element or the p element is now nested inside the div. Okay, so it will just take the color. But what if we have this one right here? If I copy this and get this right here, the paragraph, let's say hello from paragraph outside of div, let's say this one, if it's gonna take the color or not, and refresh, of course it won't take the color because it's now outside of that div that we give, you know, the color for. All right, so this is now, you know, this should make really good sense. So if I go down right here and also add an h1, say hello from h1, close this one, and if I save it, if I go right over here and I give this one like background color, let's say you're gonna set this one to green. All right, and save this one, refresh right here. Oh, I actually have, maybe you have an error. Yeah, actually like the background is not written the right way, maybe you've noticed that. So if I refresh this one, you can see that now it gets its own color because it's outside, it's outside of the div. So this is just, to confirm what's going on in the background color. Okay, if I go right now, and this is maybe the last, the last example. If I go inside this one, if I go right over here, H2, and I say hello from heading 2, close this one, H2. Now if I save this one, and if I refresh back, you can see that we have it right over here. But what if I want this one to have another color, and I want to override the blue? Okay, what basically I'm gonna do is really simple. I'm just gonna go back right over here and add an H2, and it's gonna override this color in in the div. So if I go right over here and shows this one to be orange, I know it's gonna look really ugly, but we're just trying an example right here. So if I save this one and refresh, you can see that we have the color over right over here. So it's basically gonna override the color blue. All right, so yeah, this is basically it for the background color. Try to do some examples on your own. You're gonna see that's really easy and simple. Alright, so this is basically it for the color, and in this video we're also gonna take a look at the background image, and it's really simple. Nothing new. We've learned how to include an image on a page like in HTML, which was basically using the image, the image tag, but in CSS you're going to include let's just comment all of this, control and backslash. In CSS we include the image inside CSS. All right, so let me just go ahead first and create a div. So we do a background for this div. Let's say hello, it's an image. So if we save this one, we go right over here for a style, we just comment all of these, control and backslash. We go div and our brackets, and we do background. You can see right over here we have background image, and the background image will basically just add a background for this certain element right here. So if we go, I have like my photo right here, or my image right here. I just want to take the name and copy it, okay, because I might make some mistakes. Or I can just write another simple name, and let's call it image, just like that. All right, so if I go over here, just want to write everything for you so you can see it's actually working. Image.jpg. Yeah, we actually forgot something right here, which is the URL, and open those parentheses and just have our double quotes and get them right over here. All right, so if I just save this one, and I have my div right over here, and if I go back and refresh, you can see that right here we have the image. If I now click on inspect, okay, but the image is not gonna appear, like all of it is not gonna appear. It's only gonna appear to cover, to cover our content, or the div, or the whole div, right? And the div only just have these text right here. So I don't know why it's taken so long to open. Okay, maybe if I refresh, something is wrong right here. Yeah, it's actually working right here. So if I click on div, you can see that right here we have our image. If I just go ahead and click, I can actually edit it. You can see that right here we have some information about the image right over here. Now giving us the image, image place. All right, and the size, all of that, all of these things right here. If we add some other information right here, let's say we're gonna have some paragraphs. Hello, this is a normal paragraph. If we just close this one and see what happens, you can see that right here we have our paragraph. So it's actually like the image, like takes another space. They just show this one to show the new element. If we copy this one and we have it right over here, this is a second normal paragraph, and we save it. Now we refresh, you can see that's going right under the image right over here. But what if we want to to give this whole page our image? If we want to display the image on the whole page, like how are we gonna do this? Basically what we're going to do is we're gonna go for the body right here. We're not gonna snap only the div or even the paragraph or any of that. We're only gonna do it for the whole body. If we go like this, and if we save and refresh right here, let me close this one, you can see that right here it's actually it looks weird, but I'm gonna show you how to display it the right way in the page, because the image is too big for for the whole for my screen. All right, so we have the whole image right here. It covers all the page, because the whole page from here, the whole page is it's just the body. All right, so yeah, this is basically it for the color and the image, and I'm gonna show you in the next couple of videos how to deal with images in a better way. So see you on the next time. So now we're just gonna get going with our background properties, and in this one we're gonna take a look at the background repeat. All right, so basically the background repeat dictates how the image looks on your web page, whether it's horizontally or vertically. All right, so some images are better to display horizontally or vertically, and this is just up to you and up to your design. Okay, but I'm gonna show you both of them. It's really important, and you're gonna use them a lot. So we have our image right over here. I got this image right here to show you how this is going to be displayed. So if I go ahead, we still have our content right over here, and if we go to our CSS style file right over here, we still have the body and we have everything. But I want to use another image right over here, and let's get this image to color.png, which is our image. And if we save this one, and of course it's gonna take the whole body. So if we go ahead and refresh, you can see that right here that we have the image is repeating right now all over the place. All right, and it's only still if we get to inspect, it's still gonna show up as only one image if we go right over here. But we can see that if we displayed this this image only horizontally, it's gonna look better. All right, and this is basically where you're going to use your background repeat property. You just have some images and you want to display them in a certain way, because this is looks really ugly. So if I go right over here and go background repeat, you can see that's right over here, and I can go repeat. If we have over here repeat X, repeat Y, and no repeat. And the repeat X is gonna display it horizontally, the repeat Y it's gonna display it vertically, and the no repeat it's just gonna put one image on your page, no repeating. Alright, so if I go, yeah, and we have the repeat, which is basically, you know, the default value. Alright, so if we go repeat X, which is gonna display it horizontally, and save this one, you can go right over here and refresh. You can see that right here now the page looks a lot nicer than before, and everything now is just horizontally. If we go Y, which is the vertically, and save, gonna like refresh like this, you can see that's all right over here. Now it's displaying it vertically, and of course it looks really ugly, strange and weird, and you're not gonna do this if you have, but this is like depends on how you want to style your page. I'm just showing you an example right over here. And if we go for, you know, the no repeat, if we save this one, all right, over here and refresh, you can see that we only have like the image right over here at, you know, the left top. And of course, yeah, it doesn't make any sense, but this is like depends on how you want to style, again, on how you want to style your page and how you want to work with it. All right, so this is basically it for the image or the background repeat. All right, so just do some examples, have like some images and display them on your page just like this one, and you're going to understand everything. Now just to recap, the background repeat dictates or makes the like images go or displayed on a certain way on your page. If you want to display them horizontally, you're gonna have to use the repeat X. If you want to display them vertically, you're gonna use the repeat Y. If you want to just display your image at only one time, you're gonna go for the no repeat. And of course the default value is just repeat. So if I save this one like this and go, you can see now that it's giving us the default value, which is, you know, the image is going to be displayed over and over and over again. All right, so if I actually remove this whole thing, because it's just the default value, and save, and so I'm actually not using any repeat right here, any repeat property. If I refresh, you can see it's just you know, the same thing right over here. So yeah, this is basically it for the repeat, and till the next time, goodbye. So now we're finishing up with the background, and we're gonna take a look at a couple of things right here. We're gonna take a look at first at the background attachment and the background position, and we're gonna take a look at the shorthand. All right, so let's just get on with this video. So we're gonna start with the background attachment. So first of all, if we go right over here at the style, we like the background attachment like gives you only two options. First of all, the fixed options, and you know, the scroll option. So basically, sometimes you want just your image to stick around the page, you know, when you have a scroll, you want it to be fixed on the page. And other times you want, you know, you want your image to stay, you know, its own normal typical way, which is when you scroll down with your page, the image will just go away as you scroll down. And image basically helps you with that. When you you know, if we just take a look right here at the example, and it will just, you know, clear out everything. And if we go right here, let's say we have the attachment right here, and if we go for how do you call it, fixed, yeah, if we go right here and let's give this one no repeat, we don't want it to be repeated, so we can work with this example. So if we save this one right over here and we refresh, you can see that we have our, you know, our image right over here at the left top. If hopefully you can see it, if I just have an inspect right here, you can see it, right over here. All right, so now I want to add some content so we can test the scroll, because of course if you have like, if you can see right here, we have no scroll right here on the right side. We need some more content so the page can, you know, scroll down, so we can scroll down. And let's say we have the backgrounds right here, and let me just copy all of this, select all, Control C and Control V a couple times. So if we save this one and we go right over here and refresh, you can see that we have a scroll right over here, on the, you know, on the right side. We can see our image is still right over here at the top. If we now like go down, you can see that the image is still up there. Okay, like it's still fixed, like we have here on our, you know, on our property right here, or our value right here. If we go down again, you can see that this is like the end of the scroll, and the image is still right there, it's still fixed on the page. All right, but if we go for scroll, now if I save this one, refresh again, and if we now go down, you can see that the image now is gone. It's still, you know, it's still up at the top. If we still go, I can actually add more, some more content right over here. Add more, save this one, refresh. Can now if I'm scrolling down, you know, the image is just right there at the top. It's not, you know, it's not fixed while I'm scrolling. All right, so if I go now and move to the next one, which is, you know, the background position, yeah, you can see it right over there, and basically it just, you know, have some values right over here. You can see that we have all the values right here in this panel, and I'm just gonna do you know, a couple that actually, not just to show you what the background position is, just to demonstrate more how the background attachment works. So right top, and this will only give the image at the position of right top. So if I save this one and refresh, you can see the image, it's right over there at the top, at the right top right over here. So if I scroll down, you can see right now it's gone, because of course we have this one as scroll. But if we have it as fixed, save this one and refresh again, if you can see, if we now refresh down, it's still right over there. It's fixed as we scroll down. So yeah, this is basically how this whole thing works. You can see that the background property has like a lot of, you know, has like a lot of have a lot of values and a lot of properties on its own. So it's a big deal in CSS. So now we are gonna do the shorthand, and the shorthand of a property is basically like combining everything, so we can do it in only one line. All right, and you might seen this at the border. Okay, and in the next couple of videos I'm going to actually explain the border, but we are doing the background right over here. So it's basically do the background shorthand. You're gonna go background, and basically we need the color, and this is the first thing, and after that we need the image. You know, this is basically just a syntax. Okay, you're not gonna write it like this. Okay, and we need the repeat, and after that we need the attachment. You know, just like the order in this in the background property videos, and the position. All right, so this basically the four main values for the background. So if I go at every one and each one of those, if I just copy all of those, like I didn't write a color over here, so let me write a certain color. Let's say this one, we are gonna set it as let's say orange, and we can modify it later. And the image, we're just gonna go for the URL right over here and set it right over here, and the repeat, we're gonna set it to no repeat. All right, and the attachment, we're gonna set it to fixed, and the position, we're gonna set it to right top. All right, so yeah, this is basically it. So this one is gonna equal all of these guys right over here, but of course I didn't write a color for this image. All right, so guys, just go ahead and comment all of those and see, let's say if this one will work or not. So if I save this one, go ahead and refresh right over here, you can see that we have, so yeah, as you can see right here, that we actually got our our effect right over here. Now the image is right at the top, the image is right there first, and of course the color is going to be applied to the body right over here, and we have the image, and we have like the image is not repeated and it's fixed at the top, and it's at the right top right over here. Here's actually our image. All right, if I go ahead and inspect, yeah, it's right over there. We go for the body, and it's right over there at the top. So as you can see right here, that the background shorthand property, it's like it's the best way to write, just instead of writing all of these codes right here, you can just go only for this one line. So you just memorize the whole thing, like basically start with color, image, repeat, attachment, and position, and this will work just fine. So yeah, this is how it works, and see you on the next video. So now we are gonna get into something that's really interesting, which are borders. Right, so we actually, I showed you a couple examples with them, but we have to go through them again, just little explanations, more info, tips here and there. Right, so just consider what you know about by now is just a revision. All right, so let's get going with borders. So as you might know, borders are basically just a way of setting an outline, something like that, around your element, and can be any element actually, not just photos or paragraphs. It can be headings, links, and actually we use them for tables. Yeah, I remember this one. So yeah, this is basically our borders, and in this video we're going to take a look at like we have like 3 things to know in borders, which is first of all the border style, the border width, and the border color. All right, so for this one I'm just gonna go for something really simple, which is basically let's call it an H3. That's fine. Let's give some content. This is H3. Now let's close this one. All right, so I actually want to set a class right here. It's just to show you that we can actually use classes to work with CSS. Now let's say this one border. You can call it whatever you want, right? But you have to we have to copy it or just memorize it, because we are gonna need it in our style. If you haven't noticed yet, that I have my file right over here, which is borders.html, and we are going to use the same style right over here. So to use the class as a selector, or to refer to it, we are gonna have to write our dot and then the class name. All right, and we have to go for the declaration right now, and now we need to do our border. So basically for the border width, it's just the width of the 4 borders around the element. all right, which are of course, you know, top, bottom, left and right. So if I go border, border and dash, and if I go width, and I can set this one like maybe 10 pixels are fine. Right, and of course you can set it with pixels just like any other element, border width. And if I save this one, and if I save like right here, okay, and if I go ahead and refresh this one, you're gonna see actually we have a problem. Yeah, actually we created our border width. We need our border style, okay, just for this one to work. So if I go border dash style, and if I go, we have like 3 main values right here. We can go for dotted, which is just gonna do a dotted, you know, border, a style of dotted border, or we can go for the dashed, and this one is gonna do a dashed style border, or we can go for the solid, and I'm gonna show you all of them how they look. Okay, so let's save right here, and if we refresh right here, you can see that we have our border right here in this one. If I go for the inspect, so yeah, as you're seeing right here, we have the border width for, you know, for this class right here. We have the border width 10 pixels, and we have like the solid. If I go and click on this one right here, I don't know why it's not clicking. Huh, that's a lot weird. Maybe, yeah, we need to just go from here and just edit it from here. We go 15 pixels, and now you can see that these guys now will go bigger. Okay, will go more solid right here. Now it's 15 pixels. So yeah, as you've seen right here, you just add the border width and you add the border style, and the width will not work if we didn't you know, do a border style. So if I go for that dashed right here, the style is gonna be dashed, as you've seen right here. And if I go for the dotted one, now if I save, go right over here and refresh, you can see that it's dotted. All right, so yeah, these are basically how it works, the border. And the next video, I'm gonna show you how to add your own color to this border. I'm gonna show you the shorthand. So see you in the next one. So now to the second video about borders, and this one is gonna be about colors. And as you've may guessed, yes, the color, the border color property will add a border for will add a color for the border. And yeah, we have a couple things to talk about in terms of colors when we talk about colors, and I'm gonna show you all of them. So basically all we're gonna do is border color. All right, and we can, of course you can set the color to, you know, hex values, the name, anything you like, but I'm gonna go with the name for this one, and I'm gonna set blue for this one right over here, and I'm gonna keep this as 5. Okay, we don't need it to be that big, and I'm gonna get this to solid. All right, so we can create, you know, a better example right over here. And yeah, I want to just talk about that. If you didn't actually set this value right here, the text will get, you know, the color, the default color, the border will get the default color of the text, and the text of course is black. Of course, this is why we got the black border right over here. So if you didn't specify this one, the color for the border, it's gonna take it from the content or the text. All right, So if I save this one and go right over here and refresh, you can see that we have our little border right over here. Okay, the next thing I want to talk about is you can actually specify like a color for every border. If you've seen this one right over here, we have like 4 borders for the whole element. Okay, top, bottom, left, and right. So we can actually go for every one of those and set a value. So it's gonna be like this. First of all, top, and then right, and then bottom, and last but not least, the left. All right, so this is how it works. This is the syntax. So for the top, I'm gonna go with blue. Of course, we don't need these. And right here, let's go for red. Of course, we don't need this one. And for this one, let's go. Can keep it black. And for the last one, of course, we are gonna go for orange. All right, so these are the four colors for the border. If we save this one, go right over here and refresh, you can see that right here we have at the top the blue, the right is red, and the bottom is the black, and for the last one is orange. If we look at this one right here in the inspect element, you can see that right here we have all of them. All right, and you can actually just go for only one border if you want to. So you can snap one border and work with it. So if I just comment this down and go, no. All right. So if we go right over here and go border, left, let's say blue, just basic example. And if we save this one, now refresh, you can see that we have this one right here at the left, which is so now if we go to the last one, which is the shorthand, and it's really easy and simple. First of all, you have to write your own border, and we are just gonna go for the width and style, and then the color right over here. Right, so this is basically the syntax of the shorthand, and the shorthand basically saves you a lot of time, so you don't have to write all of these. It's a more cleaner way of writing your CSS code. So if we go for the width, which is 5 pixels, and the style, which is going to be solid, and the last one, let's keep it orange. And if we like remove all of these, or not remove it, we're just gonna comment it down and save this one, and I'll go right over here and refresh. You can see that right here everything just works, everything works just fine, and here is the code and it works just fine. So this is basically how to deal with borders in CSS. So width, it's just with pixels, and the style solid, dashed, and dotted, and the border color, which is going to be any color you want to define. Okay, and you can go for the 4 colors all at once: top, right, bottom, and left. And this is the short syntax for the border. All right, so this is basically it, and see you in the next video. Hello developers, and what's going on? So in this one we are going to talk about margins. Okay, what's basically a margin, or what does a margin property do? Margin property basically creates spaces around elements, around elements that are defined by some certain border. Right, so these are basically margins. Margins are used to create spaces beyond any defined or beyond any element that has borders. Right, so that's basically it for the definition. So how to create a margin? Well, first of all, we have to create two elements. Let's say this one, h1. Just an example will get everything going. Hello from h1. Close this one, and this one, let's say it's gonna be a paragraph. Hello, this is a paragraph with margin. And let's close this one. So if we save this one right over here, if we go ahead and refresh, you can see that actually it's just a normal heading and a normal paragraph. So now we need to add some border for this one to do our margin. So if we go ahead and, you know what, let's just go right away for our style.css. We're not gonna create a class. So okay, let's create a new class. Okay, that's fine, it's okay. Sorry, let's create a new design. So for the p, now we're gonna go for our declaration border, and let's say 3 pixels, solid and green. Save this one right over here. Go ahead and refresh. Now we have our own border right over here. So what if we want this whole thing, this whole border with the paragraph inside it, we want to do a space so it can go far from the heading right over here. To do this, all we have to do is just to go margin, and let's say we want to set it. Of course, you can use any number of pixels to set it, and you can actually use negative pixels, and I'm gonna show you how to do that in just a minute. So I'm just gonna set it to 50 pixels right here, and now if we refresh, you can see that now it's gone far from the head right here. It actually had this space on the left and has this space on the right, and also at the bottom, but you can see the but you can see the bottom because of course we don't have any elements around here. If we look up over here, we have the margins and we have the 50 pixels. Now if we just click on these a couple of times, if we now highlight and with the arrow, the top arrow, we go, you can see that right here, every time we add to this one, now it gets a new space around it. Now it gets down and down from this one right over here. So this is basically how the margin works. All right, so but as you can see, we have like it goes far, like on the left and on the right and at the bottom and on the top. And of course we have like this is like a shorthand for the four main areas: the top, right, left and bottom. But what if we want to do like just for the top, we want to do a margin for the top? Of course we can do this. If we go right over here, let's say we have this one removed, and if we go margin top and 50 pixels, if we save this one, if we refresh right over here, you can see that we only have the margin top right over here. Now we don't have on the left or the right on the bottom. If we go over here and we try to like decrease it, now go for the down arrow, you can see that right here, if we decrease it now, and now the margin goes up and up. So if we refresh this one and go back, you can also go for now for the left, we go right up over here, and if we save this one, go right over here and refresh, and see that right now we have the margin right here only on the left. All right, so that of course the top won't work, and the left and the right and the bottom. So this is how it basically works. So if you want to do all of them, you can write only the margin and your value, and this will affect all of them, but you can specify one. And we also have another shorthand, which is basically actually only, let me just write something right over here just to not confuse you. If we want to write for all of them only one value, we have the whole shorthand version, which is the margin, which goes for the whole directions, okay, which are top, right, bottom, and left. And we have like a second version from the shorthand margin, which is a margin. All right, so this basically it's gonna be this one is gonna be like only one value right here. Okay, one value, it will apply for all. But if we have like 3 values right here, and I'm gonna show you how to do this just in a second. Not one value, 3 values right here. Like the first value is gonna be applied for the top, and the second value is gonna be applied for the left and the right, and the third value is gonna be applied for the bottom. All right. And if we have only 2 values, the first one is going to be for the first one. It's going to be applied for top and bottom, and the second value is going to be applied for the right and left. Right, so I hope that didn't confuse you. I'm going to show you how all of them works. I already showed you the first one, the first shorthand one, and the second one, the second and the third one. I'm going to show you how it works. So the first one, the one value, the margin was only one value. It's going to be applied for the whole directions. And the 3 values, the first one is going to be applied for the top. The second one is going to be applied for the right and left. And the third one is going to be applied for the bottom. And the margin, the shorthand, the last shorthand version with the 2 only values, it's going to be applied. The first one is going to be applied for the top and bottom, and the second value is going to be applied for the right and left. So we've already seen how the first one works. Now if we go ahead and go for the second one with the 3 values, if we go right up over here, let me just remove this one. All right, if we go margin, and we're gonna set 3 values, let's say 30 pixels, 50 pixels, and 30 pixels. Now if we save this one, as we're seeing right over here, and then now refresh, and see that right here we have the margin 30 pixels. Right now it's going to be only for the top, and the 50 pixels is going to be for the right and left, and the 30 pixels is going to be for the bottom right over here. Let's go ahead and try to edit them. Now if I go ahead and like increase this one, you can see that only the top is just working. Okay, it's just increasing. And if I say this one right here, which is for right and left, now if I increase, you can see that only all of these guys, you know, like all of this, the top of these guys is just the spaces or the margins are increasing. If I go for this one and do it just like that, you can see that right here, you can see all of the spaces, you know, the highlighted thing right here, it just increases down because this one is for the bottom. All right, so this is basically how this works. And now if we go for the second or a last margin right over here, and we only give it like 40 pixels and 60 pixels right over here. And if we just remove this one, if we save, now this one is gonna go for the top and bottom, and this one is gonna go for the right and left. We save this one and refresh right over here. Now you've seen all these, like the 40 right here. If we just go ahead and try to edit it, I don't know why it's not working how it works. Just this new version of Chrome, it's just a mess. Now if we go ahead and increase it, you can see that right now the top and bottom are increasing. And if we go ahead for this one, which are left and right, you can now see that the margins are increasing. So this is how everything works for the margins, right? So we actually, you're gonna use them a lot, so you have to pay attention. You have to do some examples on your own. You know, it's just, you know, it's just really easy and simple. Just if you do a little exercises with them, it's gonna be fine. So I showed you the 3 shorthands. Now I'm just gonna do another example with only like the non-shorthands ones. All right, so I already did the margin left. Now if I go for the margin right, and if I give it 100 pixels, we save this one. Let's see here and refresh right here. You can see that we now have the 100 pixel margin right over here. It's already right here. And if I go for the bottom, I save this one. Let's go ahead on our file right here. Where is it? Yeah, the margins right over here. And let's create an H3 right here so I can show you that they're actually a margin bottom right over there. Hello, this is H3. And save this one. I go ahead and refresh. You can see that we have right here our own H3, and now the 100 pixels are right just over there. All right, so if I go ahead and increase those guys, you can see that now, you know, our element right over there is just going down and down because now the margins are increasing in this space only. So yeah, this is how the margins work, and see you in the next video. So yeah, this video is all about padding. And what is basically a padding? A padding is basically a property to add spaces around content in a certain border. All right, so it's kind of the opposite of a margin. A margin is basically the space around, you know, the space around around an element which has a border, a space outside of the border. But the padding is a space around the content inside a border. So an example actually will just clear everything for you. So I have like my file right over here, which is called paddings right over here, and I basically just like copy the same content. I removed the H3 that was here, and it changed just a little bit of stuff. So if you want to go ahead and write everything over here, just go ahead and do it. You can pause this video and just write it from scratch if you want. So if I save this one right over here and I refresh, I still have the same content right over here, and of course I have my style.css, a file that we have been working with right now. And if I just remove this one right over here, and I still have my border and my paragraph, and if I go ahead and do a padding, let's say I'm gonna do a padding now left, because if it's of course just like margin, like the margin has like a non-shorthand way of writing it, and it has 3 short ways. So this basically, it's just basically the padding. All right, so if we go ahead for the padding right over here, yeah, let me just remove this and just save, just to show you that actually it's just a normal page right over here. And if I go back, Control Z, you can see that right here, padding left, and if I add like 30 pixels, so if we add like 30 pixels to the padding right here, and we save this one and go ahead and refresh right over here, you can see that we have right now our padding just right over there. And if I inspect on this one just to see that everything works fine, you can see that right here we have 30 pixels. If I go ahead and just edit it, increase it, you can see that right here, yeah, we can go like everywhere we want with this. You can increase it whatever you want, and paddings don't have negative values, just margins. Margins are the only one who have them. Paddings don't. So yeah, if we have like an example here with padding left. If I go ahead and just add padding right, now right, let's give it for top, and let's give it for 70 pixels. Save this one, go ahead and refresh, and see that right here now we have like the padding top at 70 right over there. You can actually write code right over here. If we go padding, and see that we have some recommendations right over there. You can see padding bottom and like a column, and let's say 40 pixels. You can see that right here, like everything just works in real time, just right away. Yeah, you can actually do with this like everything you want. So this is how the paddings work. All right, it's basically the space inside inside a border. All right, or around a content in a border. Okay, so this is basically how paddings work. So now if we go for the shorthand, I'm gonna copy all of these just to show you how it works. Basically just the same thing, okay, with different some stuff are just different. All right, so here we have like the padding number 1, where we have, if we give it only one value, it goes for the whole directions. Okay, left, top, right, bottom, and left. All right, but if we give the padding 3 values, it's gonna go for the top. The first one is gonna go for the top, the second one is gonna go for the right and left, and the third one is gonna go for the bottom. And if we give the padding only 2 values, it's gonna go, the first value it's gonna go for the top and bottom, and the second value is gonna go for the right and left. All right, so if we go over here and just remove these 2 guys right over there, and if we go for the padding, just the padding like that, the shorthand way, if we give it like 20 pixels and save, can refresh right over there. Yeah, you can see that actually works. We have 20 pixels right here, 20 right here, and 20 right over there. All right, so this is how it works. But if we give it like 2, like if we give it like 3 values right over there, let's give this one 30 pixels and this one 60 pixels. If we save right over there, and if we refresh, you can see that like the first one, the top, gets 20 pixels, and the left and right get 30 pixels, and like the top gets the bigger one, which is the 60 pixels. All right, so this is like the second shorthand. The third shorthand only gets 2 values, and all of these things like depends on what you want. Okay, you can use all of them. You know, you can use whichever one you want. I'm gonna go for 40 pixels. It's just a cleaner way of writing your code. So the first one it's gonna go for the top and bottom, and the second one is gonna go for the right and left. If I save this one and refresh right over there, and we can see that we have only 40 pixels right here. The 20 pixels are gonna go for the top and bottom, and the 40 pixels is gonna go for the left, the right and the left. So yeah, as you may have noticed, it just works like how the clock works. The clock starts from 12, and then it just moves to the right and the bottom, and it moves right back to the left, and it goes up again to the top. It just works how the clock works. Okay, the shorthand for the padding and the margin. So yeah, this is basically it for the padding, and see you in the next video. Hello guys, and welcome again. So in this one we are gonna look at probably the most important lesson in this CSS course, which is the width and height. So every element that has been ever created on the web or will be created has a width and a height. And yeah, we talked about this a bit, but in this one I'm going to show you more info about it. So the width is actually the space that the content of an element or the element itself takes, okay, to show up on the web. Like the width is horizontally and the height is vertically. And if we go up here and just create an element and create a border for it, I'm gonna show you how all this works, and to demonstrate how the width and height works and how we can set them. All right, so if we go over here and just go h3 hello from h3 and close this one and save. Now if we go to our file, yeah, if you notice that I'm in width and height.html, if I go to my style.css right now, I'm just keeping all of this as a reference for you guys. If I go over here and h3, I need to comment this one just in case, and I go for the brackets, and this is our declaration. So to set the width, it's easily enough. You gotta go width, and you can set it right now. You can set it with actually the percent sign, you know, or the percent value, or you can just set it with pixels, right, or actually centimeters, but you know, pixels are more widely used on the web. So if I go 30 pixels, and to set the height, it's easily enough, only just height, and let's set this one for 40 pixels for now. And if I save this one, go ahead, I opened my file right over here, and if I refresh, you can see that right now we have it hello from pixels. So if I go ahead and inspect, yeah, it appears right over here, 30 pixels and 40 pixels. If I go ahead and just try to increase the width, just use your arrows. If we can see that right now that we're actually like increasing the width, yeah, you can see that it's actually going right now horizontally because the width is increasing right now. If we increase it a lot more, yeah, you can see how it increases. If I go for this one, all right, and this is the height, actually nothing will, you know, the height is just, you know, the vertical space right here, so actually nothing will happen. But yeah, as you've seen right here, the width works just fine as the height. If I go ahead and put some border on this right here, border, as we've learned, I'm gonna use the shorthand just right away, maybe 10 pixels, solid and black. I save this one, go ahead and refresh. You can see that right here, it actually nothing. Yeah, we actually forgot the R right over here. And if I save this one, go ahead and refresh right here, then you have it. We have actually the border right here, and it overflows, the text overflows. So we gotta like make this a little bigger. We can see this 103, maybe 140 are fine. We save this one, go ahead and refresh. You can see that right here, this is like the width, the vertical space right there is the width, and sorry, the horizontal space right there for the content is the width, and the vertical way right here is the height. So if I go ahead and add a lot more, you can see that right here the space right now is increasing, and this is not the padding. Okay, the width is different from the padding. Actually, the padding is the space. The padding is a space for the content. Okay, it's a space like a space between the content and the border, but the width is just the space for the content itself. All right, so if I go ahead actually and just try to add a padding, like a padding top right here, let's see, it's 30 pixels, save, and see, and refresh right here. You can see that like the space right now right over here is increasing. So the padding is the space between the content itself and the border. All right, but the width is a space for the content itself. Right, I hope that makes sense. All right, so if we go over here and just remove this one right over there and save and refresh again, you can see that we have our content right here. And as you can see, if I increase my height right here, you can see that right now it's increasing. And of course, this is not the padding. Okay, width and height do not include the padding for any element actually. All right, they're different. All right, so yeah, this is it for the width and height, and you will work with them a lot, and we will have actually some more examples as we go in the course on how to use width and height. All right, so this is it for this one, and see you on the next video. So now we are gonna take a look at something that's really important, which is the box model. Okay, so if we take a look at our file right over here, I just changed my title, that's all. And now we are gonna talk about the box model. So the box model is basically a box for every element on the web. All right, like every element right here that you are gonna create on your web page, consider it or think of it as a box. All right, so this is basically the box model, like the whole box that contains an element and that wraps up an element. If I take a look at our image right here, like think of this as a web element, text, images, videos, anything you want. We have right here inside this one the content, and after that we have the padding, and the padding is of course the space, the transparent space between the content and the border, and after the border we have right here the margin. So this is basically just what a web element looks like in terms of the design and layout on the web. This is like a pattern or a model for the box model itself. This is how it looks like on the web. So if we go right over here, we have like this one, this border that we created in the last video. Okay, works just fine. So if I just click on it and go over here, we're just gonna use it as an example. If we look up here, we have like the content, which is 130 pixels and 140 pixels. These are just the width and height. And we have over here the padding. All right, and we didn't actually set the padding right over here. So yeah, it's just like the default value for it. And we have the border right here, which is just 10 pixels. All right, and the model the margin right here, we didn't set a margin for this one, so we actually have an auto or a default that's created by the browser, which is 1870, which is 18.72, I guess. Yeah, it's right there. So yeah, this is like the whole box model thing. So if we actually go ahead and create another div, or we just create a normal element for just another example. If you understand this video, actually just know that you understood the last 3 videos. All right, so hello from box model. If I save this one, go over here on the style, if I take all of this, just copy it and paste it right here. If I change this to div, all right, if I keep this like 130, you know what, let's change it, 150 pixels. Now we have width and height, we have border, and we can add right now the margin. Let's keep it from all sides 40 pixels, and we can add the padding, and let's give it also 40 pixels. So if I save this one, and let's see what we're gonna have right here. If I refresh, you can see that right here we have our div right now. Which has only this text. If I click on it right here, and you can see that right here we have like 150 and 150 for width and height. We have the padding right here, 40 pixels, and we have the border, which is 10 pixels right here, and we have like the margin, which is 40 pixels from all sides. So this is how it all works. Of course, you can change anything you want right here. We can like change this instead of 10, and change it right here. You can see that's actually increasing. All right, so yeah, this is how it all works on the web. Everything is just a box model that traps everything around it. All right, this is how it all works. So yeah, this is it for this one, and see you on the next video. Hello guys, and what's going on? So in this one, we're just gonna take a look at something right here and build it from scratch. Right, so this is a simple basic design for a login form right here with just a background image as a cover. Right, so I just thought that we can do something different in this video, and just to show you guys how to put everything you've learned together and in one simple project. So by now you've learned you've learned HTML, you've learned a good part of CSS, and I think it's time to try something new right over here. So we're just gonna build this little project, and this is like the best advice I can give you guys. If you learned something, you have to implement it. All right, and this is basically it. If even like little adjustments in an existing project, or just making some really basic design, just like this one, if you learn something, you have to implement it, you have to utilize it. All right, so with that said, now let's go ahead and create our project. So if I go ahead on my desktop, and of course you can just create it whatever you want, and if I go log in, this is actually Arabic, log n. And if I just like pull it right over here in my Sublime, and if I go ahead and create file right here, let's call this form.html. Alright, now let's call this one style.css. Alright, so yeah, those are the two files that we are gonna be using. And to just start with, we're just gonna go ahead and do our doc type HTML. We're gonna close this one, and now we're gonna go for the HTML, close it, and now we're gonna go for the head, and for the head we're gonna go for a title, and for the title log n. You can set it whatever you want, and we're just gonna do the last thing in the head, which is basically the link. We're gonna be linking this external CSS style, and it's gonna be style sheet href, which is the directory basically, and it's gonna be style.css. Alright, so this is basically it for the head. Right, so if we save this one, go ahead and just open in browser, and if we go ahead and inspect, you can see in the console right here that nothing actually, there is no errors or something like that. Right, so if we save this one like that, you can see that right here it says file not found because we wrote the style.css file the wrong way. So yeah, this is how you actually debug and look up for errors right here in the console. Alright, so everything works just fine. And if we go ahead right over here and we look at our our design, I just wanna teach you how to analyze things, even with simple little stuff. You have to break down everything and just look at everything as a box or as a unit. Alright, so we have this image right here in the back, and we're going to be doing this with CSS actually, not HTML. And we have this little form right over here. In the form we have an h1, and we have a label, an input, and a label input, and a button. So this is what we're going to be doing in HTML right over here. So we're going to just go for the body, close it. Alright, and we are gonna go for the div, and basically the div is just a wrapper for our form. We're gonna use it later, right? And we're gonna go for the form. Let me give it a class of form, and you can write whatever name you like, and we're gonna close the form, and we have an h1 right here. It says log n. We're gonna close this one, h1, and we have a label which is username. Let's close it, and we have an input for the username input. That's gonna be a type of text, and the placeholder, it's gonna be user name. Right, so we're gonna copy these two, right, just like that, and this one's gonna be password, and we're gonna set it to type text for password, so the user actually this is where the user can see the password. Okay, and for this one also the placeholder is going to be a password. and we have, last but not least, a button right here. The button is we're gonna give it a class of btn. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna give it we're gonna give the content as login, and we're just gonna end it right here. So this is basically how it goes. So yeah, this is actually our form right here. If we save this one and go right over here and refresh, you can see that we have our own form right over here without any design. So now we're gonna go to the style, and we're gonna go for the body, just because we want to make the whole image as a cover for the whole thing. We are gonna do it for the whole body, as we've seen right here. So yeah, if we go and background, as of course when I showed you how to implement an image with CSS, it's with the background image and the URL, and we're gonna stop right over here because of course we don't have any images right here. So I'm gonna grab my little image right here from this folder, and of course all of these files is gonna be provided in the folders section, or when you look up your the includes for this course, just look up the files. It's gonna be down this video. So yeah, if I take up my image right over here and just paste it, if I go ahead and implement my own image right here, and it's book.png. Alright, so as you've seen it right here, yeah, it's a weird name, I know, but we're just doing a little something right over here. If I save this one, go ahead and refresh, you can see that we have our own image right over here. But as you can see that right now, it just displays what there is a little portion of the image that only shown. It's not shown, or it's not displayed the right way as we've seen in this one. So to do that, to make the whole image just go as a cover for the page, and I've told you in the background image video that I'm gonna show this, and here I'm showing you how to make the whole image just fit right in the page nicely. We are gonna use the background size, and it's gonna set it to a value of cover. Alright, and we are gonna set it also background repeat, no repeat, so to make sure that we're not repeating the image. So if I save it and go right over here and refresh, you can see that we have our own image right over here, just showing that it just displayed the right or the nice way right over here. Alright, so now we are gonna take the form. We're gonna take care of the form, or the design of the form. So we're gonna snap like the book. We're gonna snap the form class right over here. We're gonna do dot and form. And we're gonna do our declaration right over here, and we're gonna do a background, and we're gonna do a width, stuff like that, just to make the form look a little nicer. So basically, first of all, we're gonna go for the width, maybe 200 pixels are fine, and we're gonna go for the background color, so we can wrap up our content in a color. Background color, we're gonna say white. If we refresh right over here, you can see that right now we got our own form as you've seen right over here. So yeah, now we're gonna go for some padding, and maybe the padding, maybe 20 pixels are fine, and this is gonna give it like padding from all angles, or from all sides. If we refresh right now, you can see that we got our own padding right over here. Maybe I'll make it 30. refresh right now, you can see that now right now it's giving a little padding, so it looks bigger right now. Alright, so after that we're going to take care of the inputs, and for the inputs I forgot to add some classes right over here. So yeah, go ahead and add some classes. And I'm gonna say this one input. Alright, so just take on input, and of course you can, with like classes, you can do one class and it will affect like a lot of elements if you want to affect multiple elements. But this is not a good this is not a good practice with IDs. Okay, do this one with inputs. Do this one with classes. Alright, not IDs. So basically what we're seeing right here in our app, we have like the inputs are a little bigger, right, and they don't have any borders, and has also some margin right over here, and we are gonna do that. Right, so if we gonna go maybe the width first, and we're gonna give it 90% of the width of the whole width that's taken right now. We're only gonna give it like 90%, and we're gonna give it like padding maybe 15 pixels. Alright, so just it will look bigger, and we're gonna give it some margin, maybe 5 pixel on the top, 0 on the right, 20 pixels on bottom, and 0 pixels on the left. Alright, and we're gonna give it some background. We're gonna give it a color that looks a little bit like a white, F1. Alright, it's background color, and background. We're gonna give it border none. We want no borders. Alright, so now we can take a look, I guess. Refresh right now. You can see that right now we have our own inputs right here, and they look similar to these actually. As you've seen right here, when we click, it just shows up a little outline, something like that. So we're gonna go outline none, and we are gonna take a look at outline actually in the next couple of videos. So if we save it, refresh, you can see that right now when we click, the outline is not right there. So this is basically it for the inputs. We give it a little width, and the width basically is this horizontal, the whole horizontal thing inside the whole form. Alright, and we give it only like 90%. And yeah, you can use actually the percent sign with like the size of the width. Okay, not just the pixels. Oh, something really. Yeah, it's working fine. I don't know what happened right there. So yeah, you can see right here, if we like, see, you can see right here it's increasing because it's now above 100%. But if we get it back like 90% right here, it now works just fine. So you can use the percentage sign with width and padding actually, and also margins. Alright, so yeah, this is basically it for the inputs, and all we have right now to style is just the little button right over here. So if we're gonna go ahead for the button right here, and we give it like a PT in class, and our dot right here, and we just open our declaration. And what we're gonna be doing to the to the input right here, we're gonna be like we're gonna change the content, and we're gonna change the background color. Excuse me. And we are gonna give it no borders, and we are gonna give it a little padding here and there and all of that. So if we just snap it right here, and we go width 90%, You can see that right here. Now it's taking this width, and we're gonna give it color white, and if we go ahead and give the background color and basically get this color right here, any color that you don't know your name, you can always download this extension right here. It's ColorZilla. Just go ahead on Google and write ColorZilla extension for Chrome. I don't know if they have like one for Firefox, or I don't actually know. I didn't Google it, but just go ahead and like get this extension right here, install it, and now if you click on it, you can just go ahead anywhere and just click, and the color will be like copied to the clipboard. So if we go ahead right here, that's not actually there, so we're gonna have to write it again, background color, and we're gonna paste it. You can see that we have it right over here, and we give it a little padding. If we give it like 90 pixels, now it looks a little bigger. Let's just, alright, I guess I now working fine. If we like copy all of these, because of course if we refresh it will just vanish, and if we paste it right over here, alright. So what we need right now, if we save, refresh, you can see that right now we need to like remove the border none. And if we save, go right over here and refresh, and see that right here we have no borders. And if you can see over here, if you go if I like go ahead on this, like the style or the shape of the mouse is actually changing. So I need to do this right here also. And to do this, you're just gonna use the cursor. And I did not discuss this one, but I'm gonna discuss in the next couple of videos. And the cursor, we're gonna set it to pointer. Okay, not the normal way of a mouse. If we just refresh, you can see if I go right over here, it now turns to pointer. Alright, so yeah, we actually just still have one thing to do. If I focus right here on these inputs, you can see the background color is changing. So we have to do this right over here. And to do this, it's really easy and simple. We're just gonna go ahead for the input, and that's of course what we'll be working on. And we are gonna do a focus right here, which is just like I showed you like this with option with hovers before. Okay, it's like some effects that you'll do with your CSS right here. I showed you the hover, and now we're working with focus, because that's what we're actually doing when we click on an input. We focus on it. So if we go ahead and change the background when we do some focus, background color, let's say we're gonna set it to D, which is actually this color that we want. If we refresh right now, if we click right here, you can see that we have our own color right here when we focus on this one. So yeah, we also have like we have to grab this form right here in the middle, and to do this, we're now gonna go to our div right here and do align, and we're gonna go for center, which is basically where center this one in the middle. Alright, and this is just an attribute. If we save, go ahead and refresh, you can see that right now we have it like in the middle of the page, but we want to push it down to like to get in the middle, or nearly just to the middle of the page. And to do this, it's really simple. We're gonna go back to CSS, and for the form we are gonna go for margin top actually, and we are gonna give it like 100, maybe 80 pixels. Let's just try it out. Right, now if we save, refresh, you can see that right here we have it looks really nice. If we like change like the padding, let's say 50 pixels, it's fine. So the form can look a little bigger. If we now refresh, you can see right now it looks fine. So yeah, this is it. And as you can see, guys, right here, that we can build anything we want if we unlock our CSS, magic. You can see how all of these work together. Alright, it's just magic. Just with these simple lines, we're able to implement something that's really beautiful and simple right over here. So till the next time, goodbye. Hello guys, and what's going on? So in this one we are gonna be talking about something that's really simple and interesting, which is the outline. Right, so in the last couple of videos, well, I guess we've talked about like the basics of CSS, like the basics of elements like padding, margin, width, and height. And in my opinion, these are like the hard parts of CSS. Okay, it's not actually the easy parts or anything like that. So, but in the next couple of videos, we're going to be talking about stuff that's actually really simple and easy, just like the outline, text effects, fonts, and stuff like that. It's just really simple and easy. So we can chill out and relax and start this video. So what's the outline? Okay, the outline is basically a line that's drawn outside of the border. All right, that's basically it. And the outline is just drawn, or it's right there just to highlight the element itself, right? And it doesn't add up to the width or the height. Okay, the outline value, it doesn't add to the width or the height. It's just a line that's drawn outside of the border itself. All right, so if we take a look at our image right here, just for a little demonstration, we can see the content is right here, and here is the border, and outside of all of that is just the outline right over here. All right, so this is how it basically looks, and I will show you this in the box model or something as we go through our examples right here. So if I just go ahead and type do a paragraph, just a normal paragraph, and can say this is paragraph look for the outline, and we just save this one right over here, and we go ahead to our file right over here, and we refresh, and we get our own paragraph right over here in the browser. All right, so what we're gonna be doing right now is just implement our own outline, and for this you're just gonna type the P right here and the declaration, and we're gonna go outline, and this is where when we stop right over here, you can see the recommendations right here, and see the color, the style, and the width, and these are gonna be like the ones that we're gonna take a look at. So none of them actually will take effect unless we do the style first. So if we go ahead and do color, and the color, of course, you can use the name, the RGB, or just a simple hex, and I'm gonna go for for the name right away. Right, so if I save, go ahead and refresh, you can see that actually nothing will take effect just because we don't have our own style. Just like the border, see if you can see right here that we have this box that checked. If I actually click on here, so it's now it's not like working right now. All right, but if we click it now, it's working, but it's not taking effect just because we don't have the style. So if we go ahead and do the style, outline style, and the outline style, and we have like three main values right over here. We have dotted, and we have dashed, and we have solid, which is, I would say, mostly what you will be working with. So if I go for the solid, save, Go ahead and refresh. You can see that we have our own outline right over here. Of course, I can change the color. I can say blue. All right, let's get this one, blue violet. Refresh right here. We can have our own color right over here, and of course we can change the outline style. Let's say this one, dotted. There's gonna be like dots, stuff like that. You can see that we have it right over here, and you can actually make a border, so you can see how the border will look like. Outline, sorry, not outline, border. Let's say I'm gonna do the border style, and let's take the style as solid, and we are gonna go to the border color, and let's say it's gonna be black. If we save, refresh, you can see that we have actually we have the border right over here, and the outline is just outside of it, and we can actually just, let me increase the width of the border. Let's say 10 pixels. Save, refresh, and see right here it looks really ugly, but we're just doing an example. You can see that right here we have the border, which is black right over here, and we have like the outline, which is blue violet, and the style is different. It's just dotted or dotted. Okay, you can see that we have everything right here and it's implemented. So yeah, this is like the introductory part of the outline, and see you in the next video. And yeah, we're back again with another outline video, and this one should be really easy and simple, because as I just said, the outline is really similar to the border. All right, so if we just gonna go ahead and we're gonna be actually taking a look at an example for the width and the shorthand way of writing outlines. So yeah, if we just go ahead, let's create our outline first. We go ahead and just try a normal tag right here. Let's say the H2. Let's say hello from H2 with an outline. And if we save this one right over here, and if we go ahead and refresh, you can see that the heading 2 is right over here. It's just a normal tag. If we go for a style right now, if we go for H2, and if we open our declaration, and if we go ahead outline, and let's do the width. Actually, let's do the width right here first. If we're gonna go for the width, of course you can go for like the border for the pixels. You know, actually you can use some keywords like thin. All right, we can use medium, stuff like that, but let's just try out with, you know, with the pixels. Of course you can write it with centimeters, stuff like that, but most likely you're gonna go for, you know, the pixels. So if we save this one right over here, we're gonna go ahead and refresh, and see, of course nothing happens because we did not add the style yet. So if we go ahead and add the style, outline style, and let's add this one dashed, and just make something different. And if we save, go ahead and refresh, you can see that we have it dashed right over here. And now if we go for the color, outline color, and if we go for the color, let's say what we're gonna be using, now let's try maybe red. We save, go ahead and refresh, and see that we have the color red right over here for the outline. All right, so these are like the 3 basic stuff that you should know about the outline. But what about the shorthand? What about like if you want to write all of this in one line, just to like to minimize the writing part, okay, and just to make it more cleaner and easier to read. If we go ahead and go outline just like the border, all right, and if we go like, we're gonna go for the width first. The width maybe 10 pixels as we have right over here, and we are gonna go for the style is dashed, and we are gonna go for the color, which is red. All right, and let's comment all of those, right? Just control and slash or backslash. So if we save, refresh right now, you can see that nothing happens actually, because we have all of this in only one right over here, which is a much more cleaner way of writing and actually reading code. If I change this one to blue, we go ahead and refresh right here, you can see we have our own outline right over here. Let's add just a border just to confirm all of this. We can like copy all of these right here, or we can just add actually the border in one line, because you know, why not? And say border, let's say maybe 5 pixels, and maybe we're gonna take solid. And for the color, let's just take red. Maybe red is fine. If we save, now if we refresh right over here, you can see that we have our own border right over here, right? Yeah, this is the outline. And thank you guys for watching, and see you in the next video. So now we're back again, and in this one we are going to be taking a look at text. And text formatting is big on CSS, and we're going to be taking a look at this one, at the color and background and the alignment of the text. All right, so we've probably not probably, actually we use text color and background a lot, okay, in the last videos and actually the whole course. But you know, we're gonna be creating an element, so let's just try out some examples. All right, so if we just go ahead and type in h2 and say here is a text formatting video, and close it. If we save it, we have our own page right here. If we just refresh, you can see that we have it right over here. All right, so if we go for the style right over there, and if we just go ahead h2, our declaration, and go for the property, which is going to be like color, and let's say the color is going to be white. And of course it's not going to show up because the page is white by default. So if we go for the background color right here for the text, and if we give it like red, save it, if we look up here and refresh, and see that we have our own the color right over here, and we have the whole background. Right, so yeah, we like talked about this a lot, or I showed you a lot of examples in the whole course. But what is like new in this video? The new thing in this video is we're going to be taking a look at the text align. All right, and it's just gonna give it text align, and here is the property. And basically we have 3 main values for the text align. The first one is right, the first one is second one is left, and the third one is just center. All right, so yeah, like the left one will get the left, of course, on the text, will get the text on the left, I'm sorry, and the right will get the text on the right, and the center will give it just right in the center. All right, so if we go for left, save it, of course nothing will happen because it's already like on the left. Okay, and if we go for center, save, go right over here and refresh, you can see that right now it's in the middle of the page. But if we go for right, refresh, you can see that right here it's just on the right. English looks weird when it's on the right actually. So yeah, this is how it all works. If we like take another example, let's say for a dev, let's say hello from dev. We just close it, dev, leave it like that, and if we go for a style, and we're gonna go div, let's say text align, center, save it, go over here and refresh, and see that right here you can see the text, it's on, it's in the center. Right, so if we select this one right over here and we can change it, you can say right now it's on the right. So yeah, this is like the introductory stuff for the text, and we are gonna be following along maybe a video or two, and yeah, see you in the next video. So welcome back to another text formatting video, and in this one we're gonna be discussing the decoration and the transformation properties. All right, and basically the first one, which is decoration, just does some decoration to your text, and we have like the 4 main values right here, which is none, overline, line through, and underline. All right, so decorations basically are most likely to be used with links, okay, which are anchors, of course. So if we just take a look at href right here, and we're gonna set it to hashtag, is basically will go to nothing. And if we say normal link right over here, and if we close this one, if we save it, I go over right here and we refresh, you can see that we have our own normal link, and you can see there is this line, the underline right over here, which of course what you don't want when you like create links for your website or your design. So how do we remove this one? And this is when text decoration comes to play. We're gonna use the none value right over here. So if we go to our style, let's comment those, we're gonna go ahead and go we go text decoration dash decoration, and if we go none save, I believe we discussed this one before. If we refresh, you can see that right now we have our own link right over here. If I go, you can see that we have it right over here. Right, so this is basically the first value, and the second value I believe was the overline, and the overline is basically the line but above the anchor itself. So if we go overline, save, refresh, you can see that we have the line right over here. I'm not sure how you actually gonna use this. I don't have a test case for this one, but these are like the 4 main values that I should be discussing with you. And the second one is like the line through, and you might use this one. If we save, if we refresh right over here, you can see that right now we have the line over the text. Maybe you'll use this one for like maybe when you try to like remove out something of a page and you just want to keep it, you just put like this over line on the text itself, or on your links on the text. It will work either way. And for the last one right over here, we have like the underline, which is basically, as you may guess, like the default value underline right over here. If we just save, go ahead and refresh, you can see that we have it over here, just underline the link itself. All right, so yeah, this is basically it for the decoration. It's used primarily, it can be used on other stuff, but it's used primarily on anchors. All right, so if we go for text again, we can see that we have the transformation right over here, and we have like 3 main values for it. The transformation basically performs some design on your text. You can transform your text to uppercase, lowercase, or to capitalize. So if we go ahead and just do a normal H1 and say hello from heading 1 with transformation, and in this one right over here, actually we can create some another 2 examples right over here, and we are gonna like give every and each one of them its own transformation value. All right, so if we go for the first text right here in CSS, actually it's going to be applied to all of them if we just create one. So let's say this one's going to be H2 and this one's going to be H3. All right, so if we go ahead, style right over here, if we go H1 and if we go text transformation, text transform, actually not transformation, and if we go capitalize, so let's say the first one was uppercase. All right, so if we go uppercase, if we save, and if we refresh right here, you can see that we have our own text right here, which all just in the uppercase way. All right, so if we also go to the second one, which is like the lowercase, it went for H2 text transform, it's gonna be lowercase and save, and of course like all of it's just lowercase. So if we like refresh, we save and refresh, nothing will happen actually. But if we go for the third one, which is the like capitalize H3 text transform, the file is getting too big, and let's say capitalize, save right here, go ahead and refresh, and see that now all of these words are now capitalized. All right, so yeah, this is it for a text transformation, or the text transform, and the text decoration. Just do a little try to do some examples on your own, and everything will just be clear. They're really easy and simple. So yeah, this is it for this one, and see you on the next video. Hello guys, and what's going on? So in this one we are gonna take a look at spacing. And spacing basically is related to text, or space between text, words, characters, stuff like that. All right, so we're gonna take a look at the 4 main ones right here: text indentation, text spacing, line height, and the word spacing. And if we go right over here for just a little paragraph, hello from paragraph, right, and if we save it, go over here and refresh, okay, right now we have the paragraph, okay, nothing new. So if we go for the text indentation, which is gonna like increase the space before the text, we go for the style, the P right here, sorry, not that. If we go for a text, indent, if we go like 30 pixels and save, go ahead and refresh, you can see that right now the space like before the text is increasing. Just some basic indentation, and of course you can increase this as much as you want. Let's say 70 pixels, refresh, you can see that right now it's increasing. So yeah, for the next one, it's just the letter spacing, and the letter spacing basically is the space between letters. All right, so if we go ahead and right here, letter spacing, let's say maybe 4 pixels are fine. We save, right, and refresh. Right now you can see that right now the space between letters are increasing, and let's say like 15 pixels. Refresh. Right now you can see that right now the space is increasing more and more. All right, so for like the third one, we have the line height, and let's do each one right here, or maybe an h2. Say hello from heading 2. We like close this one and save, and for the line height, go to the style, h2, line height, and this basically will dictate like the height between the lines. Let's say 12 pixels. Save, refresh. Right now you can see that right now, of course, we don't have like 2 lines right over here, but if we go like to this extension right over here, just go ahead on Google and write corporate epsilon, or just copy any text from anywhere. All right, but this is like a useful extension right over here. If you want to download it, I'm just gonna copy some text right over here. Let's see, 29 words. Copy and go ahead and just paste it right over here and refresh. Right over here, you can see that right now the space between letters are now less. Okay, they look unbelievably weird. So if I'm gonna go for 22 pixels right now, sorry, the space between the lines of the text. All right, so if we save, go ahead and refresh, you can see that right now it's increasing. And if we go ahead and like change this to 50 pixels and save, refresh, right now you can see the space between the lines of the text is increasing. All right, so if we go for the last one, let's say the word spacing, which is the space between words. If I try it out on the same example, word spacing, only let's say if 5 pixels are good. Save and refresh. You can see that right now the space between words are increasing. If I like pull it right here, I pull my inspect element and see that right here we have like 5 pixels. Like you like increase it right over here, you can see that right now the space between words are just getting bigger and bigger. All right, so yeah, this is basically it for the word spacing. Just a little examples. You can see that it's really easy. Like this text stuff for CSS is just really simple and easy, and you can do actually a lot with them. And yeah, this is it for this video, and see you on the next one. Hello guys, and what's going on? So now we are going to be discussing some other thing about text, which is fonts. Right, and I got this page right here for just creating for you some theoretical stuff from this page about fonts. So we can see that right here, choosing a font, the right font for your website is important. And that's actually true. If you look at Instagram, you can see that like the writing or the font of Instagram is a little different from the other fonts, and you can see it, you can notice it. So yeah, and we have like the other thing right here, and for the font selection is important. Like choosing the right font has a huge impact on how readers experience a website, and that's actually true. Like the font for for the headings, a font for the paragraph, stuff like that. And we can see that we have generic font families. Like in CSS, there are 5 generic font families. We have the serif, we have the sans serif, we have the mon space, we have the cursive, and we have the fantasy. So as you can see that right here, like everyone has some information. Like for the serif fonts have a small stroke at the edge of each other. It creates a sense of formality and elegance, like as you've seen right here. So yeah, you can read as much as you want about these. So all you basically have to do is just type in fonts and W3 schools. That's it. Yeah, and this is how you can get to this page right over here. Alright, so what I want to be discussing though about fonts, and we are gonna get to like the practical stuff, which is the font family, which will specify or dictate the type of font that your website will take. And we have like over here, you have to like write if you want to like get like a couple of fonts. Like if this one doesn't work, it will take the second one, and if this one doesn't work, it will take the third one, stuff like that. So yeah, if you want to write more than one, you have to separate them with commas, as you've seen right here. And we have like now some information about the CSS font family property. The CSS will use the font family property specify the font of the text, and this is what I basically said in the last second. The font family property should hold several font names as fallback system, ensure maximal compatibility between browser/operating systems. Of course, like the font, the font has to be compatible with your browser, stuff like that, or the operating system. Just start with the font you want and end with a generic family to let the browser pick a similar font in the generic family. No other fonts are available. The font names should be separated with comma, and that's what I basically did right here. So yeah, you can read about the fallback, like the page right over here. But it's all just theoretical stuff. It will just fast reading right over here. So if you want to just go, if you want to read about it, just go ahead and read about it. It's not that important actually, but you know, if you want to give it a go, okay, it's your call. All right, so if we look at the font family right here, which will dictate like the type of font that your text or your text will have, or the content of your page will have. If we look at it right over here, and if we just grab a paragraph, hello, this is a different font. Close this one right over here and save it. We go ahead and we have our own page right here. If we like refresh and see that it's right here, it's working right now. And if we go for the style, we pick the P right here. If we go ahead and go font family, I'm sorry about my voice, I sound like I'm tired, I know, because I am actually. Font family, let's say we can choose a little something right here, maybe something weird, maybe monospace. And if we save right now, you can see if we refresh right now, you can see that right now the font is just changed. All right, so let's try another one from right here. Let's see Arial. Maybe this is like the default one for the browser actually. Let's try this one, sans serif, and save. Go ahead and refresh and see that right now we have this one. So it depends on the types of fonts that your browser have actually. So yeah, and most browsers like support a lot of different fonts. All right, no, this one, nice text font.html, and yes, we are right here. So let me just, maybe it's like that. So yeah, as I was saying, this is like the font family property, and we have like a couple of videos about font. They're really important if you're gonna get into web design or front-end development. You should actually be a huge attention to fonts. All right, so yeah, I actually have another thing to show you, which is this this extension right here, which is one font. Just go ahead and look at it, look it up on Google and install it. I have it installed right over here. All right, and it basically all you have to do is just click on it, and if you like hover over like a text right here on some page and just click on it, it will, or actually just hover on it, it will give you like the font name right here and give you some information about that text. It doesn't actually work like on every page. It doesn't work right here on our page. It doesn't work on this website, which is W3 Schools, but it works on most websites, I would say. Right? It's a really good extension when you're working with fonts or you want to know like what type of form a website is using. Right, so go ahead and install it. And yeah, this is basically it for this one, and see you on the next video. So we're back now with another font video, and this one should be really simple and easy. And we have like two properties right over here: the font style, which is used to style it like a font, and we have the font weight, which dictates the weight of a font. And we're just gonna go ahead and do some examples with those. We're gonna go for the normal and italic, and after that I'm gonna show you how to use the font weight. So let's get started. We only have one example right over here. If we go ahead, actually let's do another one, maybe in H2. Hello from H2. We just close it, H2 right over here, and we save. We go right now to style. There we go, H2. Maybe let's comment all of this. And if we go font style, and let's say normal, save. And if we refresh right here, you can see that we right now have like hello from H2. And you know, just nothing will happen because of course this is like the normal font of the website. But if we actually go ahead and change this to italic, which is actually why most people use font style, because they want to implement the italic font. And if we save and refresh right now, and see that like the text right now is just going to italic. All right, so yeah, this is basically it for the font style. And let me go to the second one, which is the font weight. Font weight. All right, so if we go for normal, save, refresh right now, you can see that right now it's back to normal. All right, and of course we have like the bold one. We save right now. Go ahead and refresh. You can see that right now it turned to bold. All right, so yeah, this is how it basically works. It's that easy. So if I go right over here, I guess we have another one, which is the value, and we can add a value for this one. All right, actually getting lost because of these whole files. I mean, oh my goodness. Yeah, we're actually right here. All right, so if we like have a value and we're gonna like go for maybe 800% without actually the pixels or anything like that. If we save, refresh right now, you can see that right now it's still bold. If we like go for something that's a little lighter, like 400, we just refresh, you can see that right now we have it back. You know, it's a little bold actually, but it just, you know, this is how you increase it. If we want to go back again, like 900, it's gonna be like a little bolder. All right, so yeah guys, this is it for this one. This video should be really short, you know, nothing big. Actually, fonts are really easy, and see you on the next video. So we're getting up there with the fonts, and this one should be really short. which is the font size. Right, so we're still in our font right here, font.html, and we are going to be discussing the font size. So basically when you write your content, it like the font of a normal paragraph, just like this one, is 16 pixels. But what if you want to increase it? And this is when the font size comes to place. Right, so if I go ahead and go to style.css and just decomment this one, and we're gonna do font style right over here, the font size, not style, and let's say we're gonna get it to 20 pixels. Save, and I go ahead and refresh. Right now you can see that right now the font size is bigger. We'll go ahead and click on inspect. We go ahead and increase this one right over here, and see that right now it's increasing. But what if you want to do it for like the H2? Like go ahead and copy it right now and just go ahead and put it right there and save it. We go ahead and refresh right now, and see that right now the font size is 200 pixels. Right, and this is not working because it's actually commented. So yeah, this is how it basically works. If I go ahead and increase this one right over here, you can see that right now it's increasing. And let's create another, let's create another element. Let's say, what should it be? Maybe it's a link, ref, and our hashtag, and let's say link, or go to my website. I should close this one and save. If I go ahead at my style, and go font size, let's say 30 pixels, and save. Go ahead and refresh right here, and see that right now this one is 30 pixels. Of course, you can go ahead and like increase it. Alright, so this is basically how the font size works. It's really important. Maybe it's like the most important one after the font family. Alright, so this is for the font, and see you guys in the next videos. Okay, so we are gonna get into something that's really important right now, and it's the display. Right, and basically the display is a property that controls how your element is going to be displayed on your web page. Alright, so when it comes to displaying your element on your web page, we have two default values. Either the elements should be block level elements, or it's going to be inline elements. Alright, and yeah, I explained those in one of the HTML videos. I guess it was the inline block elements videos. I guess it was like the 24th video, something like that. So yeah, if your some elements are block level elements, just like the div, h1, form, and all of that, and some elements are going to be displayed as inline elements, like the span, the anchor, and the image. So what's basically the difference? The difference is the block level elements will take up as much space as it can, and it will stretch out as far as it can for the left and the right. And for the inline element right here, it will just take up as much space as it wants. All right, it will not stretch out. Okay, and the block level elements always start on a new line. All right, and the inline elements do not start on a new line. And if we look up some of these right here, if I created a couple of divs right here just to show you how the block level elements work, just to recap or to revise what we've learned. Let's say hello from div 1, and I'm gonna close this one, and if I copy it a couple of times, let's say div2, let's say div3. If I save right now, I have my file open, and I have my file open right over here. So yeah, if I refresh, you can see this is how the block level elements are displayed. Every one of these will take as much space and as it can, and it will start on a new line as you've seen right here. But if we go to the inline elements, if we take like an anchor right over here, like let's say href, give it a hashtag, let's say hello, not hello, normal link 1, and let's close it out, and let's copy it like 3 times, and if we save right now, go ahead and refresh, you can see that right here, like these links, which are you know, the inline elements, it will just go on one line and will take up as much space as it needs. All right, it will not take up the whole thing, just like these guys right over here. All right, so this basically clarifies what's the difference between block level elements and the inline elements. And the display basically just allows you like to change that around. Let's say you have like, you want to have these all divs in one line, you can change them, or you want these ones to be like every one of them have its own line. All right, and actually it doesn't change the like it doesn't turn it, actually it doesn't turn, like it won't turn the block level elements to the inline elements, it just displays them. All right, so yeah, this is basically it. So if we go ahead and look up some examples right over here, let's say, let's go for our CSS, and if we go div display, and we have 4 values right here, either none, inline, we have block right here, or inline block. All right, so we have like these 4 values right over here for the display, and of course we are just gonna take one of them. We're just gonna go for the inline right now. If we save, we go ahead and refresh, you can see that we have our own divs right here on the inline. Let's say I'm gonna add a PR right over here. Oh my god, getting bigger, our folder getting bigger and bigger. All right, if we give it a BR right over here, or we can actually just comment those. We save right now, refresh, and see if we have those right now they're, you know, they're displayed as inline. So yeah, as you can see right here, they're displayed as a line. If we like uncheck this one, you can see that now they're displayed as block level elements. All right, so yeah, let's take another one right here. Maybe we're gonna create some paragraphs. We go here, right here, hello from B1. Let's say the paragraph 1. Let's copy this a couple times. 2, 3, save, and if we refresh right now, you can see we have those guys right over here as block elements, and that only makes sense because they're gonna be displayed by default as block elements. But if we want to change them, the inline elements, all we have to do is just go up right over here and go display in line. All right, and just save this one. Refresh right now, you can see that we also have those as inline elements right over here. If we like go for the inspect, you can see that we have him as inline elements, and we can change that around by unchecking and all of that. All right, so this is basically for the first value. Now for the second value, which is the display none, and the display none will basically just remove the remove the element. You will not see it. All right, if we go ahead right over here, maybe I'm gonna create another example right over here. Let's say gonna add a PR. So yeah, let's go for maybe let's go for an H1, maybe an H1. Hello from heading 1. You're not gonna see it. But then let's close this one out. If we save right now and you refresh right over here, you can see that we have it right over here, and this is our own H1 right over here. Now if you go ahead to our style, and let's go ahead and H1 to our declaration and go display none. Okay, and this will like refresh right now. You can see that it's not there. It's actually right here in the document, but you cannot see it because it has a display display none right over here. And also we can go for the paragraph. All right, and go none and save, and we refresh right now. You can see that it's also not there. And of course you can do this for this one, and of course it can go for the inline elements or the block elements. If you do it, it will just like remove the element, or you're not going to see the element like it's not there. It's actually in the document, but you will not see it. Right, so yeah, this is basically it. So that display is really important. We took a look at the differences between block level elements and the inline elements, and what is display, and how you can use the inline and non values for the display. All right, so yeah guys, this is it for this one, and see you on the next video. All right, so now we're gonna take a look at the block at the display block, and it's pretty simple. All we have to do is just to do some inline elements and see how we are gonna display them as block elements. Okay, and as I may said, like the display block, it will not make those elements, it will not change their nature, but it will just display them in a certain way. It will display them as block elements. All right, so if we talk like the span, which is an inline element right over here, and maybe let's say hello from span 1, and we're gonna close it. All right, and maybe if we like copy it, maybe it's like that. So maybe this one is 3, and save right now. We go ahead and refresh. You can see that we have our own spans in one line, because they're of course inline elements. Right, so if we go ahead to the style, go over here and do span, our declaration. If we go display block and save, go ahead and refresh, you can see that now all of them has its own line, and it will stretch out and take the whole space right here. Okay, it will stretch out left and right and take the whole space. All right, so if we go for another example right over here, maybe we can go for the anchor. All right, to the link, and if we go href hashtag, this is link 1, close it out. If we take it a couple times, maybe this one is 2, maybe this one 3, and the last one is 4. Right, and we save right now, and go and go display, of course, and it's gonna be block. Right, and save. Go ahead and refresh. You can see that all of them right now are block elements. So just go ahead and comment all of this, or just simply remove it and save. Refresh. You can see that all of them right now are inline elements. So yeah, this is how you do it. It's really easy. It's as easy as that. All right, so just our inspector is opening right now. We like take a look. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on right now. It's, yeah, just freezing, and I don't know why it's freezing. All right, so right here we go display block. It will work. All right, so yeah, this is basically it for the block, and see you on the next video. So now we're back with another display video, and in this one we are gonna take a look at the last and fourth value of the property display, which is the inline block, value, and this is how it should be written. All right, so yeah, for this one actually it's a little bit tricky, I would say. So just to demonstrate it, I have to compare it to the other ones. So we have for like the inline value right over here. For this one, when you set your own tag or element to inline, you actually, when you try to specify width or height, it just doesn't work. All right, if you like, if we have an element and we want to set it like 200 pixels width and 100 pixels height, it won't work. His width or height will not increase. Okay, unlike the inline block, when you try to do it with inline block, it will work. All right, so this is like the main difference between both of those. And for the other one, the block value right over here, the inline block, it doesn't take a new line to display your elements. Unlike the block value right here, it will give every and each value a new line, so it can be displayed. All right, so if we can take a look at our example, so we can demonstrate a little bit better, okay, because this is just theoretical. And if we go ahead and create a div right here, I'm gonna create 3 divs with 3 different examples, just for the sake of explaining what's going on here. All right, so if we go div, and I need some content right over here, and of course the div is by nature a block element. If I copy those, go ahead and paste them. All right, if I go for like if I go for a couple of words right here and create span, and the span, of course, by default is inline. If I go E, I give it a class of E, and let's just wrap it and end it. Span right over here. Let's go for a second word, also span, give it a class of also E. Let's close it. All right, so let's copy this 2 times. All right, if we go B right over here, and this one we're gonna go B. Well, let's go for the third one, which is the C, and the C right over here. So the first one is gonna be the inline one. This is the inline example, and the second one is gonna be the inline block one, and this like the last one is gonna be the block example. All right, so let me just and yeah, this should be cool. So if I save them and refresh right here, you can see that we have our own 3 divs, and of course everyone takes a new line because they are divs right over here. All right, so we have to just to recap what happened. We have like 3 divs, and like I put 2 spans and only 2 words that are the words integrated and the word information right over here. And I just used spans with classes, okay, different classes right over here. So if I go for the first one, style right over here, and let's say I'm gonna go .e, and this is the inline ones and of course span. A span by default is just an inline element. If we go width 100 pixels, and if we go height like 200 pixels, if we go border like let's say 1 pixel, solid, and the color is gonna be black. All right, if we go background color, I know it's a lot, but we need to demonstrate what's going on right here. We go yellow, save, we go ahead and refresh right now. You see that we have our own 2 words right over here. So as you've seen right here, that they did not take the width of 100 pixels and the height of 200 pixels. All right, and that's because they're inline elements. So if we try to increase those, and see that you can increase them whatever you want, they will not just increase. This is how like the inline elements work. All right, but if we go for the inline block right over here, .b, and I'm gonna keep this one. Yeah, I can go I can actually go display sorry, inline. No, but it's not important because as I said, span by default is an inline. So if I save and go right over here, nothing will happen. All right, so if I go for this one, display inline block, and if I go width, and we can copy all of this actually just to save us some time, and we can paste it right away. If we save right now and refresh, you can see that those guys got the width of 100 pixels and the height of 200 pixels. If I go ahead and increase those, you can see right now, oh, they're not increasing. Oh, what is it? Yeah, we're actually doing it. Yeah, we're actually doing it with a different one right over here. So yeah, if we look up the spans right over here, if we increase them, you can see that right now the height is increasing. If we go for the width and just add a little more width, you can see that right now they're working. So in the first span right here, with this span with the class A, they won't increase, but in the span with the class B, they will work, the width and height. Okay, and that's of course because they are inline block, and this is the main difference between the inline and the inline block right over here. So if we go for C, let's test that display block. And let's copy the same thing right here and just paste it and save and refresh right here. You can see that it's giving every one of these words a different like space right here, or a different line, or a new line, unlike those guys right over here, which they are in the same line and they have like the same. If we look up here in the C, the span C, they have like the same thing right here, except they are different in the display. So here in the display inline block, they will not take a new line, they will just appear as they are right here inline. But if we go for the span C right over here, we go for the span C right over here for the two words, every one of them will take a new line because they're displayed as block elements. So yeah, this is basically it. Just try a little examples on your own and it should be really easy. Yeah, and thank you guys. Okay, hello guys, and what's going on? So in this one we're going to be taking a look at one of the most interesting parts of CSS layout and positioning, which is the position property. And the position property allows you to position something or to position an element on your page in a way that you like. All right, and this is like for advanced stuff when you want to like try to like try to move something on your page in a specific way, and it has 4 values. We are going to be taking a look at 2 of them in this video. All right, and it works with top, right, bottom, and left properties, and we are gonna use them right here. All right, so this basically it just positions elements on your page. All right, so if we take a look at right here, I created those 2 divs, one with the class 1 and one with the class 2 with some content inside them. And here in the CSS, I took the div and with the color, width, and padding right over here, and I have like the one with the background color green and the 2 class with the background red. And if we save all of this, just pause the video and write all of those. All right, and if we go right over here and we refresh, we can see that we have our own divs right over here. All right, so this is actually nothing new till now, like we learned all of this. So if we go ahead and go for the first position, so we can see what we have new in this video. If we go for position, and if we try the first one, which is static, a static basically is the normal default way of displaying an element on the page. If we just save and refresh, you can see that actually nothing will happen right over here. Right, this is the basic normal way of displaying stuff on your page. Okay, it will not be affected by like the 4 properties that I talked about, like top, right, left, bottom, and all of those. So if I go ahead and just go top 30 pixels, and if I refresh, you can see that right now nothing actually happens. If I go like left, if I go left 50 pixels, nothing will also happen. As you can see right here, that one, which is this div right over here, is not moving because this is how we wanted it to be static, be positioned as a static element on the page. All right, so yeah, this is basically it for the static, for the position static. All right, the second one is a position relative, and relative just makes your element go free on the page. It will get it to whatever you want, okay, depending of course on the top or the bottom or these properties right here, the top, left, right, bottom, and all of that. So relative will just remove your element the way you want it on your page. It will just make it as free as you want. Right, so if we go ahead and try it out, relative, and if we save right now and refresh, you can see that right here, you can see that even the element itself, it just overrides the other element. So it will move in every way possible on your page. We can even give it like a negative value and just move it up, and it will just be removed from the whole page. You can see that like the power of CSS. And if we go for something left right here, we can not left, maybe right, and right here will, you can see that right here, if we give it like a value right over here like 40 pixels, and see that it's actually moving right here. All right, so these are basically the first two, the static and the relative. The static is the normal way of displaying stuff on your page. They're just gonna go static, and they will not move right, top, left, bottom. And the relative way, which makes your element just free. Okay, it will be affected by the four main dimensions, or the four main right, top, left, and bottom will be affected. Even we can add negative values, you can add whatever you want. It will just make your element like moved. You can move it the way you want it. All right, so this is basically it for the first two, and see you on the next video. So now we're gonna go ahead and explain the position absolute. All right, and the position absolute basically positions your element as relative to the nearest position ancestor, or to the nearest position parent. All right, so we've talked a bit about the position relative, and the position relative basically, once you give an element a position of relative, it will just go freely around the page, like with top, right, left, and bottom. But with the absolute, it will make this element relative, but only to the nearest parent. All right, I hope that makes sense. We're gonna do some examples right here, and we're gonna see what we and you're gonna see what we have. So we basically have a parent right here, which is the div with class relative, and we have inside of it a div with class EBS, which stands for absolute, and we have some content right here. So if we save this, go ahead and refresh right now, you can see that we have our own div just like that. All right, if we go ahead to the style right now and go, let's say we are gonna pick the ref right here, and we are gonna give it width, maybe 200 pixels, height, maybe also 200 pixels. We're gonna give it background color, maybe yellow, and save it. We now refresh. You can see that we have our own div right here. Okay, that's nothing new. Okay, but if we go ahead and take the EBS, is the div inside the REV, which is the class REV. If we give it a width of 30 pixels, height of 30 pixels, and maybe the background color of blue. We save it right now. Go ahead and refresh. You can see that we have it right over here. Let's make it a little bigger. Let's keep this, let's say 80. Save. Refresh right now. You can see that we have it right over here. All right, and maybe we can do some padding right here. Padding, let's say 20 pixels. Save. You can see that we have it right over here. All right, so like all of this, we you know all of this by now, but what we're gonna do right here, we're gonna give this one position absolute. Yeah, let's see what will happen, and save. Refresh right now. You can see that of course nothing happens over here. All right, and yeah, we like, if we have to do an absolute right over here, and like in the child div, we should give this one a position of relative, right? So this div right here will work, or the position inside the element will work. So if we go position relative div, now if we refresh, you can see that right now we can give it, like, can give this one a top maybe not top, maybe left of 20 pixels. Save. Refresh right now. You can see that right now it's moving. So basically the div with the absolute position right here will just move around inside this one right over here, inside the relative. So it's basically the div with the absolute with the position absolute. It's just like a relative but inside another parent right over here. All right, so if we also go ahead and give it, let's say, bottom. I hope that makes sense. I know it's kind of hard to understand, but once you do some examples, everything will be just fine. If we just give it 30 pixels right over here and we refresh right now, you can see that it's moving. Okay, you can go ahead and increase this one right over here, and you can see it's working just fine. We can actually move it around as we want. All right, so yeah, this is basically it for the absolute. So just to recap, sometimes you want to style something inside like something else. All right, and for the parent element that you want to style into, you are gonna give it position relative, and for the child you're gonna give it position absolute. This is basically it. All right, and of course you can move that around as, yeah, you know, it's just up to you. You can move it with left, bottom, right, and top. All right, and now for like the last one, which is the position fixed, I'm gonna go ahead and just create a simple div right here. I'm gonna give it class. I'm gonna give it a value of fixed. Of course, you can call this whatever you want. This one is fixed. Now, if we close it, save, go ahead and refresh. You can see that we have it right over here. If we go ahead and just do some styling, we go fixed. All right, maybe we can copy a little bit of those right here. We can copy those, save sometimes, just to save some time. Maybe we'll give this one, give it like red, save, refresh right over here. You can see that we have our own div right over here that's styled. All right, so now we can go and make it fixed. So basically the position fixed will make this element fixed across the page. Okay, it will not change, it will just stay right there fixed. All right, so if we go position fixed right over here and save, and now refresh, you can see that of course we need some scrolling. Just I can show you that it will be fixed across the page. So if we go ahead right over here, go body, you can give it a height of maybe 5,000 pixels. Yeah, I know it's kind of crazy, but we need some scrolling. Now if we save, when we refresh right now, you can see that we have some scrolling right over here. So if we just scroll down, you can see that right now this div is just gone because we're scrolling down, but this one right over here is going to be fixed forever. And like a common test case for this one right here is like this button that you see sometimes in some websites, that actually when you click on it, it will just like move you back to up. All right, like the up button right here. Or another test case is the widget that you see on some blogs, okay, that like with the sharing icons, the social media icons, like when you get down, this like the sharing widget still fixed on the page. Just you can share using the icons. All right, so this is a common test cases for the fix. So if you want to make something fixed across the page, all right, you can use the position fixed. And of course you can go for a top, maybe 0, all right, and we can go right, of course 0. But if we save this one right here and refresh right now, all right, so if we go ahead and now if we scroll down, you can see that it's still fixed right over there forever. If we go ahead and change this to left, all right, maybe this one to bottom, and maybe we'll leave this one just right there, right, and save. You can see that right here it's still up, still at the bottom right over here forever. All right, so yeah, this is basically it for the absolute and fixed. I hope that makes sense. I hope both of them make sense. Yeah, they're kind of hard, but they're kind of tricky, but they're, once you do some examples and just get with them, it will just make sense. It will all make sense. All right, so this is it for this video, and see you on the next one. So now we're gonna get into something that's really important, which is the index. All right, so it's actually related to the position. Right, it's the position, relative, and absolute, more specifically. So we have like the date index property right here, which basically specifies the stack order of an element. So if we have like a text and an image, and we want like to put the text over the image, we can use the z index right over here. And just to add a little more about this, when elements are positioned, it can overlap other elements, and that's what happens when you use position, especially position absolute. All right, so the z index property specifies the stack order of an element, which element should be placed in front of or behind the others. So as I said, we can have like a couple of images actually, and we want to like move one over the other. We can do that with position and the z index, and the z index can have negative or positive values. All right, so if we look up an example right over here, and let's say we have like a normal paragraph. Okay, let me close this one, and we can also have an h2 allow from h2. Now let's close it and save. You can see that we have right over here our page. If we refresh right now, you can see that we have like a normal paragraph and a normal heading. Okay, so nothing new till here. So if we actually can also have an image, so we actually have two images right over here. We have, let's pick this one, image.pdg. We want to include an image right over here with HTML. We can go image.jpg alt and say image. If we save right now, we go ahead and refresh, you can see that, but it's really big. So we can go for a width and a height, maybe width maybe 150 pixels, like that. And the height maybe 200 pixels. We save right now, go ahead and refresh. You can see that we have it right over here. All right, so if I go to like CSS right over here, and if I go image, maybe position absolute, and top 0, and left also 0. All right, so if I set, so what I basically have done right here is I set the position to absolute, so we can move our own page around with top and left. And you might say, well, you said in the last video that the position should be the child and it should have a parent. And yeah, that's true. Actually, when you set any element to a position, like the relative, or if it doesn't have a parent, like the parent by default is the whole body, right? So the body now is set like relative, and the image right over here is gonna be like the child to that body, and will have a position of absolute. All right, so if we save right now and we refresh, you can see that we have our own image right over here. So what if we like want to have these like the paragraph and the heading one over the image? We can go ahead and set this one to z-index, so -1. All right, and we can save. Of course, it doesn't take pixels or anything like that. So if we save right now and we refresh, you can see that we have them all over the image right over here. All right, so this is basically like a symbol, a really simple example of what happens with the z-index. So just to recap what we did right here, the z-index property like specify the stack order of an element, which means like if we have more than one element, they can be like layers. They can be like layers. So you can actually move one over the other and stuff like that. So yeah, when elements are positioned, they can overlap other elements. Okay, so one can move over the other and whatnot. So the z-index property specify the stack order of an element. All right, should be replaced over the other, behind, or anything like that. So if we see like we have two elements right over here, or actually any kind of elements, I can go ahead and just like copy those and paste them, and it will work. Okay, they're still right over here over the image, and we can have an image right over here. And if we go to the style, we will set this one, we'll set the image to the position absolute, and like the parent for the image is just the child, and the parent for the image is just the body. All right, so the image can move around all over the body as we want. We of course using like the top and left right over here, which I set to 0, so we can have the image right over here. All right, and we can set this one to z-index -1, so we can have our own image right over here with the text all over, with the text all over it. So this is basically how the z-index works. All right, so in the next lecture, I'm gonna write an article about a more sophisticated, complex example on index. All right, so just look out for this one. All right, so this is basically it for the z-index, and see you in the next video. All right, so now we're back with another video, and this one is gonna be all about the overflow. Right, and the overflow property just basically allows you to control the content that doesn't fit in a specific area. Sometimes you have like, maybe you have a border and you have some text inside it, and the text will just overflow outside this border, and you want like to clip it, add scroll bars, so you can add scroll bars to this border so you can view the whole content, or you just want to hide it, you know. And this is what the overflow does. I guess it's self-explanatory. All right, so basically it clips the content, like add scroll bars to it, and or just make it visible, and this is like the default value. All right, so an example will clear everything out. So if we go ahead and just create a div, and we can say like I need some text right over here. So if I go ahead to my extension right here, if I click copy, I paste it right over here, if I save, and if I go back to my page, if I refresh, you can see that we have our content right over here, just nothing new. Let's see if I go like the style right over here, And if I go div or declaration, can give it like maybe a width of maybe 100 pixels, height of maybe 50 pixels, and let's give it a border, maybe 2 pixels, solid, and the color, maybe the color is gonna be black. It's actually by default black. So if I save right now and refresh, so you can see that we have our content right over here. Maybe I'll make like the height a little bigger. Maybe let's get it up to 100 pixels. Refresh right over here. You can see that I have like my border right here with this only text. Okay, it doesn't take up the whole thing. Maybe I want like to when I have like something like that, I want like to hide the content right over here. All right, so like overflow have 4 main values, and I'm just gonna be we're gonna be working with 2 in this video, and the next video we're gonna be working with the other 2. So by default, the overflow is gonna be visible. So as you've seen right here, the text is visible. If I go overflow and let's give it visible, if I save right now, go ahead and refresh, you can see that already like nothing changes right over here. If I go like the inspect, you're gonna see the overflow visible right here. But what if I want like what if I want to clip this content right over here and just allow the border to take on just this many text right over here? If I go ahead and change this one to heading and save, you can see that right here. If we refresh, you can see that we don't have the content right over here. It's actually shown in right here in the HTML, but it's gonna be hidden from the user. All right, and you can customize this as whatever you want. Like if we can go maybe 50 pixels more for the height, and if we refresh right over here, you can see that we have this mini right over here. So yeah, you can like change this whatever you want, visible, you know, or hidden. And in the next video, I'm gonna be taking a look at the other 2. All right, so let's just recap what happened over here. Or we can actually take another, we can take another one, take another example, because why not? We go for the overflow. Let's try something different, which may be a paragraph. Like save. I like take more text right over here and copy it, and go ahead and paste it right over here in the paragraph. Save and go to the style and go paragraph and go width is maybe 200 pixels, height 100 pixels, border 3 pixels, dashed, and let's say flow, and we can give it overflow. Let's just keep it for visible for now as the default. If we save right now, you can see, if I refresh, you can see that we have it right over here, and it's actually it got the whole content. So let's just make the height a little smaller, maybe 100 pixels. Refresh right now, you can see that we have the content right over here. It looks weird because of the width. Let's say the width, let's give it maybe 400 pixels. You can see that right here, yeah, it gets a little better, and of course that's because of this one is visible. So if we keep it for heading and change it right now, you can see that we have like the whole content right over here inside. And maybe let's give this back to 200 pixels. Refresh right now. Yeah, you can see that we have it right over here. So we have some content inside the border, and the other content is like outside of the border. So if you wanna hide it, you can go hidden right over here, and we can save. Refresh right now. You can see that the content right now is hidden. All right, so yeah, this is how it works. So like to recap what happened, the overflow property just allows you to cut or clip, or put some scrolls for your content. All right, so if you have like some content inside a border, you can clip it, make it scroll for it, or whatever you want. It's unbelievably self-explanatory. All right, so yeah, this is it for this video, and see you on the next one. So now we're gonna go ahead and discuss the other two values for the overflow, and they are scroll and auto. So on the last one, we took a look at the visible and hidden, and visible is the default value and will show the content outside of the border, and the hidden will just clip or cut the content or hide it from the content that's outside the border. All right, so I'm gonna just take advantage of the div. It's this div right here in the last video, and I'm gonna do the scroll on it. Right, and scroll basically allows you to put scrolls around your content right over here, so you can see the whole thing. So it will like remove the content outside of the border and just add it inside the border and put some scrolls. All right, so if we go ahead and we have the div right over here, let me change this to scroll and save right now. You can see if I refresh over here, you can see that we have our own scrolls like horizontally and vertically right over here. Right, so as you've seen right here that we have the whole content. If we like clicked on it, so we can just make sure that we have the whole content right over here. You can see we have the whole content here. All right, so this is basically the scroll, and the auto is really similar to the scroll, but the auto only adds scrolls when it's necessary. So if we add it right over here and save, if we go right here and refresh, you can see that actually nothing happens, and that's because we have this whole content right over here. But if we have less content than this, then the auto will add the auto will be performed, of course, because like it's not necessary right now if we don't have a lot of content, okay, to just display scrolls. If we like cut the whole of this and save, and if we refresh right now, you can see that we lost the scroll right over here because we don't need all of it. All right, because we don't need it, just because we don't have so much content right now. All right, so this is basically it for the scroll and the auto, and yeah, this is like how you use the overflow, and see you in the next video. So now we're gonna go ahead and discuss the pseudo classes. Right, and the pseudo classes are basically just states for some elements. All right, and these are our pseudo classes. So sometimes you wanna like do some design or style when some state happens to your element. All right, and we have like the hover, the focus, and the first child, and I think they're really self-explanatory. The hover, when we hover over something, it's gonna do like some design, and so as when we focus on something and it's merely inputs, it's gonna do some design. And for the first child right here, when we do this, so the class, like every first child on the page should have a special design that we can add to it. All right, so this basically, so some examples are gonna do the trick and clear everything out. So if I go hover over me, and this one, yeah, this one is pretty familiar because we used it in our own training 2 video. If we save right now and refresh, you can see that we have it right over here. Nothing new. And if we go for a style, and for the syntax of writing a solo class, you're gonna write tag, column, and the solo class right over here. All right, and just the declaration, write your own style or design right over here. All right, so for the tag, we are gonna try the paragraph, and for the solo class, we can go hover, and for the design right now, we can go color. Maybe we're gonna set it to white, and for the background color, we can set it to black. All right, and save. Go ahead and refresh. I see that nothing happens, but of course I have to hover over it to work. So when I hover over it, you can see that it's working right now. So if I go ahead and change this to red, save, refresh, if I go ahead and just hover over it, you can see that it's working right now. All right, so this is how the hover works. All right, so we can go ahead and do some example on the next one, which is the focus. Maybe we need some inputs right here. So if I go input, type of text, all right, the name maybe email. I have another input right here. Let's say this one's going to be password. All right, if I save, go ahead and refresh right over here, you can see that we have our own two inputs right over here. Maybe I'm gonna do some BR just to separate those. Save, refresh right now. Oh, it's not actually separating. I don't know why. We need some BRs. Yeah, it's working right now. Right, so these are our own inputs right over here. Maybe I need to add some placeholders. Placeholder. Maybe I'll keep this as email also. Maybe second one, placeholder. It's gonna be as, and if I save, if I refresh right now, you can see that we have both of them. So if I go ahead and write our solo classes, if I go input, or we can just do a class. Let's just give the first one, only the first one, a class. Right, and we can see right here. Of course, you can set the class name to whatever you want. I'm gonna say focus. I have to write it. Can go focus, and can go right here focus, and we can go background color. Let's just keep it this one. I guess we used this one a little while back. If we save right now, we go ahead and refresh, we go ahead right over here and just do focus. You can see that we have it, but I have the color right over here. The background color is changing. But if I go to this one, of course it's not gonna work because it doesn't have the class of focus. All right, so if I go ahead and give it another class, let's say this class right over here, I'm gonna keep this one like a different name, maybe password. I don't know, choose whatever names you like. If I go ahead and go like a password right over here and go focus, go background color, and let's give it E, and E. Save right now, refresh. If I go ahead and just focus on it, you can see it has a different color. You can see they're kind of similar, but you know they're actually different. And I can go for a weird color just like red, or I can go with something a little weirder, and I can go blue right over here just to confirm it. If I refresh, there's this one right here, and this one's just gonna go blue, which is actually a weird color for an input. All right, so this is how you play around with the focus, and of course we can write our own input right over here, which is the selector itself, not just like the class. All right, so you can write your own selector or your own tag, and you can write the class with it. So if I save, it will work. It's just like it works right over here. All right, so now for the last one, which is the first child, and the first child basically are like the first child. It's just the first. It's gonna do some stuff or some designs to the first child of every element. All right, so for this, for the whole document right over here, the first child actually is going to be the paragraph. All right, because it's the first element that's placed inside the body, because the body is the parent. All right, for the whole document, and the first child is the paragraph. Of course, the input is the second child, and this one is the third child. So if we go for the first child right over here, let's say this one, maybe P, first child. If I go, what am I gonna choose? Maybe background color. No, let's see. We have it right here that the background color is red. We can choose yellow and save. We go up here and refresh. If we go over this one right over here, you can see that something weird is happening. So if we go right over here and just, yeah, actually this was the problem. We need a column, not just a dot. So if we save right now and refresh, you can see that we have the color yellow right over here, which is the background. And of course, this one is gonna override this one over here. So yeah, basically it will affect every first child of this type right over here, which is the paragraph, right, which is over here. So if we have like another one, if we have another paragraph right here, it won't be affected because it's the second child, not the first, right? So if I go right here, the second child, and save and refresh right now, you can see that it doesn't have this background color, which is yellow over here. It only has like when I hover over it. All right, because this one right over here is just global. All right, but this one is special with the first child solo class. Right, I hope this makes sense. If I actually have another one, maybe the third child, and refresh right now, you can see that's also like gets the red. It doesn't get the background color yellow. All right, so actually I can go a little more farther than this, and I go div, and I go, let's close this one right over here, and I can do some paragraphs right over here, and maybe this one's gonna be div, the first child. Oh, now div, I need a paragraph, first child inside div. If I close this one, if I copy it multiple times, maybe this one the second, just like the last one, it's gonna be the third. Okay, if I save this one right now, you can see that some magic will happen, because this one is the only one that's going to be affected, because right now we have this the div right here as a parent, right, and we have the three of them. So this one is the only one that's going to be affected from the paragraphs, and not the other two. So if we save, go ahead and refresh right now, you can see that we have only the first child. And that's of course because we have a new parent right over here. So the parent the first child of this parent is it's gonna take like this one right here with the background color of yellow. And of course this one is gonna take it too, because it's just a child for the whole document right here, or for the body. All right, and I can do it once more. All right, and I save right here, and you can see that right here it will happen again. Okay, no matter what, the first child at every parent in the whole document is going to be affected by this pseudo class right over here. So yeah, these basically are the pseudo classes. They used to like do some special design on some states. And see you on the next video. So now we're back with another video, and in this one we are going to be talking about the pseudo elements. All right, and they're pretty similar to the pseudo classes, only the pseudo elements going to perform some style or some design on a part of your element. Right, so sometimes you need to change, like if you have a paragraph, let's say you have to change the first letter, you have to change the first line, have to insert something before it or after it, and this is where the pseudo elements come to place. Actually, we have like more than the first few, more than these four right over here, but these are the four main ones that maybe you're going to be using on your next design or style. Right, so this basically the pseudo elements only perform some style or design on a part of your element. Right, so if we go ahead and just do a simple paragraph right here, you can say this the first letter gonna be changed, and we close it. We save right now, we refresh, you can see that we have it right over here. The first line is gonna be changed. It's just a simple paragraph. So if we go ahead and perform our own pseudo element, and the syntax is pretty similar to the pseudo classes. So we have our own tag right here, and we have two columns, and these are like the main difference, or actually the only difference between the two of them. Pseudo class only have one column, but the pseudo element have two. All right, and now for the pseudo element right here, and now we can open our own declaration. Okay, so this is how it basically works. So maybe we need a paragraph right here that we are going to be working with, and we are going to go for this first letter. Maybe we are gonna like pick something that's really small for now. We can go for the color, and it's gonna be red. We save, refresh right over here, and there you go, we have our own T right over here, which is red. And of course we can go a little further than that. We can go background color right over here, and maybe we'll change this one to black. Save, refresh right now, you can see that we have the T with the background color of black. All right, so this is the first one for the first letter. This is the first example, and we can go now for the second example, which is the first line. Maybe I will like do a class right here on this one. I'm gonna go letter. All right, and of course I can take this one just as the pseudo, just as the pseudo classes. Maybe I'll put just a dot right here, and the name of this class. Of course you can implement it like this, not only the tag. And for the second one, I'm gonna go ahead and do a class of line, right, and save right over here. And maybe I'll take like some content right here from my extension. So I need more than one line of content. And I save right now. I just paste it and save, refresh right over here. You can see that, yeah, it's performed on both of them. Maybe I did not save something. Let's just save a few times. Save right over here, and if I go ahead and refresh, you can see that right here it's not performed. Okay, I did not save it like I did not save maybe the CSS file right over here. All right, so if we go for the second one, p dot line, all right, and 2 columns, and first line. And if I can go ahead and just do something that's a little more different, maybe font size, maybe 30 pixels. And of course, this is only going to be performed on the first line. This is really simple and self-explanatory. Maybe I can go for font one more, maybe font style. It's going to be italic right over here, and maybe some background color. Background color on this one, let's say maybe blue, and the color itself is going to be white. All right, or maybe this one is going to be red. Right, and save right now. If we now look at the first line, if we refresh, you can see that the first line now has a different background, and it's a different background color and a different color, and all that we performed right over here. So yeah, this is how you play with the first line and the first letter. All right, so we're gonna go for the second 2 examples. I'm just gonna comment those real quick. And we have like the before right here and the after, and the before will just insert something before the element, and the after will insert something after the element. Maybe we're gonna go ahead and insert something like an image. All right, so if we go p.leader and we go before, and we have 2 images right over here, maybe I will choose the color.png. All right, so if I go, I can insert it actually with content. All right, and I can go the name right now, color.png. If I save it, go ahead and refresh, you can see that we have our own image right over here. If we inspect, all right, so we have our own image right over here. Actually, here is the pseudo element. All right, so here is our pseudo element, and here is the color.png image. All right, so this is how you do it with the p4. So if we go ahead for the second one, which is the after, all right, and all I have to do is just go the dot line. Maybe I'll go for the second one and go after, and go content, URL, color.png, and save. We go ahead and refresh. You can see that we have it down right over here. All right, this is like it's in the, yeah, I know it looks a little weird, but it's right there. If we look up here, you can see that the after is right over here. Just unlike the before is right over here, and here is the after. Here is the image right over here after the whole content. Okay, just, you know, the width and height of the image is just what makes the whole thing looks weird, right? But it's right there. All right, so this is basically it. This is how to use the pseudo elements. You're gonna use them, like I say, fairly a lot. Gonna use them not so much, but they're really important in CSS, and they should be explained. All right, so this is basically it, and see you on the next video. So we're back with another video, and in this one we're going to talk about the opacity. And the opacity basically dictates the opacity or the transparency of an element. All right, and we can set it from 0.0 to 1. All right, so yeah, this is basically it. The opacity is just the degree of the transparency of an element. And of course it can be a paragraph, it can be an image, it can be a whole div, and we're going to take a look at some examples right over here. So if we just take a little paragraph, this is for opacity, close it, save, we go off here and refresh. You can see that we have our own paragraph. All right, so basically to raise the opacity, it's pretty simple. Gonna type in opacity, and now we can put it from 0.0 to 1, and if I go 0. maybe 4 and save, refresh, right now you can see that right now the degree of the transparency is has affected our own element right here. So the lower the value, the more the transparency, right? So if we go, no, not the whole thing, okay, 1.8, you can see that right now it's bigger. But if we go for the whole one, you can see that right now this is the mean or the default value. All right, so this is how it works. So if we go now for maybe an image, maybe source, and let's take an image from the folder right over here, image.jpg, and if we go width, maybe 150 pixels, and height 150 pixels right here. All right, if we save, go ahead and refresh, you can see that we have our image right over here. And of course we can add the opacity. Maybe we will do some, pseudo class, maybe the hover, and we're gonna go opacity maybe 0.7, and we save, go ahead and refresh. You can see that we have it right over here and it's changing. Maybe we'll set it to 2, save, refresh, and see if we go and hover over it, you can see that right now it's affected. If maybe we're gonna set it to 6, save, refresh, and if you go hover over it, you can see that right now it's getting affected. So yeah, this is how the opacity works. So if we now go for another example, which is maybe a div, this is a normal div just with opacity, and close, something really simple, and save, refresh. Right now you can see that we have our own div right over here. And if we go for the div and perform some design, maybe a color, maybe color, maybe white, background color is red, and opacity 0.7, maybe 5, and save, refresh, and see that we have it right over here. Maybe we will go ahead and perform the same pseudo class, maybe hover, save. So if we hover over it, you can see that right now it gets its own design. All right, so this is how the opacity works. If we give it like a 1, and this is like the default, it's gonna show like the full red. There is no opacity right here, or the opacity is the default value. All right, and now of course we can give it a little more than one, like something freaky like this, and of course it will be the same thing because, you know, because just one is the maximum number for the opacity. So like any number that's above one is basically one for the opacity. All right, so yeah, this is how our opacity works, and see you on the next video. So hello again, and this one should be really simple, and it's all about the cursor. Right, and the cursor is basically the shape of the mouse when we try like to do something with it, when we try to indicate something to the user with the shape of the mouse. All right, so if we go ahead and just make a simple link, maybe href. I actually have a couple of shapes that I'm gonna show you on this one, and we used the cursor pointer in some video. All right, so if I call this about and just close it, save, I go ahead and right over here, maybe E. If I go ahead and do some maybe display align block, maybe text align center. All right, background, maybe text decoration. None, so I can remove the underline. All right, so if I save, well, now I go ahead and refresh, you can see that we have it right over here, okay, which is the link, our link. So if I just style it a bit more and go background color, maybe red, and color itself is going to be white, and what we need more is maybe some padding, maybe 15 pixels, top and bottom, left and right 25 pixels. And if I go ahead and save, you can see we refresh, you can see that we get our own links right here. This is how I actually style links. All right, so this is basically it for the style. And by default, if we have a link and we try to hover over it, we can see like this. You can see the shape of the mouse will transform to the shape pointer. All right, and we have a couple shapes right over here. Maybe we can go for the default, and the default is gonna be like the pointer for length. But if we go for something maybe like progress, right, and we can go ahead and do cursor progress and save, we go ahead and refresh. If we hover over it, you can see that right now we get the progress mouse. All right, so we can go for something that's different. We can go for the text and save. Refresh right now, we can go ahead and just if we hover over it, you can see that we have our own mouse right over here as it just goes on the text. All right, we have a couple more over here. We have actually a lot. We can do move and help. We can do move, refresh. You can see that if we have like move, you can see that right here just tries to move it, and we can go help, save, refresh. We hover over it, you can see that right now we're getting this this shape right over here. So yeah, this is basically it. You can try a lot of them in this link right over here. All right, so this is basically it for the cursor, and see you on the next video. So now we're gonna discuss the float, and the float is basically it's just a property that will dictate how your element should be how your element should float on your web page. All right, so sometimes maybe you have some text and you have an image, okay, and you want to like remove the image around the text, maybe they are in a border or something like that, so you're gonna use the float. So this is basically what the float does, and you actually have a couple of values right over here. You have none, and this is basically the default value for the float. And we have the right, which will float your element on the right, and we have the left, which will of course float your element on the left. Alright, so if we go ahead and go for a paragraph maybe, and this is like the simplest example that you can use with the float, and maybe we're gonna do some image, maybe src, and we are gonna grab emg.gbg, and it's an image that's inside our folder right over here, and maybe we'll add an alt. Alright, so let's add image maybe, and yeah, we're gonna go for some text right here, some content, so we can wrap the image around it. And I will just use my extension. I've used it a couple of times in this course. If you haven't downloaded it, just go ahead and look it up on Google. Look up yeah, corporate Ipsum. All right, so if we save right now, refresh, you can see that we have the image and our content right over here, and the image is just huge. So we're gonna go ahead to style.css, and we can go image, and we can go width and height, pixels, 170 pixels. If we save right now, go ahead and refresh, you can see that we have our own content right here and the image. Alright, so this is basically how the image look after that, the width and the height. Alright, if we go now for the paragraph, and for the paragraph we can do, let's say, a border, so we can wrap the whole content around it, maybe 3 pixels, solid and black. Alright, so if we save this one, okay, go ahead and refresh, you can see that we have our own border. Now if we go for some padding, so we can have some space inside the border, and if we save, you can refresh right now, see we have our own content with our padding right over here. So by default, the image right here has a value of none, and that's when we're talking, of course, about the float. So if we go none, save, refresh, you can see that actually nothing happens over here. Alright, so what if we want, like, get it on the right over here? What we're gonna do is just set this one to right, save, refresh right now, you can see that we have our own image on the right. Right, if we wanna like get it to the left, save, refresh, you can see that we have it over here on the left. Alright, so this is basically how the float works. This is like the simplest example in float. Alright, in the next video we're gonna be taking a look at the clear. Alright, so see you on the next video. Hello guys, and welcome again. So if you made it this far, I just want to congratulate you. You did a great job actually in following the course, and I hope you liked every bit of it. And in this one, I'm actually basically, I would say the course is finished. Maybe in the future I'll add some more training videos or explain more advanced stuff about CSS, but till now I guess you made it and you finished your journey in learning HTML and CSS. And if you want to further it, or you actually finish the course, you never finish learning, or you never stop learning if you're gonna learn programming. So I would say, like, I have a couple of websites right here. If you want to further your learning with HTML and CSS, you can use those. So we have W3 Schools right here. which you might know, I guess. I actually opened it quite a few times in the course. So I guess you actually knew it before that. So it's a really good website for learning actually a lot of technologies right over here. So go ahead and check it out. You can learn HTML, you can learn a lot more about CSS and all of that. And for the most advanced stuff, it's actually this website, which is the developer.mozilla.org, which is actually better in my opinion than W3 schools, because it contains more advanced pieces and areas of CSS and HTML. All right, so you can go ahead right over here, and we're already in CSS. You can, can look up here in technologies, and you can choose HTML and CSS and start learning. Right, you can look at things like, let's see, the anchor right here. There's a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of things going on in this website. It's really great. Okay, and last but not least, we have CodePen right here, which is a snippet website for designs. You can see there is a lot of stuff, like a lot of amazing people right here actually use CSS for drawing, not just coding stuff. So you go CodePen.io. Maybe you can go the search bar, maybe CSS menus, and you're gonna see a lot of cool stuff right here. There's people from all around the world designing and building stuff right over here. All right, and you can get access to the code maybe once you log in or something like that. Yeah, actually the code is right over here, and you don't need to log in, and you can maintain it. You can do whatever you want with the code. All right, so yeah, this is basically it for this video, and see you in the next video. So now we are gonna go ahead and start with videos, and this is of course like we complete the media stuff in this whole course, or in some video in this course. We actually talked about some kind of media, which was images. All right, and in this one we are going to talk about some other media, which is the videos. And of course media is really important in HTML or on the web. All right, so you need to learn how to deal with them, how to manipulate them, and all of that. All right, so it's basically really simple to include a video in your HTML page. You're just gonna go ahead and type in video, and we are gonna close this one. All right, so we can specify some kind of height, let's say 330, and width like 440 maybe. And we are gonna go ahead and do the controllers down here, so we can display our controllers of this video. All right, so basically where is the source for this video? The source, it's gonna be inside the div or the tag itself. So we're gonna go ahead, source, type in source, SRS. All right, and we can specify the source down here, and we are gonna go ahead and type the type down here. Right, and we're gonna close this in. Actually, we don't need to close this in. So basically this file down here, it's media.html, and it's down here in the desktop. Okay, so we have this file down here that we are going to include. So if we go ahead and include it, like Harry Potter.mb4, right, and the type is going to be video/mb4. All right, so we can actually type a couple more of these. We're going to go ahead and type in source. So if the first one did not actually work out, we have the second one. Down here. All right, so maybe it's another name, which is video maybe, and we can type here some kind of like flag. Let's say we can type some kind of text. Maybe this maybe the browser does not support the video tag. We can write in your browser does not support this kind of media. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and save. So it's pretty simple, and we can go down here and we can refresh. You can see that we have our video down here. Okay, we can play it, we can adjust the sound. Okay, when we have some other controllers.
I'm Harry Potter.
Let's see. Let's see that everything is working now. Yeah, it's working. So yeah, this is basically it. This is how to include a video in HTML. It's that simple. You just type the video tag and you specify some kind of height and width, and you type in the controllers, so the controllers will play in, and you can actually type autoplay. This is another option down here, so the video will autoplay. All right, and you need the source. Of course, you need to type your file to include it. All right, and that's it. Yeah, see you in the next video. So now we can go ahead to the audio, and the audio is pretty simple. All right, to the video, and of course we can just go ahead and start right away. All right, so let's go audio. Of course, now you know this makes sense, and we can add here the controls. All right, and of course we need the source. Right, and for the source down here, I just picked up some song down here. All right, here it is. You can pick up you know which audio files that you like. If we go ahead and type in adele.mp3, and for the type down here, you can go ahead audio/mpeg. All right, and of course we can add a couple more. You can add which ones you like, maybe audio.mp3. all right, and of course we can add some kind of text down here. Maybe the browser does not support the audio. Maybe you can write your browser does not support this. And let's go ahead and save and go to the page and refresh. You can see that we have it down here as you're seeing. So if we go ahead, see, yeah, it's working down here. Alright, and of course we can unmute it, whatever we want. And of course we can do some, we can go ahead down here and go autoplay. And we can go mute it down here also. Alright, so if we can save and refresh, you can see that down here it's muted and it's gonna play right away. Okay, when we go ahead and play it. Alright, so yeah, it's that simple to include media on your page. And see you in the next video. So now we can go ahead and talk about, you know, showing a YouTube video. So basically, sometimes you need to show a YouTube video on your page. Maybe you have some kind of blog, you have a website and you want to showcase your work, and you know, you can include that video on your HTML page. And we're gonna do this using the iframe tag down here. Alright, so it's basically really simple and easy. Of course, we need some kind of width and height, and now we need the source. And for the source, you go to your YouTube video. This is like the silliest and dumbest video you can find on the internet. Maybe you can go to the share and you go to embed, and you can see that down here we have the full iframe. You can actually copy all of this and put it up in your code, but I'm just gonna go for the source down here. All right, okay, I just need, I don't know why it's selecting all of it, maybe. All right, so I got it down here, and we need to close this iframe and save. We now go ahead right down here and refresh. Let's see if we get it or not. It's pretty slow. So yeah, we actually got it down here. It's working fine. Oh yeah, this is basically how you include your video. You can actually go down here and do like mute it, and you can set this to mute it. You can set it to autoplay, whichever you want. Whatever you want, you can implement it right down here in the source. All right, so yeah, this is basically it for this video. It's working fine. If we refresh it down again and see that down here it's working, it will autoplay or whatever. All right, so that's basically it, and thanks for watching. All right, so I'm just recording this video to tell you guys that I'm actually gonna go ahead and upload the code of the final version of this project for the resources section in this video. All right, some of you guys have been like commenting and sending me reviews and stuff about that you want, that you want the full code in order to check something, validate something, and so on. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and upload the version, the full version of the finished project to this video. All right, so just check out the resources section and you will find it right away. All right, and just keep learning.